It's time!
Just a little bit more. Oh my
The
god.
champ's in trouble. The champ's in trouble. Assassin Banana. This could be it here. DPT Poke has done it.
Oh, it's
DPT Poke. I mean, up into space. That's why you don't want to do it. The counter shot is brilliant. The hooks, the up. Oh my god. Jab overhand. Blue still coming off beautifully, and it's. Well, is this going to be? Yes, it is. It's over. Shots again. Oh my goodness me. And he's got him! Oh my god. Former lightweight champion of the world. The uppercut and the finish. Absolutely slapping. Oh my goodness me. He's slapping something and it ain't cheap. There's now 1-2's over. Tries to get the takedown and gets another big slam onto him. But and we're here. Another day, another miserable, cold evening as we get closer into winter. Swipey, as long as you fight, dude, and you ain't going to just disappear on me, you do whatever you want to do. I'm in a much mellow mood today. Getting ready to be nice and pissed off when eventually someone no-shows. Welcome aboard. Before we get into the build-up today, thank you, of course, before we even went live, before we even started speaking into this dildo-looking microphone in front of my face, to Hullet Gang, Dania 777777, Lisi Lee, and Dev MCFC. Terrible fucking football team, Dev. You're a Man City fan, we'll forgive it here. Okay, we will, but it's all right. Thank you so much for the follows, and of course, Sell a Lot, thank you for the resub, and also Jack19 for the resub of Prime as well. Great card tonight in terms of what we got going on. Could this be finally the night where Mark the Shark, who has been in this league now for nearly 4 years, never won one of the big belts, gets the big belt over the line? JRilla is a dangerous striker. That's what MarkJeff has been building his profile off of, though, for the last kind of 4 years, being able to outbox anyone on his day. Jack9 takes on Harris Campbell. Chaz takes on Matt D23. Razor Riley takes on Oyson. And Lee66 takes on Silver Salt in a trilogy fight for that lightweight championship of the world. Some great non-title fights in the main card tonight as well. Final block, former Bantamweight champion takes on Rise. Adversary against Rakib. Tormentor against Lewis Bex in a welterweight clash. Oath Kex, or Joe Goldberg, as you know him, against Zeus is him. And of course, Webbo taking on the returning Stankerson after 3 weeks out. It was an opponent change for Webbo. Uncle Hench unable to make the time. Stankerson swooping in and saying, I'll have a go at the wrestling phenom on short notice. And of course, Walshy against Adamizer 786. Two flyweights that are still relatively new in their kind of flyweight journey. Two flyweights that at some point have had alt accusations at them. It's the alt derby. Eh? Prelim fight's just as good, but of course we are on time tonight, so we go in and talk about the first fight tonight. Momo against Vito 2024. A return for Vito 2024. Brokered by what you can only describe as his agent, Louis the Great, Louis the Goat, whatever his name is, fought for Vito to come back. Vito's only had one fight in this league before. VFL 126 lost to Corbett. After that fight, he lost the fight. He never ever asked to fight again. He effectively showed up, lost, and then effectively rage retired. Haven't seen him since then. VFL 126, for reference, was all the way back on the 7th of March 2024. More than a year and a half has passed. How much improvement, development has there been? For his opponent, of course, on the other side of things, Momo has been more active of the two, obviously. Momo 2-5, coming in with a 2-fight losing streak. Tonight, one of these two gets back onto winning ways. Will it be a triumphant return for Vito, or will Momo manage to stop the rut and get back to winning ways and make it a 3-5 record? Should he do so, he would propel himself into the top 10 of this division on PlayStation. So a lot to play for, a lot to fight for both of these two tonight. We go over and up to it. First fight of the night. We are here until midnight tonight, effectively 12 a.m. UK, 7 p.m. US Eastern. That is where we're at. That's where we're at. So, yes. Do we have a link for Momo and Vito? Get at me if we can. Kyle, good evening to you as well. I've seen your DMs, by the way, Kyle. It's just, obviously, Thursdays are never good to catch me with stuff like that because I'm now here for the next 5 hours, mate. So, I don't know. I don't know who he is. If he's your co, then he's going to have to firm the fact that I've taken his tags off of him until later on, unless you get someone in the Discord to put tags back on him. But yeah, it's one of those. I saw that and I was like, oh, I didn't give this guy Barnes. I have no idea who he is. And then you were like, oh, he's with me. Fair enough. All right, we got a link. Momo here, ready and set to go. And to re-welcome back Vito into the octagon. We're here, we're set, and we're sorted for this one tonight. Do we have volume? Yeah, we do. My headphone was just turned down. Brilliant.
One time for the Gringos.
Thank you so much as well for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Momo, of course, in the yellow tonight with Vitor Petrino. Let's see if he can find a victory. Here we go then. Blue trunks for Vito, yellow trunks for Momo. A big welcome back to Vito. First fight, like we said, since March of 2024. In the one fight he had, if I recall correctly, we didn't really get to see too much of him. It was a very quick knockout in the first round from Corbett. And then since then, we never really saw anything beyond that. From what we understand from the people that know Vito, is that he likes to strike. He wants to be inside the pocket, pressuring and being a presence. That's what Momo likes, though. Momo's, I think, 2 victories have come in fights where he's effectively been able to sit there and get his boxing fluid, get his boxing in rhythm. Tonight, that may well be the case once again. We always talk about ring rust, a year and a half out of competitive play. Yes, you may have been playing online, may have been playing ranked, unranked, whatever. But when you get in there and you've got people watching you and you're playing in a comp setting, it does feel different. That's the one thing that Vito have to remember. Great 3-piece combination there, though, by Vito, who continues to go for the knee bow. Wow, I feel like I'm watching a UFC 4 fight here from Vito at the minute. The uppercuts continue to go back in. Let's look at that. The spinning back fist there from Momo, just whiffing. Nice leg kick into the straight there. Right hand continues onwards, and Vito looks confident in there right now. He does. Doesn't look like he's afraid to kind of get in the pocket and strike against his opponent, which is always half the battle. You've seen fights before in these cards where guys just walk backwards, and they end up effectively just not throwing a strike for 60 seconds. The first takedown here for Momo, and there's a back suplex. That's wonderful from the Scotsman, who now is going to look to try and get into full mount. Can't do it. Instead, goes over into backside. This is maybe where the kryptonite of Jack Vito here may start to show itself. However, he does do a good job in getting back up to his feet. It's one thing we've always said about Momo in the last couple of weeks when we've seen that wrestling come out from the guy in yellow trunks, is he can get the takedown, but he just can't get the denies. He can't seemingly nail in the ability to control his opponent. Once he gets that, he's going to be a lethal force in this division. The knees here continue to come forward. Vito is loving these knees. The knee bow, the knee elbow, absolutely being loved. Takedown there works again, goes over into full mount. No, he doesn't, just gets him beat in the transition. Back into backside he goes as Jack Vito again going to get up. And this is what we call the Bailey 18 style of wrestling. For those veterans who used to watch the VFL cards back 2 years ago when Bailey 18 was first starting to wrestle, effectively, this is what we saw him do. Take people down, but his opponents would continuously get back up because he had no idea on denies. And right now, that's exactly what Momo's feeling. And the first deny, ironically, comes from Vito, who kind of guesses the right-hand side and then says, no, not going to happen. Gets into format eventually. Can Momo keep him locked in? No, he can't. Again, a good escape and a good flipper rotation. Good reversal there from Vito, who now has 30 seconds to rain down some strikes in top position. Not going to get damage from this position, but it's just kind of establishing yourself and saying to Momo, saying to the man in yellow trunks here tonight, you're not going to be able to bully me on the floor if that's what we're going to do. Stamina, I think, is just in the favor of Petrino. Oh, was a knockdown right at the end. Has probably sealed the round. Momo getting a little bit too aggressive at the end of the round there. And I think in a round which he was probably on the verge of winning on points there, he's now lost on points because of that knockdown. The knockdown will give that round to Jack Vito there. So Vito with a knockdown, 1 round up categorically, 10-9 on the scorecards there. It's not a big deal for Momo. It's not taking significant damage. He's not been knocked out. But he has to know he's down on the scorecards now. 1 round down, 2 rounds to go here. So you can definitely see that Vito is incredibly happy to be in the pocket here. All he's got is knees and elbows. This is where, like in a fight, oh, as the uppercut clips him, knee there to the body, as the head kick there is blocked up. This is where if Momo had any denies in his system, if he could get him to the ground and just hold him, Momo would win this fight categorically. That's the next step here now for Momo. If he loses this fight tonight, he's going to need to be honest with himself, review the tape and say, I've got to sit there and just practice denying and practice understanding what way to flick the stick when I'm in control. Because if he could keep Reyes down, if he could keep Vito down, this is a very easy fight for him to win right now. It is. He's got that kind of, that first part of the wrestling nailed. It's the second part now where denies are such a crucial kind of factor in this fight. You can definitely see as well Vito now getting more and more confident with each passing second. Denying a couple of takedowns there. Now getting his elbows going again. Double uppercuts coming. Big thing that Momo is doing as well is Momo is getting frustrated right now. Momo is not doing the smart thing, which is to go for the body. You can see how much output that Jack is putting in there. The thing you need to do is work the body, drain the stamina. Oh, and he's gone for a huge hit there, and he's been dropped and down. Momo is looking for a front kick for some reason, and this could be the beginning of the end here. Thankfully, though, Momo survives it. And now I think Vito's just want to get, yeah, he's going to want to get up and finish this one. And the arms go up here. He's confident. He feels he's got this fight won. He knows that Momo cannot stop him. Absolutely no denies from Momo here. It is one of the most frustrating losses that you can take as a learning wrestler as the arms go up again. Flying knee comes forward. Goes back down low to the body. Catches the knee. He's lost in there now as Momo. He doesn't know how to beat him on the feet. Yeah, his rhythm's completely off, and this is going to be it here. Vito, after a year and a half away, is he going to get his first recorded victory? Hammer fists to the side, nothing straight. And in the end, Momo survives again, but for how long? Big shots, and it's all over, just like that. And for Momo tonight, it's a real difficult one to take. We've all been there when learning wrestling. You can secure the takedown after takedown landing. He just had no knowledge of denies. That is the next part of Momo's evolution as a wrestler. He's got to sit there. He's got to know, if a guy and his body moves to the left, I've got to flick the stick this way. If his body moves to the right, I've got to flick the stick that way. That is a fight tonight, which Momo, we won't want to hear this. If he knew about denies, if he had that kind of knowledge, he would have won that fight in round 1. Unfortunately, he didn't. And that's, you know, that's something that he's going to need to kind of put down and work on if he wants to kind of advance that next level as a wrestler. For Vito, listen, definitely, I think when you compare that fight to the Corbett fight back in 2024, you know, a lot more confident. You would say he fights into this. I can speak openly. I'm not here to kind of lie to people when I watch them fight. He strikes in a very UFC 4 cheesy way. For the UFC 4 veterans in here, it's the knee bow style. Knee, elbow, knee, elbow, knee, elbow, knee, elbow, knee, elbow. And listen, it works. If it works, it works. There's no rule against it. But it is a fight style which effectively he knows he's going to need to be decent in wrestling defense. Because if I'm going against a guy that's knee bowing, all I'm doing is taking you down and holding you on the floor for 5 minutes. Takedown defense was kind of semi there for Jack. It improved in the second round. I think tonight it's more of a fight, in my opinion, that Momo lost than a fight that Vito won. It's not taking anything away from Vito, but it just feels like the ease of the takedowns in the first round. I think if that was someone like a Jazz Cox, I feel like that was someone like, a Buzz Season, I think he could have been tapped out in one. So if there's any kind of feedback to give to Vito, it was great confidence in the pocket tonight, great striking in the pocket tonight. I think before your next fight, definitely you want to improve the takedown defense a bit more. You don't want to be taken down at all. If you can have it so you don't get taken down once and you fight in that kind of cheesy, aggravating style, that will piss people off. It will, that striking style will annoy people so much that you'll get wins just off of pissing people off. If you can just nail takedown defense and just never ever hit the ground, I think you're going to be all right in that division. But that's, there's feedback for both of you, but a good fight nevertheless. And for Momo, it's a frustrating loss, but those types of losses, I tell you this now, those types of losses I've seen over the years, that's the kind of loss that if you're Momo, that will either completely spur you on to go and be even greater in wrestling and learn about denies, or that's the type of loss that will make you go, yeah, nah, I don't want to play UFC anymore. It's one or the other. It's the only way it goes. Anyway, on to our next fight. Seek and Destroy steps back into the octagon to take on his training partner, Joshi. Of course, the last time we saw Seek and Destroy in the octagon, I don't think it was VFL 107. Nah, it wasn't. It was all the way back over up here against Rapids at VFL 150. Lost on that fateful evening, the 22nd of August of 2024. Steps back in there for the first time in over a year. Tonight, takes on someone that he knows very well. Joshi 0-1. Seek and Destroy back into this welterweight division 1 and 2. Both of them coming off of losses. Both of them tonight hoping that they can find a way to get onto winning ways. Seek and Destroy, I think more so a kickboxer, whereas Joshi, I think, is a kickboxer at heart, but is more privy to shoot a takedown, is more privy to go to the ground if needs be. Would there be a gentleman's agreement? Like I said, these two are friends. They know each other. Would there be a no wrestling clause in this one tonight? Only those two know. Let's go over and up to it and see exactly where we're set to be, or where we're set to go in terms of the fighter picks tonight. Best of luck to you two. We're there, we're set, and we are ready to go, as it's going to be Nate Diaz and Nick Diaz. So there you go. Two brothers in real life. Two brothers in terms of their training partner status. Thanks so much as well to Jack V for the follow as well. There you go, there you go. All right, okay, well, is the volume looking good? The volume's looking fine, perfect. I was getting scared about the volume. We're there, and we're set for fight 2 of this evening. Which one of these Diaz brothers walks away with a victory? White trunks tonight for, I believe, Seek and Destroy. We'll double check that. Yes, there you go. White trunks for Seek and Destroy. Black trunks tonight, of course, for Joshi, who has been the more active. Like I said, Seek's first fight in a year and a month, whereas for Joshi, he's been fighting regularly. Was supposed to be at a title fight 2 weeks ago, slept through it, got this incredible promotion up, I think, 3 weight classes to the welterweight division as effectively a punishment. There was no slow progression. It was going to be, you miss a title fight, boom, you're up. Sink or swim, young man. Of course, when you think about these two as well, it's one of those fights. We always say, whenever you fight someone that you speak to, whenever you fight someone that you know, it's always so much more difficult. It can be any game. It can be this. It can be FIFA head-to-head. It can be Madden. It can be fucking Snakes and Ladders. It doesn't matter. Whenever you're fighting someone that you know, it's always so much more difficult to kind of get the read on your opponent, because you both know what each other does. You both know each other's strengths. You both know each other's weaknesses. It's a lot more of a heightened fight in that regard. First sign of damage, though, is on Joshi, but keep in mind, these are the Diaz brothers. What do the Diaz brothers do? They both bust open very easily. The scar tissue on both Nick and Nate going to be a factor tonight in this one in regards to how quickly they start to bleed. However, so far, Seek and Destroy doing a wonderful job in just keeping distant and keeping at the outside, and that's something that Joshi is not able to kind of really nail down at the minute. I think if you're Nick Diaz in the black, you have to work on that boxing. The boxing is underrated for Nick Diaz. You walk into the pocket. Oh, as he's flipped him off there. That's not very nice. He said you got to work into the pocket. You got to kind of work the hands. If you're Nate Diaz, of course, in the white, you got to do exactly what he's doing here. Sit on the outside. Don't get drawn in. Don't get suckered in to a brawl. Don't get suckered into an all-out slugfest. You want to keep doing this and just chip away at Nick Diaz. Points at him and almost kind of laughing at him there is Seek and Destroy with how good he is managing this one. An uppercut there is nice, though, from Joshi. Gets the first kind of stun on Seek and Destroy tonight. He almost kind of puts his arm to the side and says, that's what you've got. And that's a big, big, big moment there for Joshi, who has now kind of opened up the damage not only on the eye, but also the nose of Nate Diaz, as blood now sprawled across his chest with 50 seconds left of round number 1. Both of these two still very tentative, still very timid into how maybe they should approach this one. Staring each other deep in the eyes, almost into each other's souls at this point. Goes back down low to the body. 24 seconds left of round 1. Right hand continues to land brilliantly. Elbow there was just being looked for. Pull uppercut. That was a nice idea, but a really good bit of blocking from Seek and Destroy. Big straight down the center as well. As this one going to go into round number 2. And a takedown there landed. Maybe just to tell him. Maybe just to warn him, you know. Hey, I've got takedowns too. So I think right now, very equal round. 17 significant strikes to 16. But Nick Diaz, Joshi, in the black trunks with Nick Diaz is just marginally ahead, 10-9. Just by one significant strike. That's how close this fight is. Still, it's a very, very open fight. No one is dominating. No one is walking this fight completely easily. It's just a case where Seek's going to need to be a little bit careful. And just do what he did in the first 3.5 minutes. That round effectively kind of descended into chaos for Seek. When he kind of walked down Nick Diaz in the final minute and a half and just effectively went into the pocket and just started eating shot after shot after shot. He's got to kind of stay away, just like he did and controlled in that first kind of 3 minutes. Big elbow that comes in again. Big knees in the midsection as Nick Diaz continuing now to try and find some sort of remnants here of form from the end of that first round. Shoots a takedown. Wow, okay, so the takedown clause that maybe insinuated was going to be in there. Not there. We're attempting takedowns. We're attempting ground games. So these two, all bets are off. Big uppercut there, though. Wonderful boxing from Nick Diaz. Joshi here, now very much starting to get more and more aggressive. Right hand, left hand continues. Big shots coming in. As Nick Diaz, once again, the elbows flying off. There's a big knee attempted. I got to open up a window, by the way. I don't know what we've just done, but the heating of this house just came on. I feel like I'm in a furnace. What the hell are we doing? I can see it from the side. Don't worry. Wonderful shots there. Jesus Christ. There we go. That's better. Oh. 1-2's down the center again. Is a little sidestep into the body shot there. Works a charm. Diaz still going on 4-2. There's a big knee to the body, but it actually caused head damage. I think Diaz in the black trunks may have went low there. And another kind of flipping off from Joshi. Hey, good sidestep again. He's risky with these sidesteps, but he's making them work. That's what you'd love to see. Body shot. Oi! Right hand comes in and sends Seek and Destroy into a daze. Knee to the midsection again. 140. So, oh, I tell you what. Seek and Destroy here now getting lit up. Big uppercut, left hand going through the block here. Oh, I tell you what, if the elbow connected, Joshi could have been flashed there and then. That was dangerous. Joshi maybe did one too many there, got away with it. Oh, he slipped straight is nice. Body shot. He's still going for it, man. Lovely fight. First time they fought before. So training partners for a reason. 1-2's down the center. Overhand comes in again. Big straight there. Left hand continues to just work. Diaz, that slip straight is timed to perfection. Joshi, accurate as can be. Avoids that. Oh, but there's that elbow and drops him and double drops him. And this could be the end here. Has Joshi got a bit too aggressive? The answer is no. Just survives it, but that's huge for Seek and Destroy. Wow. What a great fight. Only the second fight tonight, but clearly on for a fight of the night bonus. Oh, clips him with the uppercut. Can't knock him down, though. Jesus. The knockdown will surely 5 stuns, by the way. A chin made of iron. But the knockdown, you would think... It depends. People usually say 2 stuns counts as a knockdown. So you would think maybe Diaz gets that round. But I think a knockdown... The floating ice bag is back. Everyone, look at that. Look at that. It's been a while. Mascot of tonight, the floating ice bag. I think you got to give this 1-1. I think the knockdown has to win the round. Yeah. I think 1-1 going into the third. There's no respect here. The bird continuing to be flipped. And now it's about who makes the first mistake. Who makes the first wrong movement. Who makes the first inaccurate judgment. And who goes to sleep first here. Pressure immediately coming in. Oh, it's a pull elbow there. Oh, look at him goes with volume. And look at this. A 4 or 5 punch combination. And Joshua wasn't expecting that. Big knees now inside the clinch. He could be in trouble here. Nate Diaz starting the round with a real amount of vengeance. Nick Diaz has got to find his feet quickly. Joshi with another slip straight. That gave him an opportunity in the second round, but not able to get the knockdown from that one that time. Lefts and rights. They've got to be careful of each other's blocks here. Trying to both pull each other's strike and get a counter. Lefts and rights again. As Nick Diaz, Joshi in the black, is now playing the aggressor. He's playing the pressure fighter here against Seek and Destroy. Seek and Destroy's head health is starting to flash and ping. It means that he's not going to take too many more uncontested hits to the head. Oh, the elbow. How was that missed? Wow. Fortunate again for Joshi. Elbow into the knee. Oh, it's timing. Left, right, drops him, and this has got to be it here. And this is all over. Seek and Destroy with expert timing, expert accuracy. And for Joshi, I mean, listen, put up a hell of a fight tonight. Maybe should have won the fight in the second round if he was a little bit more proactive. But, I mean, a hell of a fight. Hell of a fight. Fight of the night in a round 3 victory. Seek and Destroy marking his return after a year and a month with a fantastic showcase. A fantastic showcase over someone that he knows quite well. Brilliant fight. For only the second fight of the entire card. Wow. I'm impressed. Next time we keep on going, it's going to be Ghost Ethan tonight against X25 Edit. Ghost Ethan 3-7 on a 2-fight losing streak. 1 win in his last 5, whereas X25 Edit comes in 0-2. Someone's 2-fight losing streak has to end here this evening. Ethan, more of a boxer. 25 or X25, more of a boxer. I don't think you've got any real concern here tonight about the wrestling and having to kind of survive takedowns. So we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if these two can put on a classic. I mean, it's difficult to match a fight like that after what we've just seen. But yeah, here's hoping. You're up. Link, please. Again, who knows with these two? We know that Ethan usually is a little bit kind of airheady in a sense that he just never knows
One time for the Gringos.
when his fight is, because again, he's been hitting the head too much, but he's here tonight. Fantastic. All right. X25 is typing. Ethan's here. We're all set to go. I'm excited for this one. So when I got a 25 in tonight to get this one as a replacement fight, because of course Ethan originally had his opponent pull out, I was like, these two are stylistically the same. Record pretty much the same in terms of their form. It should be a good one tonight. For Ethan and X25 Edit, an opportunity to kind of put the last couple of weeks behind them and finally get back to being on a winning record. Red trunks tonight for Ethan in this PlayStation division. White trunks, of course, for Lyoto Machida. X25 Edit looking for his first win of his career with the Brazilian here tonight. Of course, there will be an air of, I think, hesitancy. Both of these two have not started their last couple of fights well. Ethan, in his last fight, for example, took an absolute heap of damage. It was ugly. It was obscene. Tonight, maybe defense is going to be the priority, and then offense will come in those later rounds. For X25 Edit, not mistaken, his first live fight as well. I think the 2 fights he's had prior, both been unstreamed, so we don't really know. I can't remember too much about seeing him fight. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But can't really nail down in my mind the last kind of X25 Edit fight I've saw. But there you go. Both of these two so far are almost kind of rotating from left to right, and they're both moving in a clockwise kind of direction and trying to get strikes off as they're moving. You know, kind of basics 101 of UFC. The more that you sit still and strike, the more that you plant and strike, the more damage that your strikes are going to have. So I think if any of these two, either of these two are confident enough to just kind of plant, sit still, and get the strikes in, they could be in a very good position. There's a big, big, big hook. Drops 25 quickly. Lyoto Machida here, eating the first knockdown of the evening, and he just can't. This is the thing for X25 Edit, is he just can't seemingly, I think, reach the pace of this fight so far. You can see from Ethan's perspective in the red, a lot more kind of dominant, a lot more forceful, a lot more I'll walk you down and strike. Whereas X25 Edit is kind of walking backwards and getting off the odd uppercut, the odd front kick. He's not really taking any sort of control in this fight so far. Oh my goodness me, and Ethan clips him in mid-air. And in backside here, X25 Edit was nearly in huge trouble. Wow. Clips him with the right hand in mid-air. Clay pigeon shooting from Ghost Ethan here tonight. Big shots coming forward again, and X25 Edit now is getting some big shots in to try and fight his corner back. I think if there was ever a time now you wanted to test your wrestling, you've got to test it. He needs out of there. He's got to try and find a way to evade this pressure. He's against the cage here. Never like to see a fight with his back to the cage, because it just means that a little bit of pressure puts you out. Head kick that comes up blocked nicely by X25 Edit. If he can get out of this round, that's a huge success. Again, you can see he's shifting backwards and trying to fire uppercuts. It's just not going to work. Oh, he's fighting scared. An X25 Edit here against the cage. Could be in big, big trouble. Top mounts there. Ghost Ethan raining down punches. Slips out the way. It's a wonderful bit of evasiveness there from X25 Edit, who is going to escape the round. Ethan, though, what a round. Ethan back to his boxing best. And X25 Edit looks like he's been hit by a fucking car. Yeah, that's what he looks like. Jesus. Round number 2, up and underway. A lot to do for X25 Edit. A lot to do. Right hand immediately busts him open again. Head health is in tatters. Health pack is starting to be in bright red, which means the doctor could come in and stop this fight at any moment at this point. If I'm Ethan, just do what you did in the first round. Walk forward and just be aggressive. Be confident. Such an important part of UFC. Especially when you're leading the fight like this. You've got to be confident and not let your foot off the gas when you're in these kill moments, as I like to call them. You can see as well, Ethan just continues to wail forward with hooks, whereas Machida just can't get out and away from him. Uppercut there comes forward. He's got so much health advantage, though. Does Ethan? Oh, my goodness me. And in mid-air again, Ghost Ethan nearly for the second time, gets a mid-air knockout. He is going to be absolutely furious. He could have had 2 knockout of the night contenders in this fight. He really could have. Lefts and rights again. As X25 Edit is in so much trouble. And the doctor's coming in. The doctor's going to wave this one off. This one will not continue. Lyoto Machida looks like he's been hit in the face about 4,000 times. And the doctor going to save him from himself. This one tonight, a doctor's stoppage. Ghost Ethan back in the win column. He was too pressurizing. He was too rhythmic. He was too forward foot. And that's what you want to see from Ethan. Go for those moments. When you're in the lead like that in a fight, go for those moments. A brilliant performance on the boxing sense from Ethan tonight, and he takes home another victory. Congratulations to him. A huge one tonight. And for X25 Edit, you know, listen, still very raw at UFC. You can see that. Absolutely. But you have to admire the fact that he took the fight on short notice, and he was always going to say yes to fight. There are some people in that PlayStation division where you tell them, hey, listen, you got to fight this guy early notice. Do you want it? They're like, nah, man, I haven't practiced enough. Don't want to lose. Don't want my record to go. I don't want to cost myself the title. There's no fear from X25 Edit tonight, so you got to respect that from that regard. So, yeah, fair fucks, fellas. And for Ghost Ethan, probably one of his cleaner performances that we've seen in the last month or so. No doubt. Congratulations. Up next then, Gaston, everyone's favorite Dane, against Lucas Chevalier here tonight. Gaston, of course, coming into this one 16-22. He's lost 5 straight in this light heavyweight division. The once upon a time light heavyweight contender on hard times. Now he has to kind of fend off the beginners of this division. Lucas Chevalier here at rank number 12 in this division, 2-1 on a 2-fight win streak, looking to make it a 3-fight win streak and maybe put himself out there as the next contender for the light heavyweight strap. He knows what he's in is fighting Razor Radi for the belt tonight. He says, win here tonight, I want the next opportunity. Will he get that, or will Gaston DK show him that this division is far from easy to navigate? Gaston DK, Lucas Chevalier in the light heavyweight division, set and ready to go. Gaston, our cameraman here this evening. Fellas, smashing start, by the way that everyone's early, on time, you know, we love that. Keep that going for the entire night, and we're gonna be each other's best friend, right? That's what I want to see. Absolutely. Paul Craig against Vitor Petrino. Thank you so much during that fight to. I'm terrible with names like this. Siege on Pex, Mr. Pex. Thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, your name confuses the life out of me, but there you go. All right, here we go. Paul Craig, Vitor Petrino, as it's an immediate takedown. Well, all right then. Gaston tonight saying no thank you to the glove touch, but yes please to the wrestling. We've always said this about Gaston. He is never... Well, wait there. It's Petrino. Which one is which? Who's done the fake glove touch? It doesn't seem like a Gaston thing to do. Lucas Chevalier may have done the fake glove touch, and that very much will resonate if that's the case. If Chevalier is Craig, yeah, it is. Okay, so it's Lucas that's done a fake glove touch into an instant takedown here tonight. So for Gaston, if that doesn't motivate you with Vitor Petrino in the yellow trunks, I don't know what will. Gets Paul Craig back to the feet. Gaston, of course, has been around the block. Like I said, 16 and 22. He knows more than anyone. The key to this fight tonight, keep Paul Craig on the feet, avoid the ground, and get those hands of Vitor Petrino. Get that athleticism of Vitor Petrino moving. You cannot allow Paul Craig to get you into a position where he can choke you out, take your arms, take your legs, and rip them off. Works off the jab here as Paul Craig now trying to maybe look for the entry shot here. Look for the opportunity to shoot that takedown again. As there it is, immediate. No deny there or defense there from Gaston, and back into full guard we go. This is what Gaston's going to need to be aware of tonight. It's going to be a lot of this. Both of Lucas's last wins, if I'm not mistaken, coming by way of submission. Works the body, goes over to the left-hand side. Paul Craig still not able to find complete comfort. Big deny there from Lucas. As he continues to work the body, posture up is there, and gets up. So maybe Lucas there respectful of the defense of the veteran in this division. 1-2's down the center. Lucas here continuing just to kind of crouch and huddle towards him. Right hand just being worked as the front kick comes off. Leg kick now. Right hand, left hand was just being looked into. Another jab, straight uppercut once again. Front kick from Gaston just slightly with a couple of these longevity strikes out of reach. You know, he just needs to kind of get a little bit closer, and these will work. Right now though, Paul Craig happy to kind of sit there, absorb the volume, and then just get counters in. Very patient is Lucas, as you need to be as a wrestler. Shoots the takedown, another one lands. Lucas here, now working the body again with those GA strikes. Build the bar up, that's going to be the aim. Moves to the left-hand side, tries to go for a flip and rotation, nothing there. Pulls him back in, goes though over into full guard. Works the body shots here. More and more damage coming in. Now goes to the right-hand side, absolutely nothing. Continues to work the midsection, crawls over now into half guard. That one stopped in its tracks. And that's the end of the round. So, I think damage-wise, both of them are going to be happy. Neither of them have conceded a lot of damage whatsoever. This feels like tonight it's a fight that's going to go decision. I don't think Lucas is going to have maybe the consistency in this fight to kind of tap out Gaston. Gaston, no doubt about it, is the most or the best wrestler in this division that Lucas has faced so far. Gaston knows how to protect himself, and I don't think Lucas is going to be confident enough to kind of sustain a long period on the feet and try and box. Takedown though continues to land. So one thing that Gaston is allowing is takedown after takedown. So it allows Lucas to have a base to build from. Works the body again. Elbows there now from underneath. There's Lucas just trying to work the strikes to get the G8. And there is the get up from Gaston. Takes the back hit. And right down he's going to go again into back sitting. That one is denied. And flipped over into top mount. This is exactly where he wants him. And that's a great deny there from Lucas, who now looking to try and take the arm. The answer is no. Left-hand side. And drags him back in place. This is why I don't want Paul Craig on top of you. As a big elbow there drops on in. Lucas here with the posture up and rains down a strike or two again. Huge ones, big ones. Gaston there just shimmies and evades that one at last minute. Couple more jabs coming in here to build the G8. So Lucas happy enough to keep the fight here for the entirety of the round. Gaston now right back into side control he goes. Elbow there comes in, not able to get that deny from side control. Couple more taps here to the dome. Left hand side now over into side control again. And into half guards we go. That one is denied. The fake there, but denied by Gaston. So a lot of hand fighting in this one. So for a light heavyweight fight, it's kind of high-end wrestling for the 205 division. There'll be some light heavyweights maybe watching this tonight kind of going, Jesus Christ. Welcome to what the top of the division looks like, fellas. We always said when you start to kind of graduate from light heavyweight, when you're looking at the middleweight division, the welterweight division, your wrestling is going to be at an elevated level. Has to be to survive. Big elbow that comes in. Gaston does brilliantly, I will say, to kind of get up and survive that top mount spell again with no damage. So he's not busted open. He's not bleeding. The damage is not a concern. Head kick there is blocked up. Big knee to the body. That's the thing that Gaston will need to kind of maybe think about is, you know, if you're going to keep on the feet and box, should he maybe go for body strikes to try and drain that stamina more and more? There's a big right hook there comes from inside that bailed takedown. Another teep kick there, and that one puts him right back on his back. Over into stat guard now. Gaston eating big strikes here. Paul Craig looking for the finish. And Petrino here just managing to survive it. Gaston and Lucas heading into round 3. And it's a typical wrestler's performance. The thing that you have to say is, you know, it's the same kind of thing that you said with people like Ross C and with T Stocky and all those guys that kind of made the decision to go wrestle heavy. It's a brilliant wrestling performance. He is probably right now, Lucas, the best wrestler in light heavyweight. But what about his striking? Because when you get into middleweight, when you get into welterweight, when you get into lightweight, definitely, you need both. Ask any wrestler that's been up there. What is Lucas going to look like when he goes up against a guy that is defending the takedowns and he's going to have to stay on his feet? Kind of food for thought going into the future, but right now, all you can do is beat what's in front of you, and what is in front of you right now, I think, is a 2-round lead against Gaston DK. The Great Dane probably needs a finish. Definitely needs a finish, in my opinion. Goes back down low to the body. So for some reason, Lucas avoiding the takedown and just eating the most damage that he's eaten for the entire fight in this opening couple of sequences. Thank you so much for the sub again. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Big straights down, and there you go. Big shots here coming in. Right hand continuing upwards. Gaston drained for stamina. You can see the difference in the 2 bars at the top here. And I think that's what may happen to Gaston here. He may punch himself out. Great spear takedown there as Lucas goes right back over into side control. And I said, from the kind of opening way the round was going, it smelt like a decision victory today. That's what maybe it was going to be. And I think Lucas will be absolutely happy with that. If it's a win, that's all that matters. Goes over into full guard here. Posture up is denied. Tries to go for the armbar there. Does Gaston. That one's not going to happen, though. And in the end, Paul Craig gets up. Another takedown attempted, but wasn't in the correct range that time. Maybe the angle rather than the range. The range looked fine. It's just the angle at which he shot. Big knee there to the body. Uppercuts now coming forward from Gaston again. Right hand comes in. Avoids that one. Tell you what, if Lucas had an elbow in there. That could have been game over there and then. Big knee to the midsection. Uppercut there, comes forward again. Big blocks from Lucas. There's a front kick that comes forward. Paul Craig continues to... Oi, the uppercut was nice from Gaston. Getting his hands moving now. He is so depleted of stamina. That's a great thing that Lucas has done, is that Lucas is just continuously targeting the body and saying, you are going to need to be really accurate with your strikes. Gaston is going to be running on fumes here momentarily. He is not able to do anything more than a 3-punch combination. Big left hand comes in, and Paul Craig may well get the finish because Gaston is completely gassed. And this one here, is it over? The answer is no. He's drained the stamina in the first 2 rounds. He's going to take the back again. I think he wants a submission desperately. Does Lucas? Is he going to have time to get one though? Flips it round. And it does look like in the end, despite that late flurry, it is going to be a decision victory today. Body shot comes in. Overhand, shoots the takedown. Even then, he's got an it's a typical wrestler. He's got the opportunity to counter. He could have hit Gaston with something disgustingly dangerous there. He goes for a takedown instead. For Lucas, it's a win. It's impressive wrestling. He's probably the best wrestler in light heavyweight. Is he going to get many awards for entertaining fights? No. Am I concerned about his lack of boxing when we talk about a move into those kind of bigger divisions? Yes. Should he have finished that fight? Should he have been able to get a submission, get a knockout with all the dominance he had in that fight? Yes. I think that's the thing he's got to work on next, is his ability to finish fights, because you can dominate and you can do all this in light heavyweight. What happens when some of those guys in middleweight or welterweight deny every single takedown you do? Then what happens? Is it then you lose a fight and then we don't see you for 4 months like the other FIFA guys? What happens? Regardless, you give him his props for tonight. Very dominant, very controlled. Would have liked to see a finish, but you can't get everything in life. A decision victory tonight. Lucas gets the job done. His winning streak there extends to 3. And for, I think, Gaston, you got to give props as well to survive like he did in the on the ground there. Like I said, no doubt about it. Probably the toughest wrestler that Lucas has had to face in that division so far. Up next then, Chatterfy against King Savile. Of course, these two know each other. C27, 9 wins, 8 losses, 4 wins in his last 5. King Savile 3-0, looking to continue that streak in the 185 division. He says, I want to beat Chatterfy today, and then I want to be in consideration for maybe a title shot down the line. 4-0 would be an impressive mark to very much do that on. Number 7 against none other than number 13. Can this 3-0 extend, or will Chatterfy have the privilege of saying, I'm the guy that gave you your first loss? We are there. We are over to it. Even though it's a Twitch mobile link, we are there and ready to go. Even Bruce Buffer's excited about this one. Unbelievable.
I've got Nickel, to be honest with you, Grateful.
Now we've got Benji PP, we've got referee and coach Benji PP in the party. Thank you so much as well, Lee, for the resub. Appreciate you, Driscoll, as well, of course, for the sub as well. Appreciate you massively. Here we go then. It is Chatterfy against King Savile. Jacare Souza against Joe Pfeiffer.
Yo, Jacare Souza's fucking 43.
Yes, he's an old man, but he would rip your arms off.
Block and wait for him to strike and then fail.
Of course, if you're not familiar with who's who tonight, Chatterfy, C27 in the blue trunks with Joe Pfeiffer, whereas Jacare Souza, King Savile in the yellow trunks. He is 3-0 for a reason.
Just keep spamming one of them, don't switch it.
And this is interesting. So Benji PP tonight taking the role of coach for one of the fighters here, which is incredibly interesting. He's been on the end of some great coaching in his career, but now wants to give that to the next generation of young fighter coming up. It's a great takedown there.
If you're gonna keep shooting,
lands into back setting.
You've got to hit his body, but you've got to weaken his stamina. Because yours is getting knackered.
And there you go, some more words of wisdom there coming in from the former featherweight contender. He fights tonight. Keep in mind Benji PP and his original opponent Jack 17. Pull out. As you can hear that King Savile almost annoyed at himself, frustrated at himself that he let that position go, but gains it right back. Gets into half guard here.
Oh, nice.
Jacare Souza now goes over into side control.
Don't go for full mount, just roll him into backside. Just take control time.
Oh, but that comes off, goes over now into sprawl. King Savile here tonight very much looking to dominate the exchanges in the ground. You would say it's probably the best advice that you can give him. Joe Pyfer, I run out of words to describe Joe Pyfer's power in the middleweight division, but on the feet, you do not want that guy standing up against you. Big elbow kind of drops on down. Don't forget Jacare Souza as well. So experienced, so old, so dusty that he's got so many submissions from this position. Tries to take the back flat here. That one continuing to be denied. Jacare Souza.
Make sure you move or something.
Continuing to avoid that. And look at that. Flattens him out here. It's a brilliant start.
How has he done? How did he
Chatterfy there, just managing to get over into half guard in the end. This is the thing that I think Benji's going to want to tell King Savile, though, is that, you know, you have to get damage off. This has been a very good round of wrestling from King Savile, but I don't think we've seen, other than one elbow drop down, him do anything in terms of serious damage onto Chatterfy. And the reality is, we have seen Maikinho, we have seen fighters before in this division that have dominated on ground control, 7-8 minutes of control time, and then they lose the fight on decision. You have to add damage into the control. And right now, Chatterfy is doing a brilliant job in terms of protecting himself.
How good is he at subs?
That one there is denied.
I don't know, to be honest.
There's the posture uppers there again. Rains down shots to the body, but that's not going to be anything. Again, a really good display of control wrestling here. There's positive signs, but if I'm in King Savile's corner, you've got to tell him you need to go for damage. You've got to get a sub off. You've got to get some stuns off, some hooks off. You can't just continue to wrestle and hold position. Have to go and get some damage. Have to.
Oh, I didn't even show the stats. I showed round 2. I'm such an idiot.
It's fine. You don't need to show
Round number 2.
I don't know. Everyone does it.
No, you don't need to.
Shoots the takedown.
Because you can see it won the round off it.
Gets that one back up. Well, there you go. The words from Benji PP there is that you've won the round, King Savile. As a flip and bail here from Jacare Souza into top mount.
Nice. Yeah, see. Now he's flipping it. Every single time that you pull.
Posture up is there.
Just like flipping it.
Rains down the strikes here as Joe Pyfer again continued to defend himself brilliantly. It's almost like eerily identical.
Let's get back for my boy Deleter. My boy Solomon Evans.
It's almost identical to what you saw from the last fight with Lucas Chevalier, you know? Doesn't have maybe a lot of boxing in him, but the wrestling is brilliant. Joe Pyfer, though, gets out of that and then stands up. All right, well, now let's see what he can do on the feet. King Savile going for takedowns. And again, it's eerily identical. Gaston was the exact same. On the feet, Gaston was a problem. And you saw that there in that small little flicker with Chatterfy was getting ready to launch some big combos, but then one takedown, and then here we are again. Chatterfy, when he gets up, has to absolutely defend the takedown like his life depends on it. Takes the back flat again. And now, big shots coming in here in back flat. He's got to move here. Does Chatterfy. Tries to go and take the neck here, but back flat there again. Wonderful fake, and now, again, looking to go for the kill shot here as Chatterfy still continuing to hold himself firm. And King Savile's now yelling. Dude, King Savile just let out an absolute roar. He is
phone's going on charge.
He is so upset with himself that he's let that one slip. Thank you so much for the sub as well.
Mate, just
appreciate you.
Sub and like take your time with it. Just let him move.
1 minute and 45 seconds again, and still no signs of any serious damage put onto him by Jacare Souza. There's got to be a sub or something at this point. Has to be. He's going to go for the rear naked choke. That one there is denied.
Now take his back.
I don't know. I'm kind of gay. I think I might be gay.
Take his back.
Congratulations.
Take his back or like.
I don't know. I might be gay, Lucas.
You may well be.
Fuck me.
Rains down the strikes again, but he's not able to do anything here. He's frustrated at himself. He's wanting to kind of rush everything, and when the sub isn't coming off, he's getting frustrated at himself. The thing that I'm concerned at here is not so round 2. I think there was more strikes in round 2 here because of the back mount. However, I think
15
round
seconds,
one,
so just sit out.
you could make the argument that maybe
Bro,
in a
right, listen,
really
if you win on
weird
decision,
universe,
you're a
maybe
I'm a bum if I
Chatify
die.
has won
Nah, chill.
round
You're
one.
bum if you-
I
no,
mean,
you're a bum
it
if
could
you
be
win by
2-0.
decision,
Why do I
Mr.
need
Jack.
It could be
sub
1-1.
Why?
Because you're better than him on the ground, bro. Like he
Fine,
just
I
moves.
guess.
This is the most.
Wait,
Wait, show the thing, show the stat.
This is the most camp argument between a quarter I've ever seen. You're better than him. I guess I am. Oh, I guess. Jesus
I've got
Christ,
4
dude.
minutes control time, bro.
Maybe he's right.
Why
Maybe.
is Chatify replying and switching, mate? He's actually.
King, hell almighty,
He's
man.
such a victim.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
well, that one there. The bail avoided. Maybe Chatify is a little bit annoyed as well. He's been
Down
bailed again. And now here he is in top mount again. I can't tell you the level of crash out there is going to be if King Savile wins this or
Bro,
gets this
bro,
onto a
just like-
decision
Just
and
get
then
a deny
loses
and
on
then 20
decision.
minutes
Could you
off the bench.
imagine?
Just do
The pad
something.
would be out the window.
Yep.
It would. Souza here. Is he going to be able to
Let me know
get
if you fail it.
the submission
Like I've got the
off
left.
the answer?
Oh, bet on it.
Is not looking likely. The hand fighting continues. Ah, no, he's made a move here. And is this going to be
How he's got out of that?
in? No, he's gotten out. Wow. Fair enough.
Oh my god, I let him get up.
Fair enough. Wow. King Savile here
Where you failed then.
has had so much control.
Chill out, man.
He's had so much control, but he's just not done anything with it.
No, Gringo, listen.
I can't lie.
Fucking horrible.
He has not had. He has had. The control time is going to be near 10 plus minutes.
Savile arm triangle in
And
there.
I've
Please,
just
he
noticed that, by the way.
hold his position,
Savile
back up
has
his
got
arm
the
triangle.
most damage
Doesn't matter if you've got
conceded
no
in
kick,
this fight.
arm
He's
triangle in the
busted
face.
open on his eye.
No, man.
Oh,
How
fuck,
is
just
someone with-
sub-counted in there. No,
How is someone with
shit.
10 minutes of control time
Sorry.
walking out of here with a huge
Oh, fuck.
injury? Like, that's crazy. Dude, I think he needs a submission.
Bro, you've been on top the entire fight.
I think he
Your eyes
does.
Fast open.
How's that happen, man? The hell?
Even he's confused. Well, another deny here. 2 minutes as a Darce choke comes in here. Could this finally be the moment that a bit of control happens here? He's got him locked in, and this could finally be the moment.
I've got it,
My
I've got
goodness
it,
me. And it's not going to be a one and done submission at
I
least,
can't
but he's
back
finally,
sub, can I? No.
he's finally,
I mean, no, I think
after
you're allowed to now. I don't know.
kind
I
of
think
10
you're-
minutes
I don't
of
know the rules.
Don't do
10
anything,
minutes plus
don't
of
do anything.
control, he's finally got a submission off. I think if you're Coach Benji PP in the party, you're absolutely muting the mic and doing knee slides in the room there. Finally, your fighter is kind of
Bro, go side control, lock in a Kimura.
used his control. Benji instructing him to go to side control, go for the Kimura, but it's a Darce choke that comes in again. And this could be Chatify in trouble. I think it is. Chatify valiantly put on a performance all the way. And this is going to be it. Game, set, and match. King Savile. I think that was the hardest job ever. I've never seen someone. That's like literally the worst win I've seen because of how much control there was. This is crazy. I mean, this is a great wrestling performance. It's so identical to Lucas Chevalier's performance, where it's so dominant, it's so one-sided. But holy hell, you have really made hard work of that. It's got to be 10 plus minutes of control time. It has to be. It has to be. It was such a one-sided ground fight. I think for Chatify, got to work on the ground defense. 12 minutes and 6 seconds. Dear Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's one of the all-time worst wins I've ever seen in my life. But a win's a win. A win's a win. And eventually, Savile keeps his composure enough to the point where he gets the sub in round 3. Doesn't matter how quick it comes, but I think a lot of us there were looking at that, ripping our fucking eyes out of our head, going, go for the sub, go for a transition, do something. I think he was so timid, so nervous to make a mistake that he didn't really want to concede position. So there you go. Well, on to the next one. Driscoll against Mr. Break Your Jaw up next. 5-16 for Driscoll in this featherweight division. The submission king of this league. Driscoll, of course, with 32 career submissions. Why are the arrows still there? Get that gone. There you go. 32 career submissions. Not what Mr. Break Your Jaw wants to hear. He's 0-1 tonight, but he is a lethal striker trying to find his way in a very tough 145 division. Could this tonight be another loss on the pile for Driscoll, or will it be the first win for Driscoll in the 145 division in what feels like so long? We go over and up to it. Let's see what the picks are going to be tonight. Driscoll is our cameraman in this one. Zabit here tonight for Driscoll in the white trunks, whereas Max Holloway coming out for Mr. Break Your Jaw. Always exciting to see Mr. Break Your Jaw in full flow with Max Holloway. Thank you so much as well for the resub with Sherma. Thank you so much. And also Lewis Bex for the resub as well. Appreciate you massively. There you go. There you go. Well, the banter back and forth is going back. There you go. That's going to be an active Discord tonight between the group. Thank you so much again. Appreciate you. Artem Lobov sounding the train. Anyway, let's give these two the respect they deserve. Driscoll tonight, as we said, in the white trunks, whereas Mr. Breaky Jaw in the blue. It is yin-yang type fight matchup tonight. It is the submission game, the ground game of Driscoll against the stand-up excellence of Mr. Break Your Jaw. But right now, it's Zabit who is looking like he's putting on a clinic here with the hand speed. Driscoll with, I think, under in his career, which is north of 130 fights across 2 UFCs, under 10 knockouts, 10 standing knockouts. As a flying comes in. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you massively. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gringo51 Fedora.
There you go. Thank you very much, man. Welcome back. So tune in tomorrow as well, by the way. So a little bit of a side mention. Tomorrow, a big day for me, for VFL, because we're doing another charity stream for the same charity we've worked with for the last 3 or 4 years. Well, no, 3 years is about accurate. 2-3 years. Games for Love. It's a charity which will be donating to get games, consoles, and video games into hospitals for kids that are undergoing treatment for stuff like cancer or awaiting surgery for serious stuff. So, again, even if FIFA isn't your thing, if football, soccer isn't your thing tomorrow, trading cards not your thing tomorrow, we're doing a draft on FIFA. We'll be doing a box break after that as well. Still, come through, support it. It's a great cause. Like I said, worked with this charity for, 2 or 3 years. We've raised over $5,000 for this charity, which is like for £4,000, something like that. So, again, every little helps, and it's a great cause. So it's a great way to mark the global release of FC26. So that's tomorrow from 5 p.m. onwards. Be there or be square. Big stun here. Oh, double drop here. And Mr. Break Your Jaw may have lived up to his name. And look at this. He's going to try and tap out the submission wizard in Driscoll here tonight. Wow. He could have finished the fight there and then, but he wants a submission. He's crazy in the head. I've got to be honest. And he's going to extend the arm. For I don't know why he's not gone and just pounced and gone for the ground and pound. That is wild. Well, listen, it's taken Driscoll's block down. And for right now, Mr. Break Your Jaw nearly got a jaw-breaking knockout for his first win of his career. He's going to get back up, and here we go again with Max Holloway. Once upon a time, self-described himself in real life as the best boxer in the UFC. Let's see if he can do that virtually here. Driscoll now is shooting for dear life. He does not want to be up there. Former 2-time lightweight champion, I think in UFC 5. I could be wrong. No doubt Driscoll will correct me if it's more. Takes the back hit. I have to wonder, I have to scratch my head and wonder if Mr. Break Your Jaw ends up losing this fight for some reason, he will kick himself. I am convinced it was a double drop. He knocked him out as he was going down. If he jumped on him, knee on belly, I think Holloway would have won the fight. I do. Round 1 in the books. And that there so far is Mr. Break Your Jaw leading. Thank you so much for the sub again. Also, I had people complaining at me. When are the channel rewards going to be fixed? They're fixed now. You can pickle poke, you can drop a shit emoji, you can drop a dumpster fire, you can drop the nuke. The channel rewards for this channel are fixed. So if you had channel points that you wanted to use, then you can finally stop bothering me. They're fixed. It took about 3 hours to fix with a new update and XYZ, but they're fixed, so you're welcome. Takedown immediately shot, takedown immediately declined as he gets back up onto his feet again. Body shot there, comes forward. Flying knee. Wow, oh, wow.
Just grab my ears. Whoa, you fuck my butt.
Listen, the sound alerts were never broken. I'm talking about the other ones. The dumpster fire, the big brain, the pickle poke, all of those were broken. They're fixed. You ain't got to test all the sound alerts, fellas. I know the sound alerts work, all right? It's the other ones I'm talking about. Shoots a takedown there as Zabit there pulls him down. Gets the flip and rotation here, bails, and now has him in what we like to call the ultimate Driscoll position. The mount here gained. Right hand there comes on down. Nothing to see. Patience is so massive now for Mr. Break Your Jaw. He can't rush. Another big deny there by Driscoll, who continues to rain down a couple of strikes here and there. Posture up here from the mount, rains down the big strikes as Zabit finally starting to get his feet under the table in this fight. It's a huge miscalculation, in my opinion, from Holloway to not go for the knee on belly in round one, and he may well be feeling that now. Posture up again is good. Driscoll raining down some big shots here. Holloway there slips underneath the elbow. The one thing that Driscoll's got to be careful of is his stamina is absolutely fried, by the way. Look at the top left of your screen there. Round two, it's going to be way difficult to get submissions off now because of that. You're in such a horrendous position. Reverses that one brilliantly, and Mr. Break Your Jaw gets back to his feet. Claps at him as well, almost kind of sarcastically cheering him on there. He's got taunts, he's got charisma, this boy. Minute 40 left here in round number two. Tries to go for the flying knee, just about whiffs out the way with that one. Left hand goes back down low to the body, shoots the takedown again. Pulls him down. That one there is stopped in its tracks. Big knee to the midsection. Here we go. Oh, and the body drop. Head kick comes up. Driscoll's in trouble. Left hand now drops him. And look at these taunts now. Mr. Break Your Jaw teeing away. And Driscoll's out of there. Mr. Break Your Jaw. He could have got it done in round one. He gets it in round two. He was cautious. He was concerned about his placement in this division. He said to me, I don't know if 145 is the place for me. I said, yes, it is. I saw glimpses of it, and he showed it here tonight. Great ability to be patient on the ground with Driscoll, one of the best submission minds in VFL. But tonight, again, it was Driscoll's stand-up that effectively let him down. The featherweight division finally has Mr. Break Your Jaw off the mark, 1-1, and Driscoll's run in this featherweight division in terms of losses continues. He could be the next kind of guy that you're saying is too good for lightweight, but maybe not good enough for featherweight. I don't know. Something's got to change in Driscoll's game plan there, or Driscoll's style. It's loss after loss after loss after loss. And we know he's a great fighter. Said he won the lightweight belt as of recent, last month, 2 months ago, in a very dominant style. This kid's not a bad fighter. But Mr. Break Your Jaw today was just phenomenal on the feet. Performance of the night for me, for Mr. Break Your Jaw so far. Will he hang on to it? I don't know. But yeah, I think he needed that one, especially when he was maybe low on confidence coming into the card this week. Around two, TKO here tonight. Max Holloway gets it done. So congratulations to you. 1-1. I told you you could fight in that division. Trust me, I've seen enough fights since 2022 to know who can sink and swim in these hard divisions, man. You're always going to be fine. Up next, let me keep this one going. Kieran Crow against Primes. Kieran Crow says, listen, I want one more Xbox fight before I make a little transition back to PlayStation and fight for the championship gold. Tonight, 14 wins, 1 draw, 18 losses for Kieran Crow. A 4-fight losing streak for the former BMF champion and PlayStation champion. He goes up against the talented German, the 1-1 Primes. 1 win, 1 loss since he's made that move from featherweight to bantamweight. Today makes his return after 3 weeks out and looks to take on a veteran with north of 30 fights. 2 incredible strikers. Primes may opt to wrestle, but if he does, Kieran Crow will not be afraid of that. He showed in his PlayStation stint that he is very, very capable to wrestle with the best of them as well. We're there, we're set and ready to go. Kieran Crow live for this one. Germany against England. It's a repeat of 1945. Wow. Incredible. Murabdabashvili here tonight against Umar Nurmagomedov. Thank you as well during that fight to Zach Sterry for the resub, and also Glebs for the sub with Prime. Welcome, first time subber, thank you. And also J.O. Salmon, his resub with Prime also. There you go. There you go. All right. We're here, we're set, and we're ready to go. Murabdabashvili tonight in the white trunks. For none other than the none other than the English sensation, Kieran Crow. The German sensation coming in with the black trunks with Umar Nurmagomedov. One of the best featherweights or performances in the featherweight division I have seen all year long from Primes when he was in there. Completely ran through the division, elevated his game to a whole different dimension than what he was in the lightweight division. And now, you know, I think deservedly so in that kind of top tier, in that elite conversation. Very early into his bantamweight and flyweight career, obviously. Got to be hoping that it's not a short stint, as the camera angle there was definitely giving both of those two trouble. It was always inverted because it was behind them. And as we said, you know, tonight, if wrestling was going to come out, Kieran Crow was not going to be phased. He was going to put the wrestling on the shelf and show people that he is a multi-faceted fighter. He is a multi-dimensional fighter. And I think, honestly, for what he wants to do, going back over to PlayStation and fighting, whimpering Ian for that PlayStation gold, he needs to show a performance that's got a little bit of everything. A little bit of boxing, a little bit of wrestling. He's got to have that here tonight. So I think it's a great tune-up fight, if you want to call it that. Takes back down here. There's Kieran Crow just looking to bide his time. And now postures up and rains down some strikes here. Goes back up and goes back down. Huge shots again. And you can see here right now, Primes was struggling there as to what to do. Big shots coming again from Marabdashvili, raining down. The big strike slips underneath, though, does Primes. Kieran Crow right now is having a wonderful performance. This is the most dominant, the best start in terms of wrestling I've seen from Crow maybe ever. Even when he was wrestling on PlayStation, it wasn't this this confident, I think is a good word to use. Rains down the strikes, goes, crosses over onto the top mount. Not to be, though. Now goes back into full guard. Works the body shots again. Tries to find a way to get this one up and over. I think if you're Kieran Crow, you're happy enough to sit in this position and just wait. Primes is not able to get any sort of movement. And this is what I'm talking about. You got maybe someone like King Savile watching this fight here. This is what we were talking about when we talk about maximizing control time with action. Right now, there is no doubts about it. Incredible amounts of control time for Kieran, but also incredible amounts of damage. It's a very, very active wrestling performance, and there's no risk of the judges even looking at this and saying, well, Umar didn't really get hit with anything. Right now, Primes is lost, bro. He is in the middle of the ocean, alone, nothing to eat, nothing to drink. He's just floating around in the middle of nowhere, lost. Round one in the books. It's Kieran Crow, round and a half. Look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. One significant strike landed in the entire 5 minutes there from Primes. That is one of the best starts I've ever seen from Kieran Crow, and probably one of the slowest and probably one of the worst starts I've seen from such a great and talented fighter like Primes. Stuff to do. The good news is for Primes, hasn't taken any significant damage, but has been dominated in that ground exchange. Got to make more use of Umar Nurmagomedov here. Big shots here from Marabdashvili. Is now, oh, now here comes Primes. Wonderful footwork there, and a kind of counter-up strike or follow-up strike was nice. Avoids that one, goes back down low to the body. Left hand now opens up Primes. Big uppercuts now raining in from both of them. I think Primes is just saying, fuck it, we're going to go. We're going to go aggressive. We're going to try and bait Kieran Crow into some sort of boxing frenzy here and see if we can maybe clip him on a counter shot, or maybe not, trips him. Maybe wanted to do that just to get a little bit of a pause in the sequence here. Body shot again, continues to go down low. 1-2's up there. 340 left in this one. Drops the shoulder, left hand, right hand is good, but spin kick misses and takes him down over into half guard. Kieran Crow now very much back in the same position which he found himself for, I think, 85-90% of round one. No doubt someone like Webo today going to have a tear in the eye looking at this and saying, wow, my son, who I put through his paces a couple of weeks ago, has grown up and wants to be just like his father, Webo, Webbington Sr. Unbelievable. Posture up there. Rains down the strikes as Marabdashvili going for an armbar here. It's fantastic IQ. It's world-class IQ. As Primes here, he's going to have his arm taken. It's the first of maybe 4 that he needs. And the stats being checked. Kieran Crow looking very, very good here tonight. He gets back up to his feet, though. Does Primes shoots for the ankle pick immediately. Swing and a miss on the head kick, and there's the spear. Bill Goldberg, edge, all the above. They're going to be loving that one. Great shot on the spear takedown. Drags him back down and in into backside. Darce choke there was being looked for. Absolutely not going to happen. Flips him forward into full guards. Shots here to the midsection again. Continues to work the body here. Right side, nothing. Goes over to the left-hand side. You're trying to go up and over. The answer is no. Goes into top mount here. Rains down the big strikes. Elbow there just clatters on down, but not going to be seeing too much there. Back over into backside we go. And Primes, thankfully, up and surviving this round. Well, I don't know what Primes is going to need to tell himself, but he's going to need to really, really dig deep here. There's no doubts about it. Primes needs, in my opinion, a finish in this third round, or Kieran Crow is going to walk away with a flawless victory tonight. Said the German, very much feeling what it means to be a former Bantamweight, a former BMF champion, a former PlayStation champion. Kieran Crow 2 rounds up. Primes in the black trunks here, needing, I don't want to say miracle, I feel miracles would be too strong, but needing a large bit of dominance in this round. Absolutely. Kieran Crow just going to need to work that straight, that right straight. Slicing open. The German shoots the takedown there, gets the takedown, and right back into half guard we go again. Works the body shots it. GA being built more and more. That one there down into full guard, and now Kieran Crow progressing, gets over into the half guard position once again. That one there is denied. Works the body. Crawls over now into top mounts. Little taps to the head hit. Posture up is there. Rains down some big heavy strikes. Kieran Crow maybe looking for the finish, but arm triangle there attempted. That one just ignored by Primes. Completely stifles him again. The posture up. Another elbow comes in, but slips out the way. There's a lot of wrestling on the card tonight, I'll be honest, said. I mean, the thing is that there's only been maybe one or two of the fights where the wrestling was very, very, I don't want to say boring, but more timid, anxious. You know, two wrestlers, I think King Savile and Lucas Chevalier, that were just not able to be brave, but were able to be so dominant where they can get the decision. This has been the most active wrestling that we've seen tonight. This is the kind of wrestling that I can get behind and watch for the entire card. It's Habib-esque. You're all over him. You're dominant. You're getting the strikes in. You're consistently kind of moving and working. And Primes, like I said in round one, he is lost out there. He is lost. He doesn't know how to cope here. And one of the, as I said, and I stand by, one of the most dominant featherweights that I've seen this calendar year of 2025 in Primes. Right now, being made to look like a rookie. That's just how you got to say it. Oh, flying knee! Oh, God! Kieran Crow. Oh, I'll tell you, his life flashed before his eyes there. Wow. Well, everyone just got a little bit closer to their laptop, to their monitor here. Head kick, Jesus Christ almighty. Kieran Crow, what's he doing? Surely he just kind of walks backwards and just takes the decision at this point. This would be one of the most heartbreaking losses in his life, should he lose this one. Big counter strike comes in there. Elbow down from Primes. Right hand being worked again. Left hand swinging at him like a baseball bat. And this one is going to go the distance. Drops him at the end. Kieran Crow surviving a very, very big scare there at the end. That flying knee was a flash. Kieran Crow may have crashed out into oblivion. Tonight, though, listen, very dominant, very convincing, and that is the type of performance that I think Kieran Crow would want to go into the PlayStation title fight with behind him. Huge victory tonight for Kieran Crow. For Primes, no doubt frustrating, annoying, but, you know, that's that division for you. That division is filled with fantastic grapplers. That's something that maybe he will only go on to emulate and improve on himself as well. Congratulations to him. Kieran Crow gets it done by decision. Thank you so much as well. Swaggy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. We're about not even halfway, about like a quarter of the way through the prelim card. We're going to be here all the way until 7 p.m. Eastern. We kicked off at like, what time is that? 2 p.m. Eastern? Yeah, so 2 till 7 every Thursday. That's where we're at. All right, next fight, Adam Toy against Moby. Back over, of course, into this heavyweight division. It's always fun because these guys just windmill at each other. That's the kind of violence I like to see. Adam Toy 4-1, a free fight win streak. Moby, of course, 3-1. Had that title opportunity, lost it, bounced back, and now very much looks to kind of overtake Adam Toy further in the top 10. 4-1 kickboxer against a 3-1 balanced fighter. Moby in UFC 4 was more known for his submissions than anything. See if maybe that comes out and comes back to the forefront this evening. Who's going to be our cameraman, Adam Toy or Moby? Adam Toy is the answer. We are there. We are set, and we are ready for this one here tonight. Unless Moby, the old man, has fallen asleep. Hopefully, not the case. Check my DMs quickly while we load up. Joshy saying, I'm going to retire. If Joshy retires, dude, I swear to you, on this green earth, by the way, he won't play the FIFA side of it, because I had this conversation with him. It's so annoying. Guy is like typical FIFA player. Loses one fight, and he wants to give up, wants to quit. So, reminder of what I've said to you, by the way. All right, are we in? Are we ready? Whenever you're ready, fellas. I can hear it in the background. All right, we're good. We're lobbied up. Fantastic. All right. The prelims roll on. Derek Lewis against Sergey Pavlovich. It's big, meaty men slapping meat. Oh, yes. All right. Dude, everyone's volume is so different. I've got to kind of consistently fine-tune this. All right, here we go then. Derek Lewis. Sergey Pavlovich. The motherland of Russia against a man whose balls are permanently hot. Moby, of course, in the blue trunks today. Adam Toy in the red. Two, I think, very, very good heavyweights. This is the... Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, Moby showing us that 99 punch power of Derek Lewis very quickly. And Adam Toy could have been out of there instantly. Welcome to the heavyweight division of VFL. CTE is all over the place here. I mean, look at this. From a near knockout to nearly a one-and-done submission from Sergey Pavlovich. I can't think of an even fairer way to describe how the heavyweight division flows here. Big shots raining in. Moby could have been done there in an instant. Moby, of course, in the blue trunks. Adam Toy in the red trunks. If you're unfamiliar with who is who. Goes over now over into side control. As this one here in half guard. Just being worked. Goes back over into top mount here. That one being just avoided. And I think he wants the submissions tonight. Of course, Moby coming back after a long spell away in UFC 4. He was a middleweight champion back then, and he was known for submissions, but today he has been submitted. Moby could have won the fight instantly tonight in this beginner division, in this heavyweight division. Adam Toy makes it very, very easy. He survived a huge scare in the opening kind of 5-10 seconds of the round, and then doubles that up with two brilliant arm bars that sees Moby go to 3-2. And for Adam Toy, 5-1 now. How much longer can he stay in this division? How much longer can he stay in this division and not win the golds? Maybe time's running out for him. Round one submission here tonight. Adam Toy gets it done. Brilliant and lightning fast from Adam Toy. And that's an easy day at the office for him. Congratulations to him. Commiserations, of course, to Moby. I'm still not kind of like sold on a knockout of the night or a submission of the night. We've had a couple of submissions, but they've all been very, you know what I mean? Knockouts, you know, it's not really anything that stands out to me. If Prime's got that flying knee on Kieran Crow, but it would have been knockout of the year, I'll be honest. Still a lot TV making its return then against Morgs. It is America against Wales in this one. Of course, Cell-A-Lot TV has had, what, 3-4 stints in this league now across the... When did he make his debut? I feel like I've known Cell-A-Lot TV for about 4,000 years. The last time we saw Cell-A-Lot TV was Not too long ago. VFL 186, so 20 weeks ago. Lost to Lee 66, who is now, you know, a former, or the current, and the two-time lightweight champion. That was on the 8th of May. Cellalot's first fight, VFL 87, back on UFC 4. So made his debut on the 20th of July, 2023. So over 2 years ago. Again, how long we get Cellalot TV for, no one knows. He's got a, how do you word this without upsetting Cellalot TV? A very explosive mentality. One day he's awesome and he's absolutely up for it. The next day he just sleuths out the Discord. You never know. And then we see him in 20 weeks. It's like his third or fourth stint. Always happy to have him. 5-3 tonight is the West Coast American coming in with a balanced style. Again, how are we going to see a change in style? When we last saw Cellalot TV, was working on his wrestling, was working on his grappling, but also had that entertaining striking style. Morgs, of course, tonight, I mean, he prides himself. Morgs calls himself, with pride, badge on his chest, the most boring wrestler in the league. He says, I will make you fall asleep in the fight. That's how controlling and boring I will be. So 5 wins, 1 draw, 6 losses for Morgs, coming off of a win. For Cellalot TV, 5 wins, 3 losses. His first fight in 20 weeks since the summer. Let's see who gets this one done in the lightweight division. Let's go and see where we're going with this one. Morgs is our cameraman here tonight. Wales against, I don't know what part of the US. I feel like I want to say he's Vegas, but I always confuse Cellalot TV with Pappy, because I know Pappy's in Vegas as well. It's a difficult one. I can't remember what order you live. The most stalker thing you've ever heard, but there you go. Paddy Pimblett and Chase Hooper. All right. You can already see the pings climbing. Welcome to UK versus West Coast America. Oh, yes. All right. Well, fellas, whenever you're ready, you can lobby up, or not lobby up, ready up. I can hear it in the background. Just checking my DMs here. Ask Batty, not sure on abilities. Yeah, someone's asking about Madden abilities. Jesus, that's a question. All right, here we go then. We're in the Performance Center. Thank God. It's a reduced crowd to fall asleep to Morgs' wrestling. In the blue trunks, in the orange trunks, excuse me. Paddy Pimblett today for Cellalot TV. Morgs coming in with Chase Hooper in the black. Chase Hooper, of course, has been the more active fighter. Morgs has been effectively fighting consistently, intermittently every other week. Cellalot TV, has he maybe got a little bit of rust on him? Does he not? I took the precaution of putting him into lightweight rather than featherweight purely because, again, I think with Cellalot, this is a guy that comes in and will put so much, I think, effort and energy into UFC and then probably burn himself out, take a break, and then you never know what kind of level he's going to return at. But if it's anything like we saw back when he was fighting in the summer, he could maybe breeze through this lightweight division in record time. It feels like a tune-up kind of period for him, see where he's at, see where he feels he's at in terms of his ability, and then maybe kind of make the question of featherweight, bantamweight, flyweight after a couple of fights. For Morgs, listen, a wrestler at heart, if there was anything he would love to see tonight, it would be that Cellalot TV is opting to try and wrestle him as well. So who's wrestling, who's grappling, who's control, who's jiu-jitsu is more superior is the ultimate question. Elbows there coming off as Paddy Pimblett here now being put into rubber guard. There's a big elbow there, crunches on down, but Cellalot TV breaks on through. Trying to go here with the little taps to the dome. Posture up is there, gets back onto his feet. Paddy Pimblett now works the body. Uppercut there. Swings. Oh, the elbow. That's the thing as well. Chase Hooper, you know, taller, longer, lengthier. Someone that can absolutely get that kind of distance management flowing in a fight. Work a couple of pull elbows, and before you know it, bing, bang, boom. You know, you've got the victory. Shoots the takedown, and from Cellalot TV, wonderful takedown. Wonderful shot. Morgs hit right back to where he was before on the ground. Hoping for maybe a little bit of mercy from either Herb Dean to stand him up, or maybe a little bit of mercy from Cellalot TV to just change his mind about taking the fight down here. Big strikes coming in, works the body. That one they're pulled back in. Elbows there being worked again. Left hand side takes him into Rubber guard. Gets that flipping rotation. Yes, he does. Here we go. Keeps him there in. Half guards. Works the body once more. Pulls him in. Denies that one. Goes for the armbar. Okay. Now, can Sell-A-Lot TV with 7 seconds maybe secure this one? The answer is yes, he can. Wow. So there you go. It was a real kind of 50-50. When time's running out like that, you've either got to kind of gamble or just stay secure. Sell-A-Lot TV gambles and gets the armbar off, reduces that submission bar by 50%. It's a great start from Sell-A-Lot TV. Doesn't look like he's lost a step in that wrestling, which he was, again, as I said, beginning to build up and beginning to fine-tune in those earlier fights back in the first half of 2025. Well, for Morgs, needs to kind of shake that one off, forget that round happened, and I think quickly answer, because I tell you, he can't take 2 or 3 rounds like that. No way. Right now, I think that's the way you can kind of describe it. Morgs has been morgsed. That's the only way. Not a lot of striking on the ground. It's just a lot of control, a lot of position control. Submission attempt gets good. It's what Morgs does to people, you know. He's just been morgsed. Has now look working for the block here. Paddy Pimblett, wow! Shoots the takedown to Morgs, and that could be it here. Morgs in big trouble. And this one here tonight is all over. Sell-A-Lot TV returns after 4 months out. And gets a huge victory against the self-described most boring wrestler in the land. Maybe Sell-A-Lot TV tonight will say, that's how you wrestle. That's how you get it done in quick succession. For Morgs, again, you maybe fall back to that position and say, could he have done a little bit better on the ground? Did the ping impact him? But even so, should Morgs have done better on the feet? We've always said this. You talk about maybe Morgs and Rossi and those kind of guys, T. Stocky a little, you know, here and there, everywhere. Wrestlers that maybe don't have that kind of explosive boxing. They don't have a plan B. There's some wrestlers in that lightweight division, Morgs is one of them, where if the ground game gets taken away or he gets dominated or he can't take someone down, there's no plan B. So, again, for Morgs, I think there'll definitely be a respect there, because said the way that Morgs got beat is the way that Morgs beats people. I think no doubt he'll look at that one tonight and say, yeah, you know, fair enough. Got me with my own game. So, fair play. Welcome back to Sell-A-Lot TV. A huge victory to kickstart his 719th appearance in the Octagon. Congratulations. Daichi against FF Smithy. Up next, Daichi, of course, coming into this one. 1 win, 5 losses, and a 4-fight losing streak in the featherweight division. Smithy, of course, former middleweight champion of the world. 0-0, the Scotsman. And a first opportunity for him tonight to use the light fighters. For Smithy, it is the highest weight class he has been in since his debut back in UFC 4. An opportunity, of course, tonight to take on someone explosive like Daichi. But yeah, I think it's an interesting fight because Smithy has become so much more confident now in his wrestling. That middleweight spell absolutely made him believe that he's competent and confident enough to wrestle. Daichi, though, on his day, has good takedown defense. Daichi, on his day, has the ability to light you on fire, just like Tomaselli used to do back in the day. So we are there, and we are set to see it. Diego Lopez against Jose Aldo. Daichi, of course, the taller of the two in yellow, whereas Smithy, of course, the smaller of the two in yellow. No, goes to Volkanovski. All right, then. Flips to Volkanovski. So, pocket presence, going to be a serious factor of this one. How quickly can Daichi secure the takedown? How quickly can Smithy get inside and work those fast yet powerful hands of Volkanovski in green? A huge one indeed, no doubt, especially because of the huge jump in divisions from middleweight to featherweight. You've gone through maybe 2 of the biggest building block divisions that you can maybe experience as an up-and-coming fighter. Well, he's not happy that. He's not happy as Smithy already calling him out for takedown bailing. Welcome to the 145 division where the Goths and G Fuel sniffers reside. It only gets worse in bantamweight flyweight. Rumor has it that the featherweight division get their G Fuel supply from The elderly and veteranized Webbo, eh? Incredible. Big shots here coming inside already. Volkanovski looking to try and go high and low. Said level changing is quite an important factor. I think when you've got Volkanovski, you've got to try and light multiple body parts on fire. I like it. I'm a big fan of it. I think the one thing, though, that's so difficult in this kind of type of fight is just the size difference. You can see Volkanovski needs a step ladder to kind of reach up to the forehead of Daichi's Diego Lopez. So one of those tonight where you've got, I think Smithy's doing the right thing. He's got to just consistently walk him down and just not let that distance establish. I think if you can do that and you can get the first bit of damage, you then inflict a little bit of fear and a little bit of kind of urgency. And he has indeed done that. Gets the split open there on Daichi. Daichi now has to make a decision of what he wants to do. Is he going to keep striking or is he going to kind of retreat again? And they're sitting in the pocket now and just brawling. And you can see damage now appearing on Smithy's face. This could turn into an all-out brawl where they just kind of sit there and say, what's blocking? And they just swing. They swing in the pocket. And I think if they do that, there's only one winner, and that's Volkanovski. Left and right side, uppercut goes in as the overhand swings in. Right hand there comes up as Diego Lopez once again just trying to find that extended range. Good shots here as Smithy now, eats a big one, goes low, and look at this now. Here comes the speed of Lopez. Smithy using his head movement. I would have just retreated there, but fair enough. Avoids that one. Smithy now just continually trying to find his way back inside to the close quarters area of Lopez. Gets clinched up, though. Shoots the takedown. That one denied. Brilliant from Smithy. 40 seconds left of round one. You maybe wonder if Smithy's happy enough to let this one kind of fizzle out into the second round here. It wouldn't surprise me if so. Gets over now into side control. Elbows there coming in. That one there is denied, though, but it's going to go to round number 2. So no need for Smithy to be too upset with that one.
Mind games.
As that one will seal the deal. No idea who's won that round, so it was a very kind of close one in terms of how they were kind of competing against one another. Come down to significant strikes, perhaps, but there you go. The respect is there mutually from both sides. And again, if they sit in this pocket and they continue to strike like that, I just feel like eventually Volkanovski's going to get that rub of the green. I think so. So a good start from both of them. Confidence of the former middleweight champion there, and the experience of Daichi, despite being on a 4-fight losing streak, evident. Round number 2, up and underway. Elbows are coming in immediately from inside the clinch. Tries to go for the ankle pick, but... And there you go. Slams him down again. And Smithy is getting more and more agitated by the minute here. Elbow there comes in. Swings onto the body here again. As Smithy now has to find a way to get from up and underneath him. And this is the exact thing. Again, it's sort of, we talked about Morgs being Morgsed in the last fight. Smithy's being Smithied right now. This is what Smithy was doing to people in the middleweight division when he was kind of going for the title, when he was the champion for that brief period. He was getting people down to the ground and he was chimiving the living Christ out of them. This is exactly what Smithy can expect here. People can do the same to you in the 145 division as I think, over-aggression there as Smithy just manages to put him in a backwards position. I think the aim from Smithy here should be to get up as fast as possible. I don't know why he wanted to kind of swing down with strikes from Volkanovski. I think he absolutely should have just kind of got the flip, got the rotation, and postured back up. Elbows, they're coming back in now. And the concern is not the ground and pound of Daichi. It's going to be the submission shots or the submission attempts of Daichi here. Or if he even goes for them. Big shots coming in again. Still no sign of an arm bar, of no sort of arm triangle yet. But look at that head health at the top right there. Smithy is starting to no doubt feel it. Gives up his back now. Tries to take the rear naked choke. And now it's a case of how good are your denies from back sitting into rear naked. This is no doubt a difficult one. Smithy here going to be locked up though, and Daichi locking the first one in. Nate takes half of the submission bar down of Volkanovski and the submission brilliance of Daichi, which we saw. You know, we saw this kind of submission brilliance back in that kind of lightweight division when he was in there months ago, coming right back to the forefront. Posture up, that one there is denied. And that, again, into half guard, gets that flip and rotation. Now over into half guard, and then gets, or side control, and then gets back to his feet. And again, Smithy, gets clipped, and here comes Diego Lopez, and that's all over, just like that. Gets that one done and dusted. He slams his pad down, calls the opponent weird, and no doubt his head has sailed into the next never region. For Daichi, I think he's fought that one perfectly. I think, listen, you know, it's always frustrating because I think when you're a former champion and you're on a huge win streak like Smithy was in middleweight, you know, eventually you're going to get pissed off when you lose. But listen, you know, was it a punishment fight? Kind of. Can't fall asleep and can't miss title fights as a champion. Everyone knows that. Got promoted 3 divisions. Would he have ever been in featherweight if he didn't sleep during that fight? No. But that's... I can't really sit there and see Smithy's point about how Daichi was weird. Because again, in my opinion, just like Morgs got Morgs, Smithy got Smithied, you know? The only difference is that there was a submission mixed in there. We've seen Smithy do that to people. We've seen Smithy get them into top mount, deny them in top mount, rain down the strikes in top mount, just bully and butcher people in top mount. And effectively, that's what Daichi did in round number 2. So, yeah, I don't look at this and say, well, did Daichi fight in a weird manner? No, I just think it's frustration from Smithy. I think Smithy is just coming off of being a champion into the lines, then of the featherweight division. It's always going to be annoying, but I think Daichi did a wonderful job there. I did. Thank you so much as well, Cabbage, for 115 bits. Top tier. Thank you so much. There you go. Right, on to the next one. Here we go. What's this as well? Kieran Crow was saying someone else. I was hunting submissions and mount finishes the whole fight, says Kieran. Well, I didn't even see. I didn't feel like you were hunting mount finishes. It didn't feel that way. If you were doing that, then I mean, fair enough. You know, fair enough. Next up, of course, Boz telling me that Crod, him and Crod are going to be a little bit delayed because he's just getting home and there's traffic. So if Benji and SC17 are up to go early, we can do it. We can do it. If not, then anyone above. If anyone wants to go early, then we can. Like I said, he is here. We know Boz is here. He's just stuck in traffic. Benji and SC, Charlie and Gillum, Chubb and Benji, Harold and Hager. Whoever wants to go early, you want to get out of here nice and quickly, toss me a link and we will get moving. We absolutely will. We absolutely will. Bum. Sorry, I just got a bunch of DMs about FIFA stuff as well. FIFA team picks, blah, 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 blah. You need a replacement tonight? I'm around. Matty, good to hear. How's the Madden stuff going? And I thought you were playing Law Balls earlier on, maybe, I think. I'm unsure. But, yeah. Glad to have you. Like I said, we needed someone at the Patriots that wasn't going to fucking sulk it after a loss, you know? Absolutely. Yesterday we won. That is smashing, that is. What, you played Law Balls yesterday? What was the score? Was it Law Balls or someone else? Or was it Lucky? I forget. Thank you for the show and Stella lot. Welcome back. Hopefully, we get you for a few weeks rather than just a couple. The thing with it is that UFC is in such a period now where people are just itching for new information on the new one. I think at this point, Mike Straw, the guy that kind of released or leaked last year that UFC 6 was in production or whatever, is looking like a bit of a fraud. I think UFC 6 is in production. I think they've hit a delay, but I think the fact that Mike Straw hasn't said anything is very telling. It wouldn't surprise me if they go back, because again, if any of you old timers remember, UFC games used to come out in like February. Wouldn't shock me if they end up releasing UFC 6 in February. It wouldn't shock me if they just release UFC 6 next winter and they do it every 3 years. I don't know. Only time will tell. The reality is, you know, we're here every week. We give you guys the ability to kind of still enjoy UFC 5. And again, you know, once a week. Can't knock that, can you? You can knock that. There you go. Well, I'm glad to have you back, Celt. I'm glad to have you back. We got any links here, fellas? Anything at all? Anything at all to go early? I would be down. Just walking for the door now. Make traffic cleared up. Just adding him, then we will lobby. Hey, take your time. Take your time, you know? If we do one fight before yours, that's fantastic. Gives you a little bit of time to just chill out as well. Gilliam in the house. Indeed. Lucky 4224. Lucky's a good egg. He is. Lucky's a good egg. We do like a bit of Lucky 13 over here. All right, we're up and ready to go then. SC17 and Benji, they're so keen. They both put their link in at the same time. So we'll go with Benji as our cameraman. Benji, of course, tonight coming into this one in the heavyweight division. 9 wins, 8 losses, 2 wins in his last 5. SC17 absolutely dreaming of a title opportunity. He's 2-1 on a 2-fight win streak. Looking tonight to make it 3-1 at the expense of one of the big 3. Can Benji get it over the line, or does SC17 show that he is the future of this division? We are there, we are set, and we are ready to go. Benji is our cameraman here this evening as we march on to the kind of final quarter of our prelim card tonight. And again, big thank you to all of you tonight. How nice is it to do a card for the first hour and 40 minutes and nobody is being a fucking idiot? Wow. Have I woken up in a utopia? Where am I? This is fantastic. Unbelievable. Sergey Pavlovich and Derek Lewis ready to go for us in this one tonight. Fellas, you can ready up whenever. We are here and we are set. Despite this being 480p, squint your eyes if the quality isn't too clear. Here we go then. Pav against Lou. Lou against Pav. We've seen this once before already today. Nearly saw Derek Lewis get a quick time knockout. Are we going to see the same again here? Best of luck to both of you. SC17, the one that is, the man that is looking to make it 3 wins in a row. He's dangerous on the feet. Will he be dangerous here tonight? Red trunks tonight for Pavlovich, for none other than it's Benji. The veteran SC17, on the other hand, is in the blue trunks with Derek Lewis, 99 power, for a goddamn reason. Absolutely. Of course, the one thing that you've got to remember in this fight is Pavlovich, if he can get you to the ground, has got a couple of TKO victories when in that top mount position. You talk about fighters that, oh my goodness me, and exactly nearly similar, identical to how we saw Derek Lewis get a victory or near victory in the fight earlier on tonight. We nearly see it again. Benji there, I think, was very unaware of just how hard Derek Lewis hits. You cannot take open, uncontested shots like that from the beast. Absolutely not. Lefts and rights there coming forward again. Derek Lewis eats one there to the chops this time. Goes back down low to the body. As the body uppercut there comes in nicely and smoothly. Uppercut there is just out of reach, however. And already you can see... you see what I mean, though? This is the difference between heavyweight and the other divisions. This isn't me ragging on the heavyweights, but you can see it. SC17 gets that beautiful timing, that beautiful spot, that beautiful knockdown. And ever since, he's been very timid, very hesitant, not wanting to kind of push the gas forward. What you see in the middleweight division, the welterweight division, when those guys smell blood in the water, they go for it. And Pavlovich here is absolutely going for it. Body rock here. And Jesus Christ knocks him against the cage. And SC17 is in huge trouble. He didn't pounce on the opportunity earlier on in the round, and now he's paying the price. That's huge. Big shots coming in. Sergey Pavlovich into half guard. And I'll tell you something, how the fortunes in both of the fights tonight where we've seen Pavlovich and Derek Lewis have swung. In the first 45 in-game seconds of this fight, we nearly saw Derek Lewis win this one. And now look at it. A flip and rotation. And it's Benji is looking like a real threat here to the win streak of SC17. Elbow drops on down. Looks to go for the get-up, and he does. A minute remaining. Oh, my goodness me. A big left hand from Sergey Pavlovich comes forward again. 60 in-game seconds. SC17 is petrified of the takedown. Look at him. His hands are going up and down. He is very... Oh, and the pull elbow is absolutely wonderful from Benji. Teep kick sends him backwards. Benji not going to pounce on it either, but is very much so going to take the scorecards in this first round. Left hand continues to land with devastating impact. 15 seconds remaining. And SC17 is going to need a little bit of a change of pace. A little bit of confidence. Look at him just walking backwards here as an uppercut comes in at the end of the round. He's got to build on that. He's got to be more forward thinking. He can't be timid. You've got to remember Derek Lewis has some of the highest, if not the highest power in the game as a heavyweight. You have to believe in that power. You cannot take the start of this fight slow and timid and walking backwards and blocking and hoping. You've got to just go for it, I think. I think if you both go for it, whoever makes the worst defensive adjustment is going to get knocked out quick time here. Second round up and underway. And I think it's one slugfest away from being over. Big body shot followed by an uppercut that's blocked up here. Right hand comes in. Pavlovich there with a big straight down the center. Teep kick sends him backwards. 1-2s. There's SC17 trying to find a way to shimmy out and back to the center. He goes. It's an intriguing fight between two heavyweights. Works off the jab straight again. Avoids that one. That's a beautiful pull uppercut there. Works the bodies, drops him. And this has got to be it here. SC17 took his time and eventually he is nearly rewarded. The fight not over yet, but Benji is in super amounts of trouble. Launches back in and this one is not over. One strike away was SC17. Pulls him in and an armbar here now is secured. The way that this fight, like a pendulum, is swinging back and forth is incredible. And it's a sloppy miss there from Benji. He could have got the sub. He's going to get another bite the cherry here. SC17 has got to try and make sure he can survive it. This one being extended and the arm is not going to be taken. I have no idea why Benji waited and waited. Benji, I think, the only thing I can think of here is Benji was looking at his stamina because he made the move and put the submission in when his stamina was down. I think he was looking at the wrong stamina bar there. I think he could have instantly got him. That's a huge mistake. Two huge mistakes from the boxer here. 2 minutes remaining of round two. And SC17 now holds all the chips. I think SC17's just got to get up. I think he's just got to stand up here and get back to his feet. The longer this stays on the ground, the more threatening it gets. And there he goes, back to his 2 feet before being ripped on down again. I think if Benji can get a submission off here before round 3, this would be absolutely superb. Goes for his third armbar. That one there, though, that time not being transitioned into quick enough. Full guard, pulls him back in. Tries to go for an armbar, gets the armbar. Is this going to be the lucky third time that he's going to get this one off? The answer is no. Denies the wrong way. He is very slippery in those submission attempts. A 4th armbar. Could it finally be? Extends it and hallelujah. If there is a corner for It's Benji, they're doing cartwheels and backflips in the back. Finally they'll shout. As a big shot here could seal the deal. The mount here again. Benji looking to finish here at the end of round number 2. 13 seconds. Going for an armbar. SC17. 7 seconds. He's got to hang on. Is this going to be locked in? The answer is yes. And that one is all over. He taps him. There'll be some controversy. The horn went before the tap, but it's a tap nevertheless. And SC17, who I think was trying to wait the fight out or wait the round out, has been punished for it. His 2-fight win streak gone, and for It's Benji, he has put this division right on its head. SC17 was supposed to be the next man up. He now no longer is. The veteran in this division gets what I think is his 10th win in his heavyweight career, and probably one of the most well-rounded. Good boxing, good submissions. Well, I say good submissions lightly. I love you, Benji, but what the fuck were those first 3 arm bars? I don't know, but hey, gets it done, and all that matters tonight is the victory. Gets it in round number 2, a buzzer beater for Benji. He has flipped that division right on its head. Congratulations, one of the rare submission victories from Benji tonight. And he will take that every day of the week, won't he? Congratulations. Huge victory indeed. Back to our original scheduling then. And it's going to be Buzz Season against Crod here. Buzz Season tonight, 5 wins, 9 losses. He says, I only do well and only win 1 on stream. 1 win in his last 5. For Crod, on the other side of things, 2-2, looking to fight upwards tonight and make it a 2-fight win streak, the first of his career on this PlayStation division. 3-2 would put him 1 step up in this divisional ranking system as well. Wants to go 3-2 tonight, wants to move closer and closer towards a potential opportunity at the belt. For Boz, 1 win in 5, yes, but 14 fights, 15 fight tonight. I think experience could be a crucial factor in this division. Who knows? Maybe I'm talking absolute shit. We go over and we see what the fight pick is going to be together as we're in the welterweight division here this evening. Absolutely. Yes, we are. Carlos Prates against Jorge Masvidal. Absolutely liquid from you two. Again, a big thank you to Crod as well for not being too difficult in regards to, you know, having to wait for Boz. Like I said, traffic. No one could do anything about that. But again, perfect time. Dude, we're on perfect timing here tonight. Wow. I could not be happier. One of the smoothest cards of the last 2 months. Christ, can this be every week? Here we go then. Prates, Masvidal, 2 welterweight favorites, 2 welterweight strikers. Let's see if Boz's theory about his stream luck is confirmed or dismissed tonight. Like I said, he said to me after his last Fight Pass Prelim unstreamed fight loss, he said, I don't want to fight anymore unless I'm on stream. I only win when I'm on stream. Tonight, he's going to need to be very, very aware that he's against a very talented boxer. When you look at Crod in the red trunks of Masvidal, yes, he's 2-2, but some of the boxing combinations this young man puts together are breathtaking. For Boz, he's been at the summit of this division. He's experienced it both. He's experienced both sides of it. He's been at the summit. He's been at the very bottom on, you know, a 4-fight losing streak. This kid has a mentality that is unmatched in the division. I think 90% of people in his position, not coming from a UFC background, would have lost 3 or 4 fights in a row and then quits. You know, he hasn't. He's nailed it down and said, I will continue to try and get better. Even though the division gets harder, I continue to stick around. That's what you'd love to see. The great mentals and attitude of the man in white here tonight. For Crod, you can see he is silky smooth with it, though. Continues to get that footwork absolutely pinpoint perfect. I mean, that's the thing you instantly notice about great boxers is how they move and how they kind of maneuver around the octagon. A wonderful head kick there lands as Masvidal continues to just walk down Carlos Prates here nice and early. Big straight there. Right hand now comes up as the left hand continues to give some trouble to Boz. Boz just can't really find any sort of rhythm. You talk about someone that's having a slow start. This is the definition right now from Carlos Prates. This is the definition right now from Boz Season of a slow start as the orange health pack comes out as the... I tell you, I don't think he can get any sort of movement going here whatsoever. Crod is just poking him and poking him and poking him. Right now, I don't know if Carlos Prates was the correct pick for him. He looks way too slow right now. Big shot that stops him. Maybe in his tracks, but still alive here. And Masvidal is just hitting a stable target right now. I'd be interested to get kind of reaction from Boz after this fight and ask what happened here. Is this kind of connectivity? Is this just Carlos Prates doesn't feel fluid? What has happened here? There is effectively incredible amounts of movement from Crod and no movement from Boz. It's like someone's robbed him of his left stick. Unreal. Left hand body shot, left hand again. Oh, dude, the combinations. This kid with Masvidal is one to watch in this division. I am telling you. He is absolutely nasty with his boxing. Oh, clips him in midair. And Masvidal here looking for a kill shot. Good night. And that is the knockout of the night. Write it up. Get it there ready. Maybe it will be beat, maybe it won't, but what a performance. Again, just a killer in there is Crod. I don't know what happened with Boz tonight. I don't. That was not the Boz that we are used to seeing, even though he's on poor form. Yeah, you know, there's poor form, but that just looked like he was struggling tonight with something. I don't know, like I said, if it was connectivity, if it was, you know, just the feeling of Carlos Prates. But there was no movement there. And again, you can't sit still and just take shot after shot after shot from someone as talented as Crod51. 3-2 for Crod, continues his journey up the PlayStation divisional rankings, and I think now, I think you've got to give him one of the big names in that PlayStation division. I think he's the best boxer in the division next to Jazz Cox. I dead ass mean that. I think that was one of the nicest and slickest and smoothest and well put together performances I've seen in a boxing sense from that division. So yeah, you got a fan in me there, Crod. Congratulations tonight, huge win. Next time we go to Charlie18 and Gillum82. Charlie18, I think, announced indirectly in the Discord this will be his last PlayStation fight. He wants to completely focus on his Xbox adventure. 7-4, the former champion tonight. 3 wins in his last 5, a 2-fight losing streak. And he takes on someone in Gillum82 who continues to believe that his destiny as a future champion is right round the corner. Win here tonight makes it 4 wins in 5, a 2-fight win streak, and finally gets his record back positive. 7-6 would put him into the top 3, just above Robbie 87-8. So let's see. Gillum has been incredible in terms of his improvement, in terms of his performance. But there's always been a question mark on Gillum in these tough fights, in these kind of meaningful fights. You know, can he get over the line when he knows that there's something to fight for? A belt, a title opportunity, you know, anything, and all of the above. That's the big question. Charlie18, 7-4, former champion, number 2 ranked against Gillum82, 6-6, number 4 ranked. An opportunity for Gillum to say, once again, I want the next title shot should he win here. Charlie18 is live for us. We're there, we're set, and we are ready to go. Or no, we're not, because Charlie... Oh, now we are. He wasn't live. Now he is live. And we are there for it. Here we go then. As we lobby up. There we go. All right, fellas. While I check my DMs, you can make your picks. We'll have a look here. Felt stiff on the ping. Head movement wasn't there. He was the better man run. Pick on Prates. That's what went wrong. It looked like it. It looked like it was just very... heavy. I think that's the only way I can describe the word, Bozza, was just it looked like a heavy performance. So, hey, that happens. You'll be back, man. A mentality master. You are, son. All right, Khalil Roundtree tonight against Vitor Petrino. White and black trunks for Roundtree, for Gillum. And for Charlie18, if it is his final PlayStation fight, he opts for a fan favorite in the yellow with Petrino. Charlie, of course, continuing his Xbox journey. He's in the welterweight division on that side of things, but he has also been a champion in this division, something that Gillum wants to replicate. Big shots there, as Charlie18's connection right now is going through it. We know it's Charlie18 as well, because his stream buffered there, so he's going to be yelling to all the occupants in his house, get off the porn, I need the internet free. Big shot there again, the pull elbow works the body again. Gillum looks like a man possessed here. He is going for kill shots after kill shot, and I'll tell you this much, Charlie continuing to lag around the octagon. I don't know, and now his stream's turned into mashed potato. I don't know what's going on in his house, but that's going to be absolutely in his head here. It's horrendous. Get off the damn Wi-Fi, Charlie. Got to invest in an Ethernet port, something. Gillum, though, he's got to keep his composure. As a big pull elbow there comes forward again. You don't want to let this opportunity slip here when you're so far ahead with damage and ability to then get knocked out because you're getting frustrated at the ping. Shoots the takedown. I'm amazed Charlie has shot a takedown there. Because if Charlie is lagging, he is not going to have any ability to hold on to this control. I think it's a crazy move. But then again, he is also damaged beyond, I think, beyond repair on the feet. And goes over into half guard here. Little tags, but crawls over now into top mounts. Posture up is there. There's the strike there. Goes back down. Back across here. That one there is denied instantly. Goes for an arm triangle here. Charlie saying, if I'm going to have to win here tonight, maybe through submissions is the only way I'm going to do it. And Gillum here. Wow. The kryptonite of Gillum once again. We know he's a talented striker. But we have seen flaws in his game in the ground before. And I think if he loses tonight, there's going to be some severe complaints from Gillum. Because like I said, whatever that was with the connection of Charlie in the first kind of 2 minutes was absolutely stinking. And Gillum here could be in big trouble. This could be an arm triangle that seals the victory here. And I think it is. Gillum is in huge trouble. And Gillum has gone to sleep here in round number 1. Frustrating, but I don't know, dude. I tell you, there's going to be some serious complaints, I think, at Charlie's way, because that was the worst connection I've ever seen from Charlie. I don't know what the fuck's up with his Wi-Fi, but PlayStation, Xbox, whatever, Charlie, you can't expect to fight live if your connection's doing that, man. I can't. Like, that's... You're lucky that isn't a no contest. You're lucky that got finished in 1 round. That was absolutely fucking horrendous. It's only bad on the PS for some reason. I don't get it. Yeah, time to throw the PS in the bin, I think. Ringer left you a review of my tragic performance. I saw it already. Yeah, I feel for Gillum. But again, Gillum could have won the fight in the first 2 minutes. I get it was laggy, but he had the kill shot opportunity. And Gillum needed to show something on the ground. 2 losses now. Both of the last losses for Gillum have been where he's not been able to cope with wrestling on the ground. Again, maybe you give him a little bit of slack this one because, you know, it's the connectivity. I don't know. I feel bad for Gillum. I'm saying this to Gillum if he's listening to this. May have lost tonight, but you're going to get another opportunity. I don't feel like that was a true representation of you. I feel like we could all see what was going on there. So I think regardless of you losing, I think you'll still be fighting upwards next. I think you have to. I think whether it be 2-3 years, whether it be someone that won tonight, maybe like a Crod, I think you have to fight kind of upwards. You have to fight a contender again. So don't be too down in the dumps about that one, Gillum. It's not done too much to you in terms of where your position is. So, yeah, you know, don't sweat it is all I'll say. Don't sweat it. Maybe an Xbox move to the heavyweight division. Buzzer, you'd be welcomed over. I don't know if you want to buy an Xbox just for UFC, though, but, you know, it's your money. You do whatever you want to do. You do whatever you want to do. Webbo, I'm really sorry, but I can't fight tonight. I took my dad to hospital. This evening's pretty unwell. So, oh my God. Is this, I've never, is this a troll or serious? I don't know anymore. I have to ask with Webbo. I don't know. Jesus Christ. So that means both sides of the Webbo fight have pulled out of the fight. Incredible. Uncle H pulled out, and then Webbo pulled out. Oh, God. All right. Let me think. Why do all the cards now start well and then end terribly? You notice that flip in the last, like, kind of 6 months? They start well and then they end terribly. Eh? It is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you as well, C. Rodriguez. Jesus Christ, you're the Swiss guy that fucked me on FIFA, I'm pretty sure. I think so, anyway. I know a lot of Rodriguez's, but there you go. Matty said he was free before. I think Matty and Stanker fought, though. Like, twice. Give me a minute. Walshy, Leviathan, Ozzy, Mitchie, Maxwell. Hang on. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I mean, listen, I appreciate what we're telling me as quick as he possibly did. It's an easy fix at least. Hey, you're in tonight. Be ready for 10-ish. There you go. Well, again, I know Webbo is, when Webbo says that he's serious, you know, you can only really, well, I mean, because again, when the fuck is Webbo ever serious? So to see Webbo at a serious thing, hope it's not too bad, Webbo. Hopefully see you next week, man. Terrible fucking fingers. You're going to have to sit and wait in the NHS A&E for like fucking 17 hours. It's terrible. Remember that when I broke my foot? Awful. All right. He bored me to death. I owe him a beating. Okay. Well, Matty, you're in. Fantastic. That's wonderful stuff there. So, yeah, be ready for around 10:10. 10:10. I mean, we're on time. We're massively on time here as well, Matty, so maybe even earlier. Anyways, keep on going. Chub Nardino and Benji PP 2905 next. You want to talk about boring fights? Fuck me. Let me tell you, this is going to be an all-time snooze fest. Get your fucking hot cocoa ready, lads. Chub Nardino 19-6 since making a return in the featherweight division. Had a wonderful knockout victory last week, I'll tell you that much. Benji PP finally back up and running in this featherweight division. A 2-fight win streak, 2-7. His original opponent, pulled out. It was supposed to be Jack 13, who was on a horrendous losing streak. Chub Nardino, the only man that answered the call. Benji maybe creating a bit of a fear factor in the featherweight division once again. These two do have history. They have fought once before, but it was a long time ago. The last time Chub Nardino and Benji faced one another was all the way back here. There it was. It was a Benji submission victory at VFL UFN 23, the 14th of September 2024. So just over a year in the making, these two will run it again. Two incredible wrestling backgrounds. Will Chub Nardino revert to type tonight? Will Benji be able to outlast Chub Nardino tonight? Said he is the litmus test for great wrestling in the 145 division. We're there, we're set, and we're ready to go. Volkanovski tonight for Chub Nardino. Benji PP
Dave and then he beat George or something.
looking for an answer.
And then like, that is,
to Volkanovski.
Is he going Volk then? Like, if he readies up, I'll see. Like, I don't know who's going. I'm just going to hover over Aldo. Like, who are you going?
The selection politics, the selection mini game, very much up and ready here, lads.
You're right, fella.
Whenever you're ready, you can ready up.
Volk, for fuck's sake.
All right, Aljamain Sterling.
meant to beat a Volk, yo.
All right, we're there and we're set for it. All right. How did I break my foot? Oh, that was years ago. It was a really embarrassing story, actually. It was back in 2019.
I mean, last time when I bought him, he was crap on the feet. So
I was basically running around my house, and then I ran upstairs. I stubbed my foot on the top stair, so I jumped up really high in the air like an idiot to go like, ow.
Yo, what is this?
And then I landed on the side of my foot as I came back down. I broke my foot. It's a really embarrassing story, but yeah. That's weird. That was 6 years ago. It's crazy. Anyway, bold white man.
He's attacking that body, bro. He's going to try and grapple, I think.
Chub Nardino, whereas Aljamain Sterling and Benji PP in the greener of the two trunks. The brown gentleman who is now looking to go to the ground here. Again, Chub Nardino looking to try and get some sort of revenge for that fight just over a year ago. Easier said than done, though. So Chub Nardino has not been the most active. But when he was in this division, 19-6.
Bro, this game is so shit. I was a mile away from him.
Works the body.
About it, but,
As the sounds of the octagon here tonight silenced. Benji PP, though, at least able to give us the commentary that we deserve. Wow. And even his corner there, yawning in the background. Even they're bored of this one already.
Mate, I'm down to strike with him. Like same as last time, I'm comfortable against him on the feet. I mean, look at his cardio already.
It's not really a big deal. The cardio is not really a big deal. But let's see what he's saying. 1-2's down the center, works back the body. As Aljamain Sterling here, going for a body shot, goes back down low to the midsection. Tries to spin him round, but catches the leg here. You can see the damage on the right side of the body of Volkanovski already. A little bit of bruising there on the side. So definitely the level change here is impressive. Double uppercuts there from inside the pocket. Left hand goes back down low again, but again, you can see definitely it's a battle of who can get the midsection targeted and acted upon.
Boss open on the left in a man.
Yeah, good chair fight.
Works the left hand.
That's a good fight.
Continues to go away. The uppercut there nearly went into that one, I think, did Benji, but no real signs of serious damage.
Oh, he started to clock onto me now.
Yeah.
Works off the jab here, goes to the right hand, shoots the takedown. That one's denied.
Ah, you little cunt.
You're never going to let that one come in. The master of grappling. He's got a bad rap at points for his kind of grappling, but I think if there's a fight tonight in which he'd be encouraged to wrestle, it will be this one.
Frick's sake.
Gets the posture up and then gets back up to his feet. Chub Nardino saying tonight, I want to box you. I want to put you on the feet. Front kick there goes forward. Left hand, right hand. Comes forward again. Seeing here so far, it's created a little bit of confusion from Benji. He's almost kind of, he knows Chub Nardino's reputation. He knows what Chobnadinho used to do to get those 19 wins in featherweight division. So it's a change of style here from Chubb, who looks very confident enough to stand and strike here. End of round number 1. Good fight between these two so far. Definitely a round in which Chubb
he's got that round.
will take 10-9 as it
I need to
stands.
win the next 2. It's probably go decision. I don't think I'll be able to finish him.
Benji, wow, that's... I mean, there you go. I mean, that just tells you about Benji in a nutshell. 1 round in and he's like, yeah, this is going to decision. I mean, that's funny. That's a little bit funny. I think he's got the ability to finish him.
There we go, got him down.
Well, here we go.
Good takedown.
Well, side saddle here now gained by Benji PP, who will continue now to just try and hold position and work damage. He's got a long time, though, to sit in this position.
It's just so cute.
No way, bro. It lags with that move.
And the horseshit Wi-Fi of one of these two tonight. Absolutely.
He's back.
Creating maybe a little bit of a factor in who can win this one. What is it with some of you lot playing on Wi-Fi, by the way? What is this fucking drive-through fucking Burger King connection here? What is this? 2 fights in a row. I'm seeing people on fucking 1940s Tesco net, man. What is this? I mean, it's not too bad. It's not like the last one, at least, but... Brother in Christ.
Yeah, so we go.
This gringo guy's proper funny.
Well, it goes over now into half guards again. Posture up. As Aljamain Sterling continues to try and maneuver around Volkanovski.
Oh, he's giving me the arm triangle.
Goes for arm triangle. Chobnadinho could be in a little bit of trouble here. As he is. Wow. No deny. Is it the connection? Is it not? Is it maybe the... I don't know. The ring rust of Chobnadinho? I don't know, but... It's very, very weird for Chubb. A guy that grapples so well. Good defensively and defensively. To just let that one happen. Okay. Tries to bail him, pull him back in. Master of cheese, Chobnadinho, who invented the bail, was born in the bail. He's going to know all about that. Goes back down lower now. Here comes Benji's hands. Benji not having too many career standing knockouts. Majority of his KOs and submissions, of course, coming on the ground. A couple of decisions back in his day, but...
Yeah, just letting the hand go.
Works the jab. Right hand there eats a big shot. Sterling swings and misses with the body shot. Left hand continues to work here. Chobnadinho not really setting anything up here. He's just going for kind of hooks to the left and the right. It's not really kind of any setup behind it. It's not really any kind of combination added to it. Shoots the takedown. That one there just olayed by Chobnadinho. As Volkanovski here now marching him back towards the cage. Still looking for those left hands. Works the elbow. That's nice from Benji.
Not this Chob.
But not able to kind of double up and maybe find any sort of finishing blow. And I think this may well be headed into round 3. Chobnadinho, oh, eats another big one, though, inside the pocket.
Give me it. Oh, bro, how do you keep getting out of that so easily?
Shoots the takedown and bails again, not to see if it. Again, Benji probably could have won that in the last kind of 30 seconds with a couple more strikes, but for some reason he's trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do. He's saying he wants Chobnadinho to let him clinch him, and then, I don't know, is he going for a submission? Is he trying to build his submission record? Again, Benji, of course, with one of the, I think, top 10 submission ratios in the league. He's definitely got north of 20 career submissions. Maybe wants to close the gap on Driscoll, who leads the table at 32, but again, I think he's just got to get the win by any means necessary here. It'll be a huge win to make it 3 in a row in the featherweight division. Once upon a time, Benji was 0-7 in this division. Going into this fight today, 2-7. So finally getting his rhythm and mojo. But will he throw this fight away? It would be one of the biggest battles in human history with how clear and ahead he is right now.
I'm going for a sub, that's why.
There you go.
I'll probably end up losing the fight because I'm going for a sub, to be honest. No, I've gone for the bail there when he's got more stam.
As long as he knows that there's the way that he's fighting is very risky, then you can't really knock that. Like, you know what you're doing. It's not out of negligence. He's knowingly putting this, I don't want to be disrespectful, this clear win as we're seeing it right now.
Oh, he's starting to get a comeback now.
Yeah, eats a couple of big shots there. But that comes in, a takedown again. And the
There you
bail, well, I mean, he gets it, but doesn't get the flip.
There we go. There we go.
If Chubb can get out of here, he's in a very good position. Because that takedown, I think, was needed. The amount of damage that Benji took in that last exchange was really, really bad. Goes over into rubber guard again. Tries to break through, and he does. Gets into stat guard and gets up.
Right, I'll just beat him on the feet.
He wants to beat him on the feet now. I think he's given up on that submission dream. I think he knows that he's playing with fire here, is Benji. So now it's all about accuracy. Now it's all about confidence. Shoots the takedown again. I think Benji is just going to have to play for the decision. I think this third round has not been comfortable. The first 2 rounds have been comfortable, in fairness to Benji. But, yeah, the way that he's kind of gone into this third round, I think you just have to play it safe and camp the decision. I think you have to.
Gilly.
He's calling out sub still. He wants the sub. He is hell-bent on getting some sort of submission hit.
Gilly, come on,
And
Gilly.
goes for a guillotine choke here. Chubb Nardino in big trouble. Stamina drain. Benji looking to make it 3 in a row here at 145. And
Come on, no.
doesn't. Escapes it.
He wants to get up.
Chubb here denying that one. That one pulled back in. Goes for a Kimura. That one there denied.
Why did I do that?
59 seconds. Chubb needs a finish.
Heel hook.
Gonna go for a heel hook here. Well, looking to rip the foot off of Chubb Nardino. Talk about potential submission of the night. This could be it here. The heel hook. Is it going to be locked in? The answer is no, it's not. 30 seconds to go. I'm amazed that Benji stood up. I thought he'd just lie on the floor and just kind of wait for the timer to go. 20 seconds. Overhand comes in.
I'm going to be pissed if I lose now.
Spinning back elbow. 9 seconds. And this one tonight is going to go the distance. Benji said from round 1, it's going to end in decision.
I've lost.
And that there is going to be
oh my God, I fucking lost. I'm
all over.
out.
What?
Holy shit.
That's funny. You deserve that. You deserve that. You deserve that. I'm sorry. You absolutely.
I actually lost to someone who's way worse.
What, I mean, what do you mean you can't believe you lost to someone? You literally did that to yourself. What am I seeing, man? What am I hearing? You got fucking Burger King drive-through connection with your fucking Wi-Fi, and then you sat there and you're fucking grappling him trying to go for a submission, playing with your food. Don't do it. 101. I hope your friends take the piss out of you in the party. You had that fight completely fucking wrapped up. Don't play with your fucking opponents. Chubb Nardino gets it done on decision. He's going to be doing backflips in his fucking room. I don't know how he's won it. I don't understand how Chubb's won that one. Maybe just significant strikes, but again, you had the opportunity to win that fight about 4 times over, but you were hunting for a submission. I can't believe it. What a throwaway. That's one of the biggest bottles I've seen ever. I'm not even going to fucking cap on that. It's one of the worst throwaways of a fucking victory I've ever seen. Wow. Chubb Nardino's reformed method of striking gets him 2 wins on the bounce. Wow. Unbelievable. Mate was like spiked to 200. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's something. Was hoping to cheat the race with Ping. Dad's crazy. I can't believe he threw that away. He could have absolutely got that fight done. Blown away. Up next, we keep on going. Harold and Hago in the middleweight division. Harold, of course, back in a division which he once called home, 10-3, former champion tonight. Hago fighting upwards. He's also a former champion, but for Hago, it's his first fight in some time. The last time we saw Hago 59 in the league, I think his, again, 3rd stint in the league is Hago. A couple of returns this week. Last time we saw Hago in the league was all the way back over here, VFL 165, lost to VRL Kieran. That, of course, was back on the 12th of December, 2024. So a little under a year. He makes his first appearance today in 2025, taking on Harold, who is, again, balanced between this middleweight and welterweight division, and really unlocked his boxing. Today, if Hago wants to prove himself on the feet, he's going to have quite the test. Harold is sharp, although being on a 3-fight losing streak in the welterweight division and moving back into 185, he still had more competitive fights than Hago has in the past 9 months. How does this one go? Who gets this one over the line? Only time will tell. Do we have a stream link? Harold and Hago, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Link plus. And let's get this one going and moving. I still can't get over that. I still can't get over that fight. That is one of the worst throwaways I've ever seen in my life. Unbelievable. All right, we're here and we're set. Harold, our cameraman tonight. 2 former middleweight champions. Getting ready to do the man dance. And again, no rush, fellas. We are still on time brilliantly. Again, a big thank you tonight. Whether we've machined through this is absolutely world class. I was going to try and check the Madden score, but I see Kiz has gone off, so I imagine Kiz has won that. So, no, there he goes, back live. Let's see what the score is quickly. 2 seconds while they lobby up. Never mind, this is a single-player game. Yeah, it is. I no longer care. There we go. Mr. Ego. Delay for literally 1 minute. Just restart my Xbox. You got time. No need to delay. We're on point. If George and Nav want to go early, we can. It's completely fine. If those two want to go early, I'm down for it. Or if Tay and Tony Wilson or Rush and BK Bully want to go, whoever wants to go early, I'm down for if they need some time. Whatever keeps the fight card going. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Again, a reminder tomorrow, again, a couple of you may be interested, a couple of you may not. We're doing a charity stream tomorrow for the global release of FC26. Soccer, football, FIFA may not be your thing, but come through and support it regardless. Like I said, it's a great charity, Games for Love, putting video games and video game consoles into hospitals for kids that are awaiting surgery, have underwent surgery and in hospital. We've worked with them for the last 3 years on and off. Great charity. So come through tomorrow and yeah, it should be a really, really awesome charity stream indeed. So yeah, we're going to be doing that, a draft on FIFA, but also we're going to be doing a box break for trading cards. Half the proceeds of all the buy-ins for the box break for the trading cards going to go to the charities. So hey, listen, if you want to maybe win some kind of signed autographed Premier League cards, get involved. I'm going to put some information about that in the big Discord probably tonight/tomorrow morning. But it's a great cause. Should be an awesome charity stream. Should be. Anyone want to go early? Boys, anyone at all want to go early? Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. If anyone can and anyone wants to, floor is yours. 4 fights left of this prelim card, which today is sailed. Again, the way that everything has flowed tonight, I got no complaints. Maybe I have now doomed us, but we can hope. Get ready to witness greatness tonight. I can't lie, JRilla. There's going to be a lot of people tonight rooting against you. You got to think, Mark the Shark is like... imagine in the UFC when people used to watch Donald Cerrone fight. You know, everyone loves him. Everyone wants to see Cerrone do great. But, you know, he rarely gets it over the line. So, said he's not won a title, the big title, ever, as Mark. So yeah. I can't lie to you. Am I hoping Mark wins tonight? Yes. Would I mind if you won tonight? Of course not. You're a great boxer on your day, Gerald. I think the fight matchup is great. I think it's literally who's going to be the guy that takes the first backward step. Because you two fight so aggressively, I think it's just a bloodbath of a main event. Love it. I do. Mark the Shark is the Volk of VFL. Who hates Volk? It's true. Volk. So I went with Cerrone because he's old. You know what I mean? He's fucking ancient. But, yeah. Said anyone wants to go early, then shouts. Again, we've done well. Done well today. We have. Don't forget as well, more information, slight bits of information. VFL 208 is going to be a mega card. You may be thinking, why? VFL 108 was the first card of UFC 5. So 100 cards. There we go. We're in the lobby here for Hago and Harold. So VFL 108 was the first card of UFC 5. VFL 208 would mean 100 cards of UFC 5. So that's a kind of mega card in itself. And then I'm thinking, at some point, maybe a couple of weeks after that, VFL 210, excuse me, maybe VFL 215, something like that, I may do one of the future cards on like an old UFC, whether it be UFC 4 or whether it be like UFC 3, do like a throwback card. I think that'd be pretty cool to watch. So it's whatever. We'll think about that though as we get closer. Anyway, let's go into this one. Hago and Harold very much up and ready to go in this one here tonight. So, Shara the Bullet against Chris Curtis. Two former champions, one of which making his first appearance in the calendar year of 2025. Dealing with Hago over the last couple of years has been one of the most mind-numbingly painful things I've had to do. This kid, I tell you, he just makes my life miserable, but he's in here tonight looking to make himself a winner in this middleweight division. Shara the Bullet eats the first takedown, and Action Man Chris Curtis is now on top. Of course, you're not familiar who's who. Chris Curtis tonight in the blue trunks for the favorite Harold. The returning Hago 59 in the red with Shara the Bullet. Goes over into full guard here. Hago has well been away since December. How much this middleweight division in particular has changed since December. A lot more grappling now in this division. A lot more kind of well-rounded balance in this division. Something that Hager's going to need to really deal with is a good reversal and rotation there. Puts him back into half guard position. Got to think here, if you are Chris Curtis, no need to really kind of rush proceedings here. The posture up is there, goes back down, goes over now into full guard, and then gets back up to his feet. There we go. Works off the jab here, ducks underneath as well. Got to think, if you are Hago tonight, I mean, listen, off that kind of first exchange, it's intriguing because I did not expect Harold to shoot the first takedown. I didn't expect Harold to shoot any takedowns. I really didn't. Oh, that head movement, though. That's what I expected. Ducks that one, though. I tell you this much. That could have been Harold with one of the nicest and silkiest bits of head movement into a defeat here, and he still could lose this one. Wow. These two very much starting aggressively. Holy hell. We got a barn fight and a half when they're both standing in front of one another. And goes in the left hand. That one they're just avoided. Now with a little bit of a calm after the storm here. The dust has settled perhaps. Hago eats another big uppercut there though. Great head movement again. And the boxing machine, the boxing sensation that is Harold, continuing to look for an opportunity, and he finds the turning takedown. And this is the development of Harold that I want to talk about. This kid, again, former middleweight champion, went into the welterweight division, didn't have the most incredible luck in there. Like I said, recent fights, 3 losses in a row at welterweight. But he's taken lessons from that division that he's brought back into middleweight with him. The mix, the blend of wrestling and boxing. He's going to be a problem at 185. He is. Continues to work the jab there. Works off the 1-2s. Uppercut there to the midsection again. Here you go here. Oh, overhand there. Just swinging and missing. Body shot there. Connecting. Works down the center. Ducks underneath. And that's a good round 1. I would say for both fighters. I would. I think it's a good round for both of them. Round 1 though. Yeah, you got to give it to Harold. 11 sigs to 2 stuns as well. Yeah. Harold absolutely gets that one. As we go into round number 2. Inside the pocket, though, anyone can win. You know? When they're both standing in that kind of vicinity of each other, take your best shot. Round 2 up and underway. Body shot there immediately to start, followed by that right hook from Chris Curtis. And that's the thing as well, both of them mixing up their strike patterns really nicely. Both of them mixing in that body shot, both of them mixing in that kind of fake. The pulls have been good as well. Another body shot that comes in, lands. Leg kicks now coming in from Harold as well. Continues to come forward here. Overhander swings in. Shoots the takedown, lifts him up, slams him down. Nothing more than that, though. Gets back up to his feet. Well, uppercut now whiffing from Hager, so maybe an indication that his kind of distance management is starting to fade ever so slightly. Uppercut there comes forward again. Works off the body shot. Teep kick, nothing there. Uppercut just whiffed once more. Head kick is good. Splits him open. 1-2's down the center. Oh, right hand. Busts him open. Here you go. There we go, that jumping switch kick. Right hand again. Nose is busted open. Body shot. Teep kick sends him backwards. Right hand is there. Pops through the center. And both of these two very, very timid. Clearly respect between one another after that first round, but no one's wanting to really gamble beyond their means. Uppercut there was just fizzed on by. Left hand uppercut there is good again. Right hand continues forward. Got to see here. Oh, if Hago can continue and sustain this pressure. The nose busted open beyond repair on Harold at this point. Definitely think Hago is probably taking this round. I do think this is 1-1 going into the third. Oh, may not even get to the third. Big knee to the midsection again. Teep kick. Again, he's pulling punches. Again, he's just, there's not maybe a confidence from Hago there to kind of get the stun and then follow it up with another kill shot. But in fairness, it's a great recovery round from Hago. 1-1, absolutely, going into the third. Right hand comes in, ducks down. Harold's got to make sure he can get to round 3. Does not want to. Oh, so does Hago. Oh my goodness me, 10 seconds remaining. Harold swinging for the fences here. And that's the end of the round. Jesus Christ, what a fight. Two former champions, clearly for a reason. 1-1. All right. Well, who's got something in the locker here for round number 3? Big straight down the center. It's going to be like walking a tightrope in this one here. Big knee to the body. Works off the jab. There's that right hand again. Continues away forward again. Pulls backwards. No. Uppercut just being looked for. Body shot connecting. Here you go. Very, very smartly sticking to the outside. I think you can see Hager here is trying to win this by frustrating Harold. Sit on the outside, don't get caught, and effectively just kind of hold him to this distance. Win the fight by counter shots. Big knee to the midsection again. Harold's got to be more forward right now. Harold is fighting like this is round 1 still. At some point, Harold's going to need to push the boat here and go for it. Uppercut there connects. Hago here looking for a finish, but retreating away goes Harold. Body shot there. Oh, and the body rock now from Hago. Blocks that one nicely. Right hand there comes in. Works off the jab. Oh, now a body shot and body stun on Hago. This could go down to like the last 10 seconds. Body shot once again. Oi. Very, very tight. Both running out of fumes here. Running on fumes here, should I say. Body shots again. Wonderful body uppercuts here from Harold. Wow. We've got a new fight of the night on the cards here. Works off the jab again. And there's a boxing clinic here between these two. Chris Curtis, Harold's head. Oh, is absolutely intact, but Hago's is not. Launches the jaw upwards. And he had to be patient. He had to bide his time. And eventually, Harold gets that victory in round number 3. That is a welcome return to the division he once called home. And another stellar knockout added to his resume. Hell of a fight. And for Hago, who hasn't fought in the octagon here since December, does not look like he's going to be too out of place. It was a really, really good fight there between two former champions. And for me, the new fight of the night. That was... At points in the third round, I didn't even really want to speak because there was so much kind of tension, so much tightness in that matchup. But I mean, yeah, hell of a fight, and I've got to go and do the impossible task of finding a Chris Curtis wallpaper for potentially fight of the night tonight. That is difficult. No one makes Chris Curtis graphics. You know why? Because he's dog shit in real life. Wow, who said that? All right, well, up into our next fight we go. George against Nav. Up next, if those two are ready for us. Yes, they certainly are. George tonight taking on Nav, who was effectively having a fight against the elements last week with that connection and that connectivity issue. George, of course, 15-22, 2 wins in his last 5 on a 2-fight losing streak. Nav says, put me against the best guy you can. 2-1, looks to win tonight to go to 3-1 and continue his quick ascent up the divisional rankings. He wants the champion Jack 9 ASAP. Tonight, if he beats George, he will make a huge move towards that goal. We are there, we are set, and we are ready to go in this one here tonight. Volkanovski against Jose Aldo. 300 ping, stab me in the neck now, please. Yes, welcome to, I don't know, New Zealand connection, Australia connection. I don't know where this young man is in the world. He's somewhere, maybe the west coast of America. Who knows? But there you go. George getting ready to fight against the elements as well. Jose Aldo tonight for Nav. Volkanovski, of course, tonight for the veteran, the old-timer George.
No.
Glove touch. Camera away. There we go. Turn the volume up. We've got George comms here tonight. He's soft speaking. It's like an ASMR comms from George. It is. Of course, the black and gold trunks for the old man. Whereas Nav, 2-1. Oi! In the black and white with Aldo. And that's a great start if you're George here on the feet.
For a guess. I guessed wrong.
No, he went for a guess. He guessed wrong. Well, not what maybe George wants to see there. Tries to get up. And that one there is going to be back onto his feet by Nav. So Nav here not having the greatest starts, but what can you expect when you know, marching towards Volkanovski without a care in the world? You're going to eat damage. And right now, this Jose Aldo...
Nah, it's fine.
The big question is...
I don't know what people are on about. This ain't 300. This feels like 30.
I don't know if George is being sarcastic or not. He says
That's 10.
The ping's fine, but I don't know what people are going on about.
By 10. Oh, I'm too tired to even work this out.
Right hand though clips him. More and more damage coming forward. Nav here continuing. Oh, to fight his way back into this one. Goes back down low to the body. Left hand creeps in. Oh, there's that straight from Volkanovski. I'm telling you, I don't know why Nav continues to try and do this against this Volkanovski pick.
Nah, because it happened 10 minutes later.
Well, 2:40 left on the clock here, and Nav so far very much giving as good as what he's receiving. George started the fight really well. Nav got back into it really nicely. Got to think, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, how does George navigate, of course, with the latency? You'd think that tonight his main way of fighting, which is grappling, is going to be out the window. You can't be grappling on connection like this, but again, how confident are you to strike on a connection like this? How confident are you to do anything when you're on that 300 ping? Because at the end of the day, you're going to have to find a way to adapt. People did it against Dexter. People can do it against Nav. Nav has already lost one fight in his career here as well. Keep that in mind. Retreats backwards to the octagon cage here, does Nav, as the uppercut comes forward again. Swing and a miss there on that left-hand side, though. However, right hand is good, but still not too much beyond that kind of pocket of pressure Volkanovski, oh, gets hit and clipped. Body shots are nice from Aldo, who drops Volkanovski. Jumps in here. One strike and now advancing position into half guard. So, interestingly enough, Nav saying tonight, I will go for ground game. And I wonder if that's going to encourage George maybe to say, all right, if he's going for it, I'll go for it. Goes over. Into top mount. Not able to get the deny.
I knew I wouldn't have got that.
Goes up into half guard. That one there pulled back in. Tries to go for a armbar himself. Does Nav. Posture up. And again, a big couple of shots there at the end. This one is going to go into round number 2. Oh, good fight. I think, listen, yeah, definitely the ping will be a factor. But I think both of them have navigated it well so far. I'll be honest. It's a great kind of boxing round in round 1. Wonder what maybe the corner
He's
of...
alright, he's alright. He's not bad. It's hard to predict when it's happened 20 seconds later.
There you go. Comms on that ping there.
I can't remember. I don't know.
And number 2 up. I don't know who won that first round. I couldn't tell you if you put a gun to my head and told me to give you an answer. It's a tricky one to call there because they both had spells of dominance, but again, it only takes one shot with Volkanovski. That's what George will know. Nav here has to be fluid and lucid, I think would be the 2 best words to describe it. Continues to go up for 1-2s. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Getting towards our prelim card here tonight. Still got the whole main card to go, including 5 title fights right now. Oi! Seeing George here with Volkanovski in the black and gold fighting out the UK against... He's got to be Australian or New Zealand with 300 ping. He's got to be. Against Nav here in the black and white with Jose Aldo. Round 2 so far, these 2.
One time for the gringos.
Absolutely going for it. Thank you for the follow again. Appreciate you. Continues to eat the left and right hand. Volkanovski swinging round as...
What's happened?
A large little bit of delay there. That's the biggest spike we've seen in the matchup so far. Aldo and Volkanovski continuing to just try and find each other's weak spot. Right hand from both of them splits them open. Wow. An identical kind of hit there. Oh, as the uppercut comes forward from Nav. And Nav going to have to wait for this lag spike again. Giving George a little bit of time to recover. Retreats once more. Lefts and rights continuing forward. Body shot there comes in. Blocked nicely by George. Right hand swinging onto the head there. Definitely I think a more happy round for Jose Aldo, who now rocks the body. And this could be the beginning of the end here. Oh, and clips him with the uppercut. I think George dropped his hands and thought that was going to be maybe the end. Goes down low to the midsection again, shoots the takedown, and gets the takedown. How much he needed that one. So this second round definitely been
horrible. I really can't judge it.
Second round has been way more difficult. Not just in terms of the style, but also the ping.
300 ping is just way out.
Takes the back again. Headshots here over and over as flattens him out here. And George could be in trouble. Nav rotates that one around. Goes over into half guard position though. There's another lag spike. Continues to frustrate both of them, no doubt. Goes up into top mount again. Posture up, rains down the strikes, big shots here, huge ones as Jose Aldo has got this one done in round number 2. Again, there'll be conversations. Nav will continue to call for a title shot, and again, I think George has handled that one, I think, the nicest way he possibly could in terms of taking it like a good sport. But I don't think there's going to be many people. We saw it with Dexter. You know, people opted out of fights against Dexter. I don't know how Jack 9 is going to feel about competing against Nav. And I don't think Jack 9 will even accept the fight against Nav. I think Jack 9 would rather move to bantamweight on flyweight than maybe fight Nav. Nav's going to need to kind of state where he's from. I was under the impression that Nav was from the US. But when you see 300 ping, it's Australia, it's New Zealand. If he says he's from the US, then he's just got fucking ass internet. That's all I can say. Because when you talk about US guys, you're talking about like 150, 160 ping. 300, you're talking about, you know, Oceania. So he gets it done. Does it mean a title shot? In any other kind of situation, you probably say yes. But like I said, I don't think Jack is going to accept fighting on 300 ping. I think Jack will probably say, give me this guy, I'll vacate the belt, go into bantamweight flyweight just to kind of not have to deal with that. It wouldn't surprise me if he did. It wouldn't. But yeah, said, can't really take anything away from Nav. I think Nav did a good job. I think in the first round he survived well also. So yeah, nothing against Nav. It's just, you know, we have to kind of nail down, where are you from? You know, where are you at? Anyway, up next beforehand, Tony Wilson and Baz, thank you for the follows as well. I didn't think Oceania was allowed in VFL. You're absolutely wrong. We had Dexter in here for like forever. Tay and Tony Wilson up next. Of course, Tay coming into this one 6-6 with 2 wins out of his last 5 on a 2-fight losing streak. Whereas Tony Wilson coming in 0-0 for his PlayStation debut here today. What we know about Tony Wilson is he's linked to Rush Milkman. He's linked to that group. So again, when you see someone like that, and you see someone linked to that camp, you know they're a fun fighter. A lot of energy, a lot of, I think, expertise on the feet. And a couple of them have got some good ground game as well. So I guess we'll find out what kind of fighter we're going to see from Tony Wilson here tonight. We're there, and let's see what the fight picks are going to be. Purity Yan against Umar Nurmagomedov. We're there, we're set, and we're ready to go. Always great to see Tay on a card, and of course a big welcome to the new boy in Tony Wilson. Here we go. Our second to last prelim fight of the evening. Tay, of course, the experienced veteran in this division. He's seen a lot of everything. Has he seen someone like Tony Wilson already? The first thing that Tony Wilson does in a VFL octagon, finds the takedown. You see the kind of fight that we're going to get from him tonight. He wants to use Tay as his own personal twister board and kind of maneuver around him. Make him regret ever signing up to this card. Of course, Tay in the red. Tony Wilson, the new boy, 0-0 in the white. I think here as well, a lot of grappling. I don't think Tony Wilson has connected a strike yet. There you go, a couple of strikes there just landed, but he is shooting takedowns for dear life. This is, I think he's maybe shot like about 5 takedowns in the first 1 minute and 15 seconds in game. What that does is that tells Tay on UFC, when I'm on the feet, just be ready. Be ready for the takedown. Be ready for the shot. Of course, there will be question marks about maybe, I don't know, the association, the link to that Rush group. The reality is, you know, apart from Milkman and Rakib, in fairness to him, you know, 2 guys have lost fights and then stayed on. Whereas, you know, the other kind of group of them have kind of lost a fight, lost 2 fights, and then effectively just stealth retired or outright retired. Of course, Duaja was the latest casualty of that group. Lost last week, went to 6-3, I think, in his record. And then said, that's enough for me. I've lost too many times. So to retire at 6-3 and say you've lost too much, maybe an attitude issue, maybe a mentality issue. I don't know. Yeah, no one can really... I think with UFC is that it's such a game where there's always someone better than you. I don't think you can ever take yourself too seriously or have that kind of like that mentality. I think it's such a difficult way to consistently fight if you think that way. But hey, you know, for the most part, they're a fun group to have. Maybe we'll see them across the board in UFC 6 whenever that releases. Who knows? Tony Wilson continuing to eat shots, or to deliver shots here, excuse me, as Tay marshaled back towards the cage again. You can already see, though, like, this fight style is annoying to the opponent, but very detrimental to your own stamina. The top right of the screen, compared to the top left of the screen, stamina difference after 1 round is... whoa, you know what I mean? Like, if Tony Wilson continues to fight this way in round number 2, he may not have more than 30% stamina to go into round 3 with. If I'm Tay on UFC right now, I'm defending a takedown for dear life, and I am doing every single combination to the body. I'm not throwing a single thing to the head all second rounds. Round 1, effectively in the books. And Tony Wilson, another takedown. That one finally lands. But yeah, I think very much so. The game plan has been revealed for both of these two. Pure Ian wins that one because of significant strikes and damage. It's more of a question: how many takedowns can Tony Wilson deliver? How many? And no respect there as well at the end of the round. How many takedowns can Tay on UFC survive? You know, that's what this fight has kind of devolved into. Works off the jab, front kick there comes off. Tony Wilson there just hovering and maneuvering as the left hand there comes forward. And I think, you know what I mean, it's an intriguing style. Watching it as someone that kind of commentates the fights, it's not like it's just a style aimed to frustrate. You know, this kind of fight style when you're shooting takedowns and you're clinching every 20 seconds is a style manufactured to get your opponent pissed off. So then your opponent will miss a deny and your opponent will kind of, you know, put themselves in a position where they lose the fight. I think that's definitely what Tony Wilson is. He's a frustration fighter. He wants you to crack from being annoyed. And then that's where he'll maybe, he'll take the front foot, the lead in the fight. But right now, Tay's doing a really good job in remaining composed. And he's also got the first bit of damage off as well in that orange health pack on Tony Wilson. Goes for the knee from inside the clinch. Sways on round. Works the jabs there. Back to the body. Tony Wilson there just... Oh, and there you go. Look, the taunts there coming out now. He is not impressed by Tay on UFC whatsoever. Left hand there comes up. Another clinch. That one there avoided. Puts him down. Now here come the elbows. Left hand comes up. Tony Wilson continuing to eat a couple of big shots, but nothing significant. That's the thing. Good shots from Tay, but nothing really significant to kind of worry Umar Nurmagomedov. Yeah, I think he's going to break the personal record in the league for clinch attempts in a fight. I seriously think he is. The amount of clinches is... And there's another one. Like I said, he's trying to piss Tay off. He is. He's trying to really make him angry and pissed off. Body shot there comes in, shoots the takedown, and well, doesn't succeed. That damage though, you can see the difference in the shading of the color of the health packs between the two. Clearly a differential here is now being established, and there's a beautiful uppercut there as Tay tries to go through the block here, and he drops him. And Tony Wilson now is in a bit of trouble. There's a little bit of a flex on him as well, returning the taunt. Tony Wilson's got to try and land a takedown or something, as a clinch there is avoided, and more damage now is coming forward. Tay, oh, clips him in midair, and this could be it here. Tony Wilson not able to be finished yet. We've seen like nearly 4 aerial knockouts tonight on this card. Jesus Christ. Well, this one's going to see round 3. Tony Wilson, I tell you what, if he got clipped mid-taunt, mid-animation, I don't think Tay would have ever forgave himself. Well, that there, 3 knockdowns, clearly a Yan round. And now, I think Tony Wilson's going to need to try and find the finish. I don't know if Tony Wilson has the fight style in this one tonight to go for a finish. Does he need to get him to the ground and submit him? I don't know. The glove touch offered by Tony Wilson, and Tay visibly again pissed off for just wanting to get this one done. Knee on belly, and it could be quick, and it's one and done in the 3rd and final round. That's got to feel good. I said you could feel Tay was pissed off in that fight. With the clinches, the takedowns. Yeah, he wasn't too happy. For Tony Wilson, he's going to get wins in this league. He will. He will get wins just from purely annoying the piss out of people. But tonight, Tay, so much experience. 13 fights in his VFL career. Gets it done in round number 3. Yeah, I think It's like I said, it's like everyone has a style. Some people's style is just to kind of irritate you. I can respect it. It's shithousery at its finest, isn't it? But didn't work tonight. Going over there to our final prelim fight of the evening, and it's a fun one. Rush Milkman and BK Bully. Of course, don't forget as well, if you haven't already, get your prediction card in. UFC 5 final prelim fight is now live. Again, thanks to our great sponsors over at loaded.com. If you predict all of the main card winners correctly, not the round or the method, just who wins, predict all of those correctly, you walk away with a cash prize directly into your PayPal tomorrow morning. So go. Said free to play, and all of the UFC guys get free entry into that. So final fight of this prelim card, and we are waiting to see who our cameraman's going to be between BK Bully and Rush Milkman. And we do have our answer. Rush Milkman here ready to go. So Rush Milkman here tonight, 5 wins, 4 losses, 2 wins in 5, coming off of a win last time out. BK Bully as well, 1-0. He was a little bit hesitant. He didn't know if these lighter weights were for him, and he put on an absolute clinic in his first performance. Tonight he goes up against his mentor, his sensei in Rush Milkman, someone that got him into the league. Again, these guys just always feel like they're fighting each other now. Their camp is so big. They've got so many of these guys in here. It's a free-for-all, you know. It's good practice, I guess you could say. Who wins this one tonight? Does Milkman make it a win in his 10th PlayStation fight, or does BK Bully continue to really build his reputation and his hype train level reputation, with his second fight being a win against an established user like Milkman? We're there, we're set, and we're ready to go. Rush Milkman, our cameraman. I didn't even sub to you, Milkman. How fucking rude of me. There you go. We are there, and we are set to go. Jose Aldo and Alexander Volkanovski, our final prelim fight of the evening. And as well, if Matty and Stankerson are lurking in here, if you guys want, because I know Stankerson's got to be out of here pretty quickly, if you two get lobbied up, we can go with you two first on the main card, okay? I know that will help everyone. So Matty, if you want to DM Stankerson and tell him, we'll get you guys on first, get you guys both handled. Here we go, though. Final prelim fight of tonight. Jose Aldo, who continues to get more and more love with this WC version of him, and Volkanovski in the green. Volkanovski in the green, of course, will tonight be for BK Bully. There you go. Didn't recognize the name for a minute. It was Rush Milkman coming in with Jose Aldo. Of course, 5 wins, 4 losses for Milkman. He's competed against some of the very, very best in this division. For BK Bully, I think there is an expectation, you know. When he came into this league, I had a couple of the PlayStation guys telling me, watch out for this guy. Super slick boxer. He could really compete for the belt in a couple of months here when he really finds his feet and establishes himself. Goes into this fight tonight. If he comes out of it 2-0, then that kind of praise will very much be confirmed from some of his PlayStation peers. Of course, for Milkman, someone that is, I think the best way to describe Milkman is inconsistent. Some days this kid is fantastic. Other days he is very kind of loose in the way that he fights. I still think he's struggling in terms of his identity as to what kind of fighter he is. We saw at the beginning of his career, he was a little bit more grapple heavy. Then we saw in the kind of middle and hit tonight, of course, he's a little bit more strike heavy. You know, is that strategy? Is that based off of what your opponent is good at and what your opponent is not good at? Only he can answer that. But I think he's a chameleon. He's a chameleon in terms of style. You never know what kind of fighter you're going to get, as a knockdown here for BK Bully comes in instantly. And he is in trouble here. Rush Milkman against the cage. This could be over in 1. Jesus Christ. You talk about the boxing and how dangerous he is on the feet. BK Bully is showing that once again. And if this kid didn't know if he was going to be able to compete and cope and succeed in these lighter weights, he's a fucking lunatic. He has had 2 very, very dominant starting fights. As another one clips Rush Milkman, gets back onto his feet. And Bully here is staring down the barrel of a very, very, very important win. Minute and 20 left of round 1, but how much does Rush Milkman have in the tank yet? This division only gets tougher and tougher each and every week. Like I said, we see people in that PlayStation division nowadays almost kind of pulling out of the PlayStation division. You see some guys just going, you know, purely back to Xbox. You see some of the PlayStation guys retiring, like I said, after a couple of losses. It gets to people. This division is a real Mount Everest in that regards. It's not for everyone. Big shots here again. BK Bully drops him against the cage, and Milkman is out of there. One and done for BK Bully. The reputation continues to grow, and the hype train for that man there continues to be real. That there is absolutely a future contender for the PlayStation Gold. I wonder what Whimpering Ian and the top kind of names of the division make of that. That's another back-to-back 2-0, 2 fights in a row. Super impressive performance. Super impressive. People weren't lying when they said that his boxing is different level. They really weren't. Hell of a win, hell of a victory, hell of a performance, and a hell of an effort from Rush Milkman. But again, could he have taken him down? Could he have maybe grappled a little bit? Only Milkman knows. But hey, you're never going to get me saying a bad word again about Milkman. That kid is not for the internet. That guy is too pure for the world of online fucking leagues, I must say. But hey, he'll be back. He'll be back to winning fights. He's just got to find his feet. It's difficult because loss, win. So I mean, in his last 4 fights, it's win, loss, win, loss. He's in that kind of weird area where it's like you just can't string 2 wins together. You're not doing terribly, but you're not doing great either. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. There we go. Right, okay. Let me quickly just check my DMs. Got DMs here. Blah, 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 blah. May attempt, no problem. Maybe not back, what, at all. So Lewis Bex has pulled out of his fight. Fucking, why the fuck are we pulling out of fights 40 minutes before, Lewis? Why even sign up if you're not home? It's great. Awesome. So Lewis Bex is a fucking degenerate. Fantastic. Great. Terrific. Right, let me quickly put the ping up, announce that we're there for the live or for the main card, and then we'll go over to the main card and we'll figure out as we go. Again, we've had a great prelim cards, right? We have. Let's not fuck it all up on the main card here, lads. Looking at you, Lewis Bex. I don't know why sign up if you know you're not even in your fucking house on a Thursday evening. I don't get it. I will never get it. I will never understand it. But there you go. CTE Rife. Main card is now live. And we'll put the main card poster in as well. Fellas, grab a snack. Grab a beverage. Because we are heading into the final part of today's stream. Main card up and ready for you in T-minus 60 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my god.
Leg beat up, man. Number 48.
Oh, picked up from Poirier now, right hand. It's hurt.
Oh my god.
An SLG Jokers has put the former middleweight champion to sleep. Light heavyweight champion.
Oh, goodness.
It's time.
All right, well, we're here, and of course, as we work through this main card tonight, we'll try and figure out what the fuck's going on with Lewis Bex. Clearly, he's talking in riddles. I don't know whether he's telling me he's going to be 15 minutes late or whether he's not going to be back at all. He can send me 2 messages, but then when I ask him for clarification, he can just sit and busy and not say anything. It's great. God bless you, Lewis Bex. Thank you so much as well for the follow. I am bad at game 2. Thank you. Let me replace. I have no idea I would never let someone brand new who's 0-0 replace on the main card. That would make no sense. We'll figure it out. There's some welterweights available. Anyway, let's stop dilly-dallying here and get this one going, because we know Stankerson has got somewhere to be. He's got an appointment later on, so we're going to get him on first. And Walshy and Adam, appreciate you being kind of ready and set. We're going to come to you guys second. So Matty and Stankerson kicking things off tonight. It's been a very weird fight here, because of course originally neither of these two were supposed to fight. It was supposed to originally be Webbo and someone else. It evades me who the original opponent was supposed to be, and both of them have pulled out at different times. So now Matty and Stankerson, two people that have never fought before, are in at last kind of moment's notice. Matty tonight 10 wins, 16 losses, only 2 wins in his last 5. Stankerson 3 wins, 2 losses, 3 wins in his last 5. It's 2 negative fighters fighting on the main card. You will only see this in a situation where pullouts happen. Tonight, these two get the opportunity, and let's go and see exactly who gets this victory over the line. We're there, we're set, we're ready to go. Our first fight on this main card this evening, the Bantamweight division, set for action between these two great prodigies in this division. Neither of them have gotten close to the strap, to the championship gold. Maybe one of them makes a performance and a statement here tonight. We've got no volume in this one, so don't adjust your ears, your system, your volume. We're in the silence of the Emirates Stadium. There is no volume, just vibes here tonight. Here we go. Red trunks, of course, for Pure Ian. Blue trunks for TJ Dillashaw. You don't know who is who. Then Stankerson is in the blue. Matty is in the red. Matty, of course, with the higher amount of wins in this division, whereas Stankerson, on the other hand, is coming off of a loss last time out, which was, I think, a loss that left him reeling. We didn't see him really sign up for 3 weeks. He was kind of, saying, I want a little bit of a break, get kind of some stuff in real life handled, and I'll come back in. He, said, listen, I'll fight today as long as it's before this time, put me in. So I think the opportunity to take on Webbo really kind of lit his eyes up. But although Webbo is not Matty in terms of the reputation or the stature, Matty is a fun fight. And I think Matty is a fight that definitely suits Stankerson more. And it's definitely a fight that I think Matty suits more as well. I don't think Matty would have done too well against Webbo if you put him in that situation. I think we've seen that before. But tonight, these two are going to absolutely pocket box like no other kind of bantamweights can. It will be a case of who has the better head movement, who has the better shot selection, whose accuracy is at the peak level of performance. There's that slip hook there down the right-hand side for TJ Dillashaw. Nearly gives him some trouble. Uppercut there, clips him and drops him down. Big knees to the midsection there as the 1-2s down the center. Big thank you for the follow. Welcome in here. Just joining us here for our first fight of our main card here tonight. 5 title fights set to be on the showpiece, on the mantelpiece at 11 p.m. UK, 6 p.m. US Eastern. Our main event tonight, MarkJeff against JRilla for the vacant Bantamweight Championship of the World at 12 a.m. UK, 7 p.m. US Eastern. Some great non-title fights here, though, including this one tonight. So, hey, stick around and get involved every Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern until 7 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. UK until 12 a.m. UK. VFL 207 sign-ups out after tonight's card ends. So don't be a stranger. Get involved. Join the Discord. Ask for UFC tags. Do PlayStation and Xbox divisions. Big shots here. Continue with the land here as Matty kind of taking a good triage of shots here. And that's a, again, fake takedown into the uppercuts. Wonderful. Said the way that these two are so fluid in their strike patterns. And when you see that in that kind of elite division of bantamweight and flyweight. We'll say, though, Matty's got to be a little bit careful. He has absorbed a whole heap of damage here. Stankerson kind of oranging up the head health of Jan already, as there's that peekaboo uppercut that Stankerson is so damn dangerous with. You can just kind of fire that uppercut out of absolutely nothing. Finds a home base for it again, works the body shots. There's TJ Dillashaw, and I think this one is going to go into round number 2 here tonight. Don't think we're going to see a knockout in this last 10-second period, but yeah, a good back and forth. Oh, hang on, I may have jinxed that one. No, walks back with there, Matty, and survives just about. A good back and forth. A good back and forth. I think Dillashaw, Stankerson has clearly won that round, but again, you can't say that Jan hasn't got some good shots and some good licks in as well. I just think, again, it's that speed, it's that I would say, snappiness of Stankerson. He knows exactly where to stand, and he knows exactly when to fire that kind of looping uppercut, which is giving Matty and Purity Yan in the red a lot of problems here so far. Wouldn't surprise me if the uppercut is the penultimate strike that seals the deal, but hang on a minute here, because Matty now starting off the round very, very strong. Left hand there comes up as a body shot there comes towards him. Walks him back towards the cage here. Absolutely nothing to see. These two continuing to just remain cordial inside the pocket. Uppercut there though from Matty. I tell you what, Matty's going to be feeling hard done by here. How has Matty not got a stun from any of those? As the body shots now, the body work coming in from Stankerson. And this is the thing, Stankerson has got 2 targets now. The body and the head are completely zapped. Inside round 2, I don't think Jan's going to last in round 3. That's really not good. The body at least is still holding up for Stankerson. His head health is dropping though. Both of them got to be a little bit careful. Uppercut there was just about creeping through. Uppercut overhand there. Really nice. Oh, clips him lightning fast. TJ Dillashaw hands as a flurry of strikes knocks him to the canvas. 3 minutes left of round 2, and Stankerson is looking to make this one a return victory after that disappointing loss last time out. Matty has got to find defense. Not just quickly, yesterday. That's how quickly he's got to find it. Left and right here from TJ Dillashaw continuing to land with succession. Left hand there pokes on through. Dillashaw again. Continuing to just swing around and cope. Left hand comes forward. TJ off the double jab. Deep kick sends him backwards. All body shots there. Wow. That there is IQ. And that there is even bigger IQ. To go and get the stun and then to go and zap the arm. Take the block all the way down. But he fails. Wow. Stankerson had the opportunity to get the armbar and actually flops at it. And again, that's the thing, you know, if the armbar comes off, you're praising it as a bit of genius in terms of IQ. If the armbar doesn't come off, you're thinking, why didn't you go for the ground and pound finish? You know, definitely there for the taking. Body shot there again. And look at that. The 3-piece combination, jab, straight uppercut, goes into stack guard here. And I think this could be the beginning of the end. Stankerson not raining down any strikes from stack guard, though. Again, very bizarre. Goes over into side control. And now looks to kind of hold position here. And this could be a knee on belly if he's not careful. It is. And Stankerson, can he get the finish? No, he can't. Matty is looking to try and survive this one and get into round 3. Get some sort of return to health. No doubts as the knee on belly again. Big shots here raining in. And that's going to be it. Game, set, and match. Stankerson, I think, just grew and grew and grew in confidence as the rounds went on. Beginning of round 1, I think, was definitely in Matty's favor, but then the end of round 1 and I think the majority of the duration of round 2, Stankerson just looked phenomenal. I think anyone that keeps saying that this kid is boring or this kid doesn't belong in this bantamweight division is just on pure copium. I think he's a wonderful fighter. Couple losses that he's taken have been unfortunate, and he's just gotten a big one there tonight on short notice. It's a round 2 victory tonight. Stankerson with a return victory. They don't come much better than that, because that is a prime Stankerson performance if I've ever seen one. That summarized exactly what he was doing in the featherweight division, summarized exactly what he was doing at the start of his bantamweight flyweight career. I think it's a perfect performance. I do. I think it's a perfect performance. Over to our next one. Let me go see if Lewis Bex has dropped me anything back. Was last minute. I'm normally reliable. I was meant to be home. I do apologize. So again, why not tell me before you go out that you're not here? Why are you DMing me this shit as I'm playing the main card trailer? Ridiculous. Well, the floor is there for anyone that is a welterweight that wants to fight tonight, because Lewis Bex, I mean, surprisingly enough, Lewis Bex has been the only person to fuck me on these cards tonight, so it's not too bad. But again, Lewis Bex can sit and he can type and he can talk at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. in the Discords. I'm doing the same thing now. You lot that no-show cards do, you don't get to speak for a week. You don't. There you go. Ridiculous. Crazy. Flack CFC. Why? There There we go. Fucking Jesus Christ. Being asked about French tournaments. Do I look French to you, buddy? Jesus Christ. Walshy against Atomizer. Up next, Walshy, of course, 4 wins, 3 losses tonight in this flyweight division, whereas Atomizer 0-0. So 3 wins out of his last 5 for Walshy. For Atomizer 0-0. A return. Again, another great return we're getting to see here tonight. Atomizer, the last time we saw him in the featherweight division, dominant, to say the least, was VFL 194. So 12 weeks pass. 3 months out, and his first appearance in the Bantamweight flyweight division, which he was pretty much on the cusp of debuting in before he retired after that featherweight victory. His first time in, question mark is, since, you know, we last saw him 12 weeks ago, has he lost a step? Has ring rust taken over? Or is he prepared to very much kind of go in against the killers? Let's go and see who is live for us. I need a link here. Give me a link. Again, I don't want links in DMs, fellas. I want links in to the channel, please. I'm not going through the fucking 15 pending DMs I have. Post your link in the channel. That's what it's there for. I'm not doing anything until then. Go, and give me assistance. Give me the stream link. Oh, yes. Any chance, lads? Any chance? Walshy, Walshy, I'm making it a fucking thing, man. Put it in the stream channel. I'm gonna make all of you put it in the stream channel tonight. You've got to learn to put it in there. Every link, stream channel, please. Gives me a chance to answer these DMs quickly as well. Gives me a chance to kind of look for welterweights as well. Maybe Bass Inferno would do it. I don't know. Again, Lewis Beck's just completely... Again, fellas, I keep saying this, right? If you are going out last minute, right? Because Lewis Beck hasn't just gone out now. If you're going out last minute, tell me, like, why are we leaving telling me you can't fight until 30 minutes before? It's just incredibly stupid. It is, but hey, yo, there's always one every week, isn't there? All right, here we go. The Walshy and Atomizer set to go. We've got the Japanese sensation Kai Asakura against Alex Pantoja. Dude, I really don't like the Kai pick. Oh, God, that's going to be... Ooh. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I am not seeing a single performance, whether it's Xbox or PlayStation, where Kai Asakura is a competent pick. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, but maybe he knows something I don't. Again, black and gold trunks tonight for Atomizer, a return for him after 12 weeks. Of course, Walshy UFC, also known as I Play Campy, coming off of a demolition job last week. You have to say it like it is. Keza completely butchered this kid on the main card for the title. He's going to need to find a way to kind of, you know, get his stripes back, get his reputation back. Tonight could very well be a perfect opportunity. Of course, the size and the height difference noticeable right off the bat from Asakura, but for Pantoja, he has strength, he has durability. You've got to think the longer this fight goes on and the more damage and the more connectivity that Campy gets, the less likely Atomizer is to succeed in this fight. I think if you're using Asakura against Pantoja, I think if it's me, with how good Campy can be, I think stay on the outside, work distance strikes. And it sounds pathetic, but I would work the fight into a decision. I think you have to try and go tonight and think about a decision victory. You have not got the damage or, I think, the pressure with Asakura to get a finish, to get a knockout, to get a submission. You just don't see it. So I think you've got to be very, very kind of tentative, and you've got to be very, very kind of, what's the word? Like, aware of when to push and when to withdraw outside of the pocket. I think if not, you get lit on fire, especially when Pantoja is able to pressure you like he is. And you just see that from Campy in the black and red trunks here, consistently making that inward step to get into the pocket and kind of land the hook on the jaw of Asakura. Teep kick there sends Pantoja backwards. Works with that right hand again. Asakura just eating a couple more shots here. Redness on the forehead of Asakura starting to be seen, but ducks the head kick. Body shot there. That's a nice three-piece combination. from Campy, absolutely. Atomizer just looks right now. Like, it doesn't look like he's off point. It doesn't. The ideas are correct from Adam. I just think this is the worst, one of the worst picks you could have ever gone for. I'm just not a fan and never will be a fan of Kai Asakura. I think it's craziness. It's a reason why you don't see him more often. Again, people will say, well, you know, you got to give him props for not using a quote-unquote meta pick, but in your first flyweight fight, your first bantamweight fight, to go with someone so niche and so, let's just say how it is, terrible, it's a decision. Let me tell you that much. 26 seconds after round number 1 so far. Categorically, Campy here, leading the way. Body shot into the straight, nothing there, goes down underneath. As this one is going to go into round number 2. What, if you're in Adamizer's corner with Asakura, do you say to that? That is that is just no, I don't want to say domination, but it was the clearest 10-9 of a round you'll see tonight. I think so. Round number 2. Up and underway. Glove touch and we're off. Immediately, the eye busted open. Body shot there, right hand. Goes back down low. Not how Asakura would have wanted to start. Goes back down low again. Pantoja. Seemingly just trying to work the eye. Seemingly trying to work the health pack. The damage. And the first takedown of the second round comes in. That's... Again, I don't want to speak out of term here. It seems like that's a desperation takedown from Asakura, from Atomizer here. He just looks lost, dude. He looks lost. I think the reality of this pick has dawned on him. I think he knows he's too rigid. He's not fast enough to compete with Pantoja anywhere. Like I said, it's weird to say because I don't often talk about guys at this level picking incorrectly, but this is the definition of a terrible pick. It really is. Right hand there stuns him. Body shots now. Campy looking to go for a finish here. Oh, I swear to God, if he gets this off, I'm going to look like the biggest dickhead in the world. Hang on a minute. First stun of the evening for Atomizer. And Campy now, maybe in a little bit of kind of, you know, thought as to how aggressive he can actually be. Or clips him and drops him. There's no jump on the carcass of Asakura though. 2 minutes left of round 2. 1-2's down the center. Uppercut there was just whiffed, but pulls out of it. The double jab straights here. The head health of Asakura is absolutely gone. Yeah, it's not going to last too much longer. Look at this, the top left. Head health so low in round 2. We've seen head health get that low in round 3 before, but again, I can't name you one thing that Asakura is good at. Genuinely can't. Body shots coming in. Left hand continues to work. Takedown attempted. Atomizer gets, again, a desperation takedown landed. And with 1 minute remaining here of round number 2, you'd think maybe Atomizer's saying to himself, got to just keep position and got to get to round 3. Get as much durability back and try and go for a Hail Mary victory of some sorts. That one there is denied. And he's going to go for a Darce choke. Hang on a minute. This could be interesting if he gets this off. Gets the deny and hang on. The race is on and he's going to stop him. And Campy here has considered the submission. So, about 33%, a third of that submission bar going. It's not all doom and gloom for Atomizer. I mean, he has got to work defense so desperately. I mean, he can't take too many more hits. Just look at that. That's not someone that's going to be able to kind of eat shots. But I think Atomizer is going to start to spam takedowns now. I think he's going to look at that submission and go, I can get 2 more. Third and final round. And a slight creeping, or a slight opening of the door for Atomizer to maybe steal this fight from underneath the nose of Campy this evening. It just got a little bit more intriguing, didn't it? It really did. Body shot there lands. I wonder if you Campy, how do you cope with that now? Do you just go aggressive? Do you try and kind of take all thought of offense out of his head and just bum rush him and then try and put him onto defense? Takedown there attempted. That one there stopped in its tracks. I'm going to think as well for Atomizer, he's going to need to try and disguise these takedowns a little bit as well. He has gone in kind of dry with each one. Swing and a miss overhand. The right hand that continues forward. Oh, that was a nice shot. But again, that was great takedown defense from Campy as well. He knows, does Campy, that the only way Adam even gets a sign of life in this fight is if he goes down. So his takedown defense is now elevated through the roof. That's what the great players do. It's what the great fighters do. They react to what's happening. Great head movement. In fairness, and there's the takedown. Okay. So if Campy loses this fight, one of the comebacks of the year, it would be. He's got to go for a finish here in 2 minutes. Oh my god. Postures up. I'm amazed he's postured up and not gone for some sort of submission instantaneously, but that's fair. He's going to be fixated on that clock. And, oh, he went for an arm triangle. That one's denied. Tries to kick him off. Campy here now starting to really get fidgety. Minute and 20 left of round 3. Atomizer looking for the biggest steal of this century. If he can pull this off, it would be something. He has lost top mount though. 60 seconds remaining. And that is a good sign if you're Campy. Gets into dominant position and gets it back into backside. And just like that, a wave of relief just passed through. However, oh, maybe not, because look at this. The DOS choke is in. Campy could be in trouble here. Is he going to survive it? He does. Wow. Atomizer just not got the stamina to compete in that race, and it is going to peter out in the end to a decision. Fair play to Atomizer, in fairness, because the way that he handled that fight after the first 2 rounds to get back into it and make it a contest was impressive. Campy gets it done on decision. We got the spoiler there. I think a good night for both of them, I think so. Walshy gets a victory, and I think Atomizer, although losing that that fight tonight, has got his stock raised to do that and to kind of sustain that and make it nervy like that with such a, again, a shit pick, any way you can describe it. And, you know, maybe make his arse flap a little bit. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I think he's going to be fine in Bantamweight flyweight. Should he go Asakura again? Absolutely not. Not for me. But, again, he's the one in the division, not me. Commiserations, but Adam, I think definitely positives to take there, man. Not a bad one whatsoever. All right. Well, we go over to our next one. And we see where we go. Sir DJD and then title. Absolutely not. That is... No. Sorry, you are... BK Bully, I love you and great performance tonight, but no. No. Respect to DJD. Lovely guy. He's not the guy that kind of guards the title at this point. You've never been more wrong in your life. Oath Kex and Zeus is him up next then. Listen, these are the 2 people you should be keeping your eye on, Mr. Bully. 17 wins, 1 draw, 7 losses for Oath Kex, former champion, of course, 2 wins in his last 5 after that 3-fight losing streak. 1 and is back in this week. When you talk about his opponent though, and you look at Zeus as him, someone that came in to the big boy division last week at last minute's notice, won his fight and comes in with a 6-2 record, the majority of that coming from this division. If he can beat Oath Kex tonight, this could really set up the potential of a title charge. This would be a last minute win last week, a top 3 win this week. I don't think people would have many complaints if Zeus is him then went in and fought a title contender or a title eliminator. I think it's one of those. It's a great opportunity for Zeus regardless. Can Oath Kicks make it a successful return to the octagon is the big question. We're there, we're set, we're ready to go. This one tonight, the lightweight division, 5-star fighters legal in this one. Tony Ferguson and Charles Oliveira set for action here. Tony Ferguson is, again, a bit of an interesting one. It's a hit and miss pick. We've seen Tony Ferguson's do well. We've seen Tony Ferguson's do absolutely terrible. Terrible. Let's see who gets this one done. Tony Ferguson tonight, of course, in the black trunks for none other than who, Jeff? Oath Kex. Zeus is him on the other side of things in the floral trunks, the colourful trunks for Charles Oliveira and Zeus. And again, for Zeus, you know, he got that victory last week. It was at short notice, and that really kind of established himself as maybe the guy in this division to look out for. But now you're going up against a former champion. Now you're going up against a guy that is 17-7, I think the record was. This is not a guy that loses often. It's a huge opportunity, which you have absolutely deserved the right to have after last week's brilliant performance. But is the jump going to be too much? I think it could be. Big shots here. Oath Kex nearly getting this one done in one. Welcome to the big boy division, Zeus. As he gives up his back here, and Tony Ferguson is making this one look like child's play. Zeus has got to find some stability. Zeus has got to find some kind of calm in this fight quickly. Oath Kex going into crucifix, and dear God, when you get put into crucifix, it's either you're going to get out really quickly, you're going to be locked in there for about 8 or 9 strikes. Gets him back over into side control. Period of maybe calm now coming for Zeus. Another rotation. Just kind of trying to spot for Zeus when he's on top how many kind of strikes he's going to go for before he'll be trying to go for transition. The big thing that Zeus can't do is sit still for too long when on the offensive position. Back over into side control. Sprawl here. Tony Ferguson. Back up against the cage. Okay. It's not bad from Zeus. But he hasn't really done too much of anything so far to give Oath Kex that feeling of, ooh, you know what I mean? Like there's something there. It's a very comfortable first round for the former champion. I'm going to miss to the midsection. Goes forward again. Double uppercuts now coming forward. Oh, flying knee. Okay. We talked about wanting to see something that makes Oath Kex worry a little bit. That may have done it. Flying knee lands and also gives us the first sign of damage on Tony Ferguson tonight. 20 seconds left of round 1. Looking to go for a Darce choke here. We talked about buzzer beater submissions in fights tonight. Oath Kex is in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna go for the Darce choke. Not gonna get it. Wow. Listen, sometimes you got to gamble. He gambled, nothing came of it. If anything, the best period of that fight, of that round for Zeus there was probably the last 30 seconds. I've got to be honest. Beyond that, Oath Kex, 4.5 minutes, I would say, of that round was all him. 10-9 to the former champion. If you want to talk about return bouts, this is the stuff of dreams right here for Oath Kex. Side kick there, left and right. Uppercut there completely gets him off guard. And then into full guard we go. Working the body shots there. That one stopped in its tracks. Half guards. Trying to maybe cross over here. Goes up for a heel hook here. Look at this though. Never ever doubt Charles Oliveira with the amount of subs he's got up his sleeves. Tony Ferguson going to need to just be very calm here. They're racing the submission. They're racing the stamina. And this heel hook is not going to be sunken in. And they get back up to the feet. And again, that only really benefits Tony Ferguson with how he's been boxing. and putting together the combinations here tonight. The Canadian, I think, Oath Kex, I want to keep saying it's Canadian. I get these two, these Whimpering E and Oath Kex. Are they Canadian? Are they American? I always forget. But I'll tell you this much. In the history of VFL's PlayStation Elite Division, I think Canada's had the most champions. Wavy Pappy back in the day was Canadian. So, there you go. It's a nation of winners. Eh? There you go. Right hand continues to work. Charles Oliveira. Uppercut there. Eats. Again as takedown from Zeus. Now starts to put him in a driving position. And I think Zeus had to realize that, you know, in this division, he was going to face a severe, I think, jump in quality. So in PlayStation, there's only two divisions. You know, there's that kind of beginner, intermediate division, and then the elites. This is what the elite division looks like. This is what one of the best players in the world looks like in Oath Kex. Gets down now into half guard. Posture up is there. Goes over into side control. Tries to cross over into top mountain. Nothing really to see there. Elbows are coming in still. Denies that one. Elbows coming in. Back over into half guard. Now over into side control again. Elbows coming off. I think still, although there's a little bit more kind of slightly more control for Zeus, there's still not been anything in this round which is kind of worried Oath Kex. Again, he could have had maybe 2 submissions in this round. He's just not raced it correctly. You can see here, I think Kex gonna go for his own submission. I thought he was gonna just sit there and wait for round 3. Maybe another former champion telling Zeus, this is how it's done, young man. Denies him once and twice, and then cranks the neck here, and not gonna get the submission off. So both of them, I should have been 3 confirmed submissions in that round, but there you go. I think another one with the stun just about giving that round to Oath Kex. So I've got it 2-0 2018 for Tony Ferguson at this minute in time. I think if you are Zeus in the floral trunks with Charles Oliveira, sad to say, you need a finish. Third and final round. A lot of round 3 fights tonight. Indicates some great matchmaking from yours truly. Overhand there, swings in, left hand there, comes forward. There's that jumping teep though. Spin kick there to the body. Left and rights again. Uppercut there was just being looked for. Protects the head. Uppercut there comes in. Avoids that one away. Or did he? I thought he avoided that one, but I think he just clipped it on the way out. It's a weird one. No doubt he's not going to be too happy with that one. Whoa! The uppercut there drops him. That's more like it. And you can see Oath Kex now is trying to turn on the speed, and it's the right idea from Zeus. Maybe not what some people want to hear, but he needed that takedown. When Oath Kex gets into that kind of style, when he gets into that kind of area where he's confident to start getting combinations off, he is a difficult customer to stop on the feet. He is. Side saddle here into an arm triangle. Tony Ferguson wants to submit the submission master of Charles Oliveira tonight. And I'm now interested to see if Zeus can get out of here, to which he does. Fantastic submission defense from both of these two tonight. Credit where credit's due. Strikes here continuing again. Zeus, though, Zeus has got to be a little bit more proactive. Like I said, I think in my mind, he's 2 rounds down. He's got to try and find a finish. A couple of big shots there. But from half guard posture up, how big is big, you know? GA being gained again. Tries to fake the submission. In the end, that one there avoided. Over now into side saddle. Elbows may be coming off here with a hint of venom, but cage flip going to be attempted here and pulled out of by Ferguson. Minute and 15 seconds remaining. Still feels like there's the only way that he's fighting in this way is if Zeus truly believes that he's won round 2. Because right now he is fighting like a guy that believes that it's 1-1. And I think he's just trying to maybe win this fight on points. There's no way the judges gave round 2 to Charles Oliveira. Is there? I don't even know anymore. The judging on this game is so inconsistent. Well, it may not make a difference because the armbar, the easiest submission to hold on to, and you would think if Oath Kex does not extend the arm here, you would have to have some serious questions about his ability. As this one, is it going to be extended? The arm is going to be extended. I think that has just about won the fight for Tony Ferguson. If it was 1-1, definitely, but I feel like it was 3-0. I do. Tony Ferguson gets it done, gets it over the line, and that there is a victory on his return to Oath Kex. Is it the most impressive Oath Kex victory? No, I think there's more props to be given there for Zeus tonight. Comes in against the former champion, takes him all the way to a decision. 30-27, yeah. I was going to say, the way that Zeus was fighting in that third round, I think he horrendously misjudged what the situation was. He wasn't looking like he was fighting to go and get a finish in the third round. He looked like he was trying to win on points. It just didn't feel like he was ahead on points whatsoever. Tormentor, you sit tight. I'm going to see if fucking Bass Inferno wants to do the fight or not. So, yeah. If not, then I'm going to have to look around. Why? I type in Bass Inferno, I'm getting put into a Discord that I've not... doesn't even have any sort of resemblance to the fucking... the name is just... oh, dude, I hate Discord so much. So much. I can't even find Reese because I type in Hoos Rice and it's linking me to some other shit. Honestly. Terrible app. Awful smelly app. Oi. You want to fight... Lewis Bex is a fucking insert word. I can't say on Twitch. I don't think so anyway. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. And if it's not going to be Reese, then it's not going to be Reese. It kind of has to be like Popeyes, but even Popeyes isn't here. I'll tell you, Lewis Bex has really fucked this card up. I gotta be honest. And Reese isn't replying either, which indicates he's probably fallen asleep. Which is not great. God damn it. No, TP Fang is not home. He's on holiday. Rossi. Do I want to see Rossi and Tormentor? I mean, I feel like I've seen it like twice. Am I wrong? I imagine Ross will be around. But Joshy, Chaz, Char J, Ink Beast, Mikeinho, Lewis Bex, TP Fang, Sniff, Spawn Peak, and Driscoll. Am I stupid? I mean, no, we have seen it. There we go. Tormentor. Only once. I wouldn't be opposed. 15 for the 5th? Yeah. We'll float Ross a message. We'll see if he's down. Oi. You're around to fight. See if he is. That would be ideal. Oh, Reese has replied. Can do if it's still going. Yes, go. Then we go Bass Inferno and Tormentor. That is a fight that I do like because they both fight in a similar way. I feel like these two have fought before as well. So just give me a minute. Hopefully it's not recent. Davey Dragon, Matt D. Oh, it was recent. There you go. Well, it's a trilogy. 6 weeks on, it's a trilogy. Why not then? Well, Ross has replied also. If you need me, I'm always here. Yeah, I'm going to go with the trilogy. Reese is it. Cool. Tormentor. Hit him up. Get lobbied. We'll go after the next fight. Again, it's always fun with those two. So Tormentor and Reese get some energy back into this one as well after a couple of decisions on the main card. So yeah, Tormentor and Hoos Rice 3. Wow. I'm blessing you with something magical tonight. Adversary and Rakib, then we'll go to that one. Those two are on time. So we'll go with that. 13 and 14 for Adversary tonight. 3 wins and 5 for him. Rakib, 9 wins, 2 losses, a 5-fight win streak. Former champion, but of course of this division. Adversary has said he wants to have Rakib. He was almost upset, disappointed when it was kind of revealed that Rakib had been taken off the rankings, but luckily enough, it wasn't permanent, and he's back here tonight, ready to put on a show. He wants to get his 10th win as a PlayStation man. However, only time will tell. You know, this is a difficult opponent, an Adversary who is effectively beaten so many of the big names, has been able to kind of compete at a top level, strike with some of the top names. It really does beckon the question whether or not these two are going to be a correct match for each other. We talk about fights that are, you know, this guy and that guy, they fight similarly. I think these two are so different in terms of style. It could be a very interesting one tonight. Link Plus, again, doesn't fill me with confidence that these two haven't sent me a link, but hey ho. We'll see. We'll see. There we go. We're good. Thank you very much, Rakib. All right, here we go then. A huge PlayStation matchup. Will Adversary regret asking for this fight? So that's what he effectively did. He effectively asked for this fight here tonight. We're there, we're set, and we are ready to go as the main card continues onwards. A wrestler on his day is Rakib. Adversary, of course, a striker on his day. And are we going to see Adversary give Rakib to Poria? That would be one of the decisions, and the answer is yes, we are. So Rakib being given the keys to Ilya Taporia, and Adversary with his dirt bike Hosk account opting for the pocket boxer out of Oceania, Alex Volkanovski. Here we go then. I'm going to appreciate you two being on time. Top from you both. Can Rakib find his 10th PlayStation victory? Will Adversary make an example of Rakib like he said he wanted to? You wanted this fight? Well, you've got it. Black and gold trunks tonight for what you can maybe imagine is the favorite in Adversary. The former champion of the other division on PlayStation, Rakib, tonight in the red and gold trunks with Ilya Taporia. Of course, Rakib can strike. He can. It's not me saying that he's, you know, oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. He's not afraid of striking, as you can see there. But when he has been dominant in those title fights in the other division, when he has kind of had his way in fights, it's always come from a wrestling base. He will look to kind of ground you, pound you, and then in maybe rounds 2 or 3, let you up till he can then kind of finish off the job with his striking, with his boxing on the feet. I just wonder tonight if giving him to Poria was a wise decision. Again, the Spanish-Georgian, so well-rounded. This guy can finish you with one sequence and top mount, but he's also got the speed and precision to be dangerous on the feet also. Takedown there landed. And now here we go. Adversary going to need to try and deal with this ground and pound that Rakib is going to look to deliver. It's an incredible low ping as well tonight, these two. Only on, I think, was it 22 ping it was? So, fuck me, they could be next door to each other, you know, for all we know. Half guard here is the GA continuing to be fought for. Rakib looking to maybe make that cross over into top mount, and does. Adversary here denying that one, and this is the place where you don't want to be. Taporia can swing down and break the jaw in one sequence. Look at that. One stun already. Posture up is there. Goes for the armbar. As I said, man, you can't. I don't know if he disrespected Rakib and was just like, go ahead, you know, you're nothing. Take Taporia. I think it was a really, really stupid decision. Goes into back sitting. I think when you are in featherweight, you got to block Taporia. You either got to take Taporia yourself, or you got to put a big lock on him. So the Adversary had fighter priority. He absolutely could have stopped Taporia being picked. Top mount again, and this is really smart from Rakib. He was going to look to try and get that posture up. Loses a bunch of stamina though because of the deny. That's pretty smooth there from Adversary, who continues now to try and find a way to either survive the round or get back to his feet. Herb D maybe going to step in at some point here, maybe stand them up because there were so many GA punches, but a couple of shots here from half guards. Couple more taps here as these two again trying to find dominance against one another. Look at this. This is main card action 101 here, boys. Wow. Riveting stuff as we cross into round number 2. Well, Rakib is going to take the round. 1 knockdown. I don't think adversary has done too much wrong. I just feel like it's just such a stupid mistake to give him the best fighter in the division. I just think it is. Can't believe he did that. Well, the chips will fall where they fall. Volkanovski now very much back in the pocket, looking to strike here, but again, the speed at which Topuria throws with, man. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, and there you go. The right hand of Topuria. That's what I'm saying. You can kind of get stunned out of nowhere with Topuria. That's how quickly he can throw against you. Double jab now working here. I don't know if adversary is trying to drag him and put him against the back of the cage, but even if it was, it's not going to go and succeed here. Uppercut there lands again. Topuria. Left hand comes forward. Pulls backwards as Volkanovski working off the jab hit. Left hand comes in. Rakib still. Oh, clips him. Shoots the takedown. It's wonderful. Again, great IQ to get the stun and immediately launch in. Yeah, big fan of that. Huge fan. And now Rakib goes back into top mount, where we spent a good majority of that first round. About 2 minutes of that first round was him either in top mount or fighting to get into top mount. Posture up is there. And this could be the beginning of the end. We know what he's like in top mount as Topuria not able to crack through the guard and the block just yet. And he can't kick him off. He can't shake him off. Goes for an armbar here. And adversary has not denied it. It's a sloppy one from a fighter of his level. And Rakib here, I think, is going to take the first submission of the evening. Tries to extend the arm, but is he going to be able to get that extension? I think he is. And adversary not going to be tapped here, but is going to have that block significantly impacted. First submission of the night here in for Rakib. And now it's a question of how do you navigate this if you are Volkanovski. Because if you opt to stand back up and you go into the pocket trailblazing like you did in this round already, now because the block's heavily reduced, you are not going to last. And if you stay on the ground here and Rakib gets you into top mount, again, the block isn't going to last. You're going to get put out of your misery quickly. But look at the block. The block is absolutely cooked. Jesus Christ. Left hand gets him. Works the body. Rakib here. Mixing strikes together. The left hand goes towards Volkanovski again. Big shots here. Rakib in trouble here. Oh, clips him right back. Drops him. And we're going to round 3 with a little bit of drama at the end. Wow. Okay. Rakib still 2 up. Volkanovski with a little glimmer of hope there, but said he went aggressive at the end there, did adversary. Third and final round. Volkanovski in the black and gold trunks needs a finish. Shoots the takedown. And going to be twisted and rolled over. Little taps here. Again from Volkanovski onto Topuria. And for a fighter and adversary who needs a finish, I'm amazed we're doing this. No idea. You'd think there'd be an urgency to get back to the top or even to stand up as quick as possible. I don't know. Maybe his method has madness to it. Or his madness has method to it, excuse me. But it just seems like a couple of derpy moments from adversary in this one. 3:40 left of the third and final round. Topuria going to just exactly do this. He's going to walk backwards. He's going to block and he's going to buy this time for a counter shot. Continues on, works the jab. Left hand drops him again. Brilliant from Topuria. And another one left hand this time. And against the cage, this has got to be it here. Topuria on the verge of getting the finish, but not to be just yet. Adversary is going to need one of the Hail Marys of Hail Marys if he is to secure a victory here tonight, and he may get one. Big shots coming forward here. Left hand is good. Rakib with a period of calm. Able to just kind of recompose and recalculate here. Goes forward again, shoots the takedown, and survives the takedown. Gets the trip around the other way. Left hand is big. An adversary here. Now turning on the pressure. Rakib's got to land a takedown, I think. I think if Rakib can land one more takedown, it will hold him there, and it will get the victory here by decision tonight. Continues to duck underneath. He's got to play a little bit more defensive. Does Rakib, especially with 1:35 left. Volkanovski, adversary, having his best moments here in this kind of final sequence of the round. A knockdown there, and Rakib is going to go into stack up, but that's denied. And it is Volkanovski who keeps this one on the feet. His block is so good. The uppercut, again, is just ridiculous. One uppercut through the block, boom. You can't take too much more. Kieran Crow. Can he find... Oh my goodness me, no he can't. He can't find anything. Can't find his breath. Can't find his head health. Can't find anything. Knocks him down. Knee on belly. Goes for an armbar. And he just wants to secure the victory tonight. He's not going to risk it with stamina. He's just going to secure it tonight through a decision victory. Another decision. 3 decisions on the main card tonight. Very, very timid fight. I think no doubt Rakib respected what was in front of him, but yeah, I don't think you can argue with that Topuria decision victory. And I think realistically, adversary's got to look at that and say, why did I give him Topuria? I think it's just a completely stupid decision. I don't know if he disrespected him or not, but a really bizarre one to give him the best fighter in the game and then to lose by decision. It's kind of on adversary. Adversary wanted that fight. He got that fight. In the end, it turns out to be a disaster. Right, Tormentor against Hoosrice up next. Now, I'll tell you this much. If this is a decision, I'll eat my own shit. That's how confident I am. The trilogy fight, Hoosrice stepping in at short notice. They met at VFL 200 6 weeks ago. Hoosrice, of course, lost in that second meeting. And, of course, the very first time these two met, Tormentor and Hoosrice, was at UFC 4. I would feel like it would be UFC 4. It was all the way... Tormentor's had a lot of fights, by the way. Dear God. It was all the way... We will do this until we've got 77 fights to go through. Tormentor and Hoosrice. Jesus Christ, it was a long time ago. Where the hell is it? There it is. Wow, it's like his 5th fight or 6th fight. VFL 58. Hoosrice won on that fateful evening. So the 6th of April, 2023. So, hey, listen, it's a fun one in terms of the trilogy because they are 1-on-1 against each other. Who walks home today as the winner and makes a huge step towards the welterweight title again? 21 wins, 1 draw, 19 losses for Tormentor, 3 wins in his last 5. For Hoosrice, of course, on the other side of things, 6 wins, 6 losses, 3 wins in his last 5 on a 2-fight win streak. Hoosrice back on the main card after a period away. The welterweight division is set for action in this trilogy. We are there, we are set, and we are ready to go in this one. Let's go and see who our cameraman is going to be. I don't know. Why is Final Block messaging me? Oh, Final Block is telling me his stream link. Block, I appreciate you being on time. Sorry for the slight delay. You can blame Lewis Bex. He's a complete pigeon. We'll be there after this next fight. Don't you worry. Tormentor, there we go, is our cameraman. Boom. Here we go then. Tormentor as well. Appreciate you kind of being patient with us. Not ideal, I know. Like I said, we work as quick as we can. It's on Lewis Bex. That's all I can say. All right. Here we go then. It was UFC 4, one of my first fights. There you go. So you know more than me. This version of Volk is very good. Not as good as Topuria. I'm not hearing that. There's what Kyle UFC 5. I missed that earlier on an hour ago. Appreciate you for the follow. All right. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson against Ian Gary. I have not seen this cuck for quite some time. Here we go then. Green trunks tonight for Ian Machado, Gary, and Bass Inferno. Or Hoosrice, excuse me. Tormentor, also known as Holden, in the white trunks with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Both of these two known for their knockout ability. Both of these two known to kind of start fights incredibly aggressive. So we've seen it from Hoosh Rice before. We've seen it from Tormentor before. We've seen these guys knock people out in one round. We've seen these guys get knocked out in one round. It really does depend on who starts the strongest and who gets the rhythm of the fight on their side the quickest. Side kick there to the ribs as an uppercut into the right hand goes forward, and that's a huge right hand again. Tormentor, Jesus Christ almighty, is just going crazy.
Nice. That was close.
And talk about Tormentor with so many highlight reel knockout moments. That one there could have been one of the all-time greats if he secured that one. Again, for Hoosh Rice, he's got to be very aware that Tormentor may have one of the best Stephen Wonderboy Thompsons in the league when it comes to the welterweight division. He is no joke with Wonderboy. Said so far, a lot of damage done to Hoosh Rice early days. Wonderboy Thompson there continues to go back down to the body. Goes for the 1-2 down the center, but a big straight there. Uppercut goes back down low to the midsection again. These two stick into their principles, which is to sit and take the action to one another. And this is the fight that I think both of these two will absolutely love. This is the kind of fight that, you know, highlights their skill sets in the welterweight division. None of this wrestling nonsense. It's all about who takes the first kind of accurate step forward and who gets their combinations flying. This is the biggest Tormentor and the biggest Hoosh Rice fight ever. They both fight in such a chaotic way. It's always a fun one. Side one there to the midsection and the head. And look at that again. Just a wonderful poke through from Tormentor, who is just continuing to look like he's on a different stratosphere in terms of his boxing in this welterweight division.
Tried to get the axe kick.
Head health of Wonderboy Thompson is not in a great place, but for Hoosh Rice, it's even worse. Oh, and that one there is going to be all over.
That's a bit of a heavy kick.
And highlight that one for knockout of the night. We don't see sidekick TKOs often, but Tormentor with another Stephen Wonderboy Thompson victory, another highlight reel knockout performance. And I tell you this much, he continues to have the funnest catalog of TKO. If Tormentor ever managed to just keep a clip of every single knockout he's ever got in this league, he would have one of the sickest fucking montages I've ever seen. Some of these knockouts, mid-air knockouts, sidekick knockouts, cartwheel kick knockouts in UFC 4, ridiculous. Well, listen, it's a typical fight, a typical Tormentor Hoosh Rice fight. They're gonna go 60 miles an hour. They're gonna give each other opportunities to just take the head off one another. It's probably two of the funnest fighters in the entire league out of all the divisions. And yeah, they put on a show tonight. For Hoosh Rice came in late. He's lost the trilogy, granted, but he gives us a classic once again in terms of that kind of the veterans battle in that welterweight division. For Tormentor, the wins keep coming, and the title shot once again will be looming. I think he is no doubt close again to maybe saying, I want the next shot at that 170 strap. So yeah, new opponent, no problem. Same stylistic knockout. Said one of the best knockout artists in the league. I will not be told any different. And like I said, that should put him closer again to this kind of top 10. 39 career knockouts needed to get into the top 10. Maybe he broke that today. Who knows? Final non-title fight of the night. Then thank you to these two for being patient. Only 10 minutes over. Final block and Rise here tonight. Final block, the Irishman. Talk about boxers. Probably the best boxer out of Ireland. No offense to the Shark. 11 wins, 2 losses tonight. Former Bantamweight champion vacated the belt and said, move me over to flyweight. I want a new start. I want a fresh start of things over here. 4 wins in his last 5, 3 of which were title wins. Tonight, he gets the opportunity to take on a very dangerous opponent in ZX Rise, who got a tune-up fight, or a couple of tune-up fights in the featherweight division. Yes, he's coming off of a loss, but this is his second spell in the flyweight division. Since he came back about 4 weeks ago, 2 fights in the featherweight division, he has looked so damn dangerous. He fights with a swagger about him. He was taunting his opponent. He was just completely playing with his food the last time out we saw him. Can he play with his food tonight in one of the most dangerous European strikers out there? Final block 11-2 against Rise, 3-2 in this flyweight bonanza. I'm excited for it. I'm interested in it. And I think this could be one of the fights, not just of the night, but one of the fights of the year. I truly mean that. I think with how these two have performed in the last fight, Tormentor with that title win. Sorry, Tormentor with that. Rise with that contendership win in featherweight. Final block with that title win. They were both very, very dominant. So I think, yeah, you know, let's see whose dominance is carried over into this flyweight division. Joshua Van, for the first time ever, going to be seen on a VFL card and debuted by Final Block. So Pantoja against Van, looking likely to be the fighter picks here tonight. Here we go then. Set and ready to see it. I thought Rise was US, so the fact that he's UK makes me feel like I'm completely stupid. 27 ping. The whole entire time I thought he was an American. Well, all right. Who's kickboxing, who's striking in general, is at a superior level. Green trunks tonight for Final Block, 11-2. He will no doubt be the favorite against Rise here in the black and red with Pantoja, an underdog in this one tonight. But let me tell you, with his confidence and his level in that 145 division, he will not feel like an underdog in the slightest. I think in this fight, you may see a bit of a slower start. It's not going to be an aggressive 60-mile-an-hour kind of you kill shot me, I kill shot you. I think these two are probably going to take the first round to kind of study and assess one another. And then you're going to see the kind of the real meat and bones in rounds 2 onwards. But I could be wrong. We have seen aggressive starts in the Bantamweight flyweight division before. Of course, with Joshua Van, new inclusion after the update today. Incredible punch speed, incredible punch accuracy as well. I think the power is not too bad for flyweight also. I think this could maybe be a viable contender for a meta pick, if you want to call it that, as the cards go on. But great to finally see Joshua Van into the game. So it's been a long time coming, especially after that last performance he had in real life. A lot of people were itching for him. Big knee there to the midsection. Teep kick sends him backwards. Van there catching the leg. Final block guiding Rise back to the cage there. Not able to do much though. Only got a couple of licks in around that right side. So far for Rise, said 3 minutes in to his return to this flyweight division that he called home. 5 fights before his move to featherweight after a retirement, of course. Said kind of was in the flyweight division and kind of disappeared off the grid after his last loss. Came back, put into the featherweight division. Looked phenomenal one there. Has been instantly moved back into the big boy leagues. And right now, I would say he looks okay. It just feels like he's a little bit, I wouldn't say unsure, but maybe hesitant on going full like gung-ho on Final Block in the first round. And that's a wise thing. You've got to treat your opponent with respect, especially when he's a former champion, only lost twice. But at some point, you have to ask yourself if you Rise, how long can you sit on the outside and kind of just walk backwards and not really throw any strikes before your head health cracks, before your block cracks? And you've got to, you know, make a decision on a basically half health, half stamina, whatever. I think right now it's a very clean round for Final Block. And I think Joshua Van looks very good. I think Joshua Van looks incredibly good. Body shot there comes in. Teep kick sends him backwards. Round 1 in the books. It's the Final Block round. Absolutely it is. Wow, it's not a Final Block round. I think the significant strikes there were for Pantoja. Well, there you go. You sit and you watch your fight and you're thinking, okay, it's gone one way. You see the stats and then it's gone the other way. So on the eye test, it felt like a Final Block round. Maybe you disagree. But it is Rise, who I think is in the lead, 10-9 by the scoring metrics of UFC 5. Wonder what that will do in terms of maybe the decision-making from Final Block. I don't think Final Block will feel like he lost the round, which is, you know, half the battle here. But as we said, and as I expected, these two getting a little bit more spicy here in round number 2. Round 1 was always going to be a data download round. Elbows they're coming up between one another. Goes back down low to the body. Said Rise still, same thing he did in round 1. He's very, very hesitant to engage. And he's just trying to find his moment to kind of enter the pocket. But he is running out of time as that head health is absolutely gone. Joshua Van, the first time on a VFL card. And the first time he could be about to record a win on a VFL card through Final Block. One of the modern day greats is this kid. He's an Irish national. He's already won the elite belt twice. Got all the hallmarks for a future Hall of Famer. And he's made Rise look very, very average tonight. Rise has got to find a way to cope with that loss of head health and get some respect back in this fight. Because right now it feels like it's a when and not an if for when that Joshua Van knockout comes. Body shot there as the uppercut comes in. Grabs the teep kick there, circles him back to the cage. Left hand, right hand, but now the takedowns, there you go. Usually when you see that takedown come in, you know maybe you've rumbled your opponent ever so slightly. Back up to the feet they go. Again, Final Block. Both times he's been champion. When he retired cleaning two, but openly said last week, you know, I'm not fighting again after Final Block kind of put the beat down on me. Said cleaning two, but always welcome back in, but said he was done until UFC 6. So, you know, when you go in there against Final Block, he can make you want to put the game down, uninstall it, and not play it again. That's how good he is. He's a killer. Head kick there comes up. Pantoja and Rise continuing to try and find some sort of life here at the end of round 2, but running out of head health, running out of stamina, and in my opinion, running out of time to seriously win this fight. He may have been down on the scorecards after 1, but all signs, all fingers point towards Final Block being on the edge of a victory here. An incredible performance so far from the Joshua Van pick. As we got someone watching replays. Get in there, lads. Wanted to look at the handiwork of their action replay. Here we go. Third and final round. It is going to need to be some sort of huge victory. Wow. There's no glove touch and there's an immediate attempt of a takedown. Rise there. Bow of respect, almost like an apology. You know, hey, I didn't mean it. I don't think Final Block's going to care. Overhand drops him. Jumps in. Gets up. And now it's all business. Left hand is big. Joshua Van looking for a finish here in this third and final round. How much can Rise take? Head kick comes up. Blocks that one, does Van. Drops him with the right hand. And into stat guard we go. And the former Bantamweight champion of the world has done it again in his flyweight debut. Round 3. The first ever Joshua Van pick. The first ever Joshua Van win in VFL. And it belongs to that man there. A future Hall of Famer in Final Block. Hell of a performance, and for Rise, welcome back to the big time. You know, that's that division that you wanted to be in, everyone wants to be in, but once you're there, Jesus, it's so difficult to get wins in that division. It's a round 3 victory tonight, and for Final Block, he will continue to signal to the champion Keza that he is on his way. Congratulations to him. Huge victory there tonight. Right, well, let's ping the Discord because we're on to our final 5 fights of tonight, and it is the title fights. Title fights are now live. So all the gold, of course, tonight on the line. All 5 title fights are 5 rounds. Of course, the champion will very much be the favorite in each of these, I think. I don't think there's anyone you look at here and go, yeah, the challenger is the superior favorite. Well, of course, Mark and JRilla is equal because there's no official set champion. It's a vacant belt. But tonight we start off with Lee66 and Silver Salt for the third and probably final time. When you run a trilogy, you know, you can't really sit there and just keep continuously putting these two together. Of course, we can go back through the extensive history of Silver Salt and Lee66, the final time they fight tonight. But for Lee66, I think he's been the man that's enjoyed the victory often against Silver Salt. The last time these two played here, VFL 191, it was Lee66 by a round 2 submission. That was back on the 12th of June of this year. Prior to that, the first time these two fought, Silver Salt and Lee66, was all the way, I think it was one of Silver Salt's first fights, if I'm not mistaken, was all the way back there. Yep, I knew it was one of his first fights, his third ever fight. Silver Salt won that one. There you go. So it's a 1-1 split. That, though, was at VFL 133, the 26th of April, 2024, the last time Silver Salt has beat Lee. Tonight, an opportunity to do so, and also finally, for the first time, claim lightweight gold. The champion, 17 wins, 17 losses, 4 wins in 5, including 2 for gold. Silver Salt, 13 wins, 16 losses, 4 wins out of 5, a 2-fight win streak to get back into contendership opportunity, and he's been waiting for this fight forever. He says, this is the only fight I wanted. I wanted to fight for the gold. He gets the opportunity before the turn of October, where weight changes will maybe move these two apart. Lee66 has been in incredible form. He knows he's on the way back to the featherweight division. Can he leave this division with potentially the gold around his waist? We're there, we're set, and we're ready to go. Ilia Topuria and Islam Makhachev here tonight. So we don't get game volume, but we get Lee66 volume, Lee66 room volume. Eh? I feel like I'm in an airplane. It's wonderful. Well, here we go then. Topuria in the red and black against Islam Makhachev in the white and black. First title fight of tonight. Lightweight strap on the line. Bow respect from both of them. And that there shows you that those two very much respectful of one another. The third and final time potentially these two meet. Lee66, of course, the champion in the red and gold with Topuria. Silver Salt tonight, the challenger, coming in with the white and the black. Lee, of course, since he's been champion across these last 2 stints, has improved dramatically and become more consistent again with his wrestling. It's put him in the firing line, you could say, for a move back to the division he once called home in featherweight. He's had to go through the ringer to get back there. Shows you how advanced that division has become, but I think he would fit right in there. I think you look at Lee66 in his current form and say, yeah, you could easily go and get wins at 145. For Silver Salt, you know, listen, he wins today. Maybe he moves up with Lee66. Lee has rarely been able to be to be beaten in these kind of high status fights, but again, everything happens for a reason, and sometimes miracles can happen when you least expect them. Overhand there comes up and over. Silver Salt there now continuing to try and work his left hand. Continues to try and work the team. Spinning back fist there caught Lee off guard. And we have seen people do this before as well. The Islam Makhachev, but let's go back onto that. Some people pick Islam Makhachev to have that wrestling advantage. I think here tonight against Topuria, with how Lee66 has fought in the last couple of fights, he's picked Makhachev to effectively have great wrestling defense. The thing is that Makhachev is slower on the feet. He's a lot more kind of stodgy, bulky when he throws strikes, but he's got a lot of power in his hands, whereas Topuria, very lucid, very fluid, can kind of get 3 or 4 punches off in an instant against you. Great takedown defense there from Silver Salt, though, who now continues to work knees to the midsection. I think it's a great strategy here from Silver Salt. The level change being worked, getting those body shots off to try and kind of take away the gas tank of Topuria. The head health and the block being worked by the Spanish Georgian by way of Wales here. Pretty impeccably. Lefts and rights again. Big shots coming in as Topuria just backs away. Left hand comes in. Right hand swings. Topuria, knee there to the midsection. Right hand goes up again. Clinches. Elbow there comes off. Works off the 1-2. Right hand there swings up. Big knees hit to the midsection. Clinches, I gotta tell you, this is where Lee will start to get a little annoying. That's what he'll do. He's got that kind of sprinkle of being able to piss his opponents off. I like it. And that kind of little bit of a villainous streak in him. He will clinch for dear life. He will take you against the cage and take you back. You know? Anything to win in a legal sense. Overhand there comes in as the elbow clips Silver Salt. And that there is going to be the end of round one. Hell of a round for both of those two. I mean, both of them having some good moments. But I'm going to go Lee 66 there. So far, 10-9 up. I think it feels like a Lee 66 round just because of the stuns and I think the volume of damage that he's done to Makhachev. Silver Salt, though, not dominated by any stretch. But he's going to need to try and kind of get that defense nice and high. Because, again, to come out into round 2 of a 5-round fight and have that orange health pack kind of staring you in the face, not good news. Clinches there, tries to go for the lift. Gets down into stat guard there, but in the end kicks him away. Keeps up right clinch. Again, big knees there to the body. Takes the back again. Makhachev being dragged down, Lee 66. Getting to where he will describe his home base. He wants this fight down here. If Lee could have this fight down here for all 5 rounds, he absolutely would. Back up to his feet he goes. Oh, the uppercut there. Brilliant timing from Lee. Goes down here with the guillotine. Is he going to be able to get this one? No, he's not. And I think he was looking for mount. He was going to try and flip Silver Salt, if I saw that correctly. But in the end, Silver Salt manages to get out unscathed and now is back onto his feet. Right hand is big. That's huge. That's the power of Makhachev. The Welshman in trouble for the first time here in round number 2. Again, they're 1-1 in their series. Silver Salt hasn't beaten Lee since 2024. Continues to work the hands in the pocket. There's the uppercut there from Lee. 66, though. The Welshman diving in. I don't think he's going to go for too many shots here. I think he's going to want to go right back down. And now try and work into top mount. Lee knows how important getting top mount would be. But Islam Makhachev gets the flip and rotation into half guard. Posture up is there. Gets back up to his feet. Body shot. Clinches there as Makhachev. Teep kick puts him backwards. Body shot now comes in. Oh, the front kick. Wow. Big knees coming up as the right hand now coming forward. And Lee's now going to get some questions about Dusty Rhodes in the background, I'll tell you. Is that Cody? Yes, that is Cody Rhodes. Yeah. Lee is doing a fucking brilliant job, by the way, in keeping his composure. Now's not the time, woman. And he's doing brilliantly. He's keeping his focus. That one there, go for the Kimura, and that's huge. Look at this, into an armbar. Wow. So that's really big. Silver Salt here, if he can get this off, this would be absolutely mega. Lee here is going to try and bide his time. And I think he's going to get out of this one unscathed. I think the armbar got put in. I'm pretty sure he got the armbar. I guess we're going to see when the first couple of strikes come in round 3. We didn't get to see the bar at the end, but usually when you see that animation go through and he rolls through, the armbar has been secured, but let's see. The block looks okay, so maybe it didn't go through. Flying knee comes in. That's a very close one for Lee, I'll tell you. Silver Salt there, right hand. Yeah, Silver Salt cannot throw body kicks like that. He is going to take too long to land, and then before he even puts his leg back down onto the canvas, he's going to eat about 3 or 4 shots. Off the double jab here again. Lee knows with that damage, that red health pack on Silver Salt's head, he knows just one flurry could be enough here to get the doctor in and stop this fight. So also got to be very, very wary, though, that, you know, Makhachev has the ability with one, you know, overhand to end this one. Lee running out of stamina. Silver Salt there running out of stamina, but denies the takedown still. I think the stamina management of Lee has definitely been better. Not his cleanest work tonight. Or maybe that's because Silver Salt has also peppered the body. Goes over into full guard. You can just see still tapping away at the body. Makes sense. Continuing to hammer that one home. Plenty of time. So 5 rounds in title fights. You ain't got to rush just yet if you're Silver Salt. It will take his time. Tries to kick off with the mount. That one there, not possible. Gets up into stack guard. Rains down the strikes here. And look at that. I think he threw a couple of body strikes from stack guard there. Really nice. Lee is in a little bit of trouble with this stamina. The only thing that's saving him right now is the fact that the damage to the head of Silver Salt is incredibly high. I think if I'm Lee, I'm teep kicking him backwards. Dead ass. I think the doctor's going to come in if he teep kicks him backwards. Lee needs to create separation, not go towards him. Yeah, he's trying to go for that fucking... he knows it. He's trying to go for that doctor's stoppage. He teep kicked him and walked backwards. He knows he's not too far away. Silver Salt's got to keep tight. If I'm Lee, like I said, I'm just walking back every time he takes a backward step. No doctor yet. Oh, well, there comes in, though. He can't be far away. Clinch there's being worked. Lee, of course. Keeping the... Oh, big elbow there from the Welshman. Drops him down. And this one's going to go into the championship rounds. Lee with his compromised stamina against Silver Salt with his compromised cuts. That's what this fight comes down to. All right. Round 4. Up and on its way. Championship rounds. To toot. Here we go. Glove touch. No glove touch. A fake glove touch from Lee. Wow, he's going full fucking bad guy tonight. Wow. Lee 66, the same kind of heel turn, the same villainous stuff that got him a lot of flack in UFC 4, making a return tonight in one of his toughest fights in the division to date. Elbow there avoided. Well, if that doesn't motivate you, if you're Silver Salt, I don't know what will. Deary me. Clinches up here. Uppercut there, tries to go through the underneath. Oh, the left and right hand. Continuing to land from Taporia. It's bright red now, that health pack. How much longer until the doc steps in? The elbow, the uppercut. One right back. Big knees coming in. Gets the flip. Down into side control. And I think right now, Silver Salt, he's going to try and walk backwards, isn't he? He's going to try. Well, he's still nothing from the doctor. Wow. There we go. The doctor's going to come in, and the doctor's ended this fight. And there you go. Lee celebrating in the bottom left corner. I can't lie. That's one of Lee's cheesiest performances I've seen in quite some time. But at a title fight, can you really blame someone? I don't know. Each to their own. A lot of clinches. A lot of trying to hunt for the doctor's stoppage tonight. That is prime Lee 66 from UFC 4. Would he got dog's abuse from fighting that way? A return as he ends his lightweight spell with a successful title defense. Next up for Lee 66, a return back to the 145 division featherweight, his old humble abode. But for now, he beats Silver Salt, he retains the belt, and he wins that trilogy. I think if you're Silver Salt, you feel gutted because you had Lee in a very, very difficult position a couple of times there tonight. But again, you know, for a title, you got to do whatever it takes to win. And I think Lee did exactly that tonight. Taporia was put through his paces, but not enough. Round 4, 2:04 on the clock there this evening. Lee, still your lightweight champion of the world. Definitely going to get some flack for that one, Lee. Again, keep it consistent. If that was Chub Nardino doing that, people would be losing their minds. They would. Up next, though, light heavyweight action as Razor Riley takes on the undefeated quantity of Oisin. 10-10 for the champion, 4 wins and 5 his first defense against a 4-0 contender. Oisin said tonight to Razor Riley, bring your best wrestling, be ready, I'm putting you through your paces. It's America versus, I think, England. I could be wrong. Let's see who gets this one done. Razor Riley, of course, experienced as they come, one of the old heads in this division. We're there, we're set, and we're ready to go for this 205 scrap tonight. Let's see what the picks are going to be. Pereira against Ankalaev, a real-life matchup indeed. Thank you as well, Modo25, during that last fight for the follow as well. Absolutely. All right, here we go, here we go. Pereira, Ankalaev, ready and set for action here tonight. All right, then. So, for Razor Riley, someone that, again, is the definition of timid. I think in a card tonight, which has been filled with so many fighters at points being very kind of scared to make the forward movement, there is no one that I can envisage more being a little bit timid, a little bit kind of not willing to pull the trigger too quickly than Razor Riley. Usually needs about a round or two, does Razor Riley, to kind of really come to life. And you can see Oisin tonight already getting into top mount with Alex Pereira and showing the champion that he does not fear him whatsoever. This is a really aggressive start from the contender here. Razor Riley, of course, in the black trunks, whereas Oisin tonight, Top Gun as he's known, is in the floral trunks. Razor Riley has got to completely kibosh this. He's got to keep this nice and slow. He's got to try and reduce the speed and the volatility of this one. Right back to the feet we go. As Alex Pereira will now take that forward step once more. You can just see, look at the way Oisin kind of makes a strike, walks backward, then walks forward again. He's not afraid of Razor Riley's boxing whatsoever. Razor Riley's got to make him respect that. I've got to make him kind of respect space. Spin kick there upstairs. Lands brilliantly. Works that right hand teep kick from Pereira, who then can't get too much off other than a front kick, which is blocked. Slip hook there comes in, but Ankalaev, Razor Riley, the champion, clocks back. Overhand there was looked for. There's that 1-1-2 combination, which Razor Riley kind of worked so well into the win for the title. As now these two are slugging. I don't think this is the correct idea for Riley, though. You sit and slug with against Alex Pereira. You are not going to win that one. At some point, Pereira's going to clock you with something that you can't get back up from. So do not get embroiled into a brawl with probably the most dangerous striker in the game. And Oisin here looking for the finish early. Drops him. Fires in some quick hits. Gets that flipping rotation though. Ankalaev back into top mount. And here we go. Razor Riley now looking to use his wrestling to shore up the deal. Over into side control. Elbow there comes in. Riley not able to get denied there. Rolls over, but no, gets flipped and reversed again. And now here comes Oisin raining down the strikes and gets back up onto his feet. Head kick there is blocked up. Elbow there comes forward again. Oh, and again, I know Razor Riley is just walking forward against Pereira. You just can't do it. This is not the pick to do it with. I don't think Ankalaev's got a great chin either. I don't think he does, but I guess we're going to test that theory tonight. It's a clear 10-9 to the contender Oisin tonight. He's looking too much for Razor Riley. I got to be honest. Love Riley, awesome guy, but right now it's just the tempo, the feel, the control, the dominance. It's all on one side with Pereira. He has got to try and change the rhythm of this fight. If not, I can see Pereira winning here in the second round. I can. Round number 2 of a potential 5. And there's an immediate knee. Razor Riley went for a takedown of some sorts, I think, and got immediately flatlined. Talk about a nightmare start. Razor Riley is feeling it again. Right hand being worked in. Spin kick upstairs. Razor Riley blocks up, shoots the takedown. Denies that one instantaneously. Over now into backside. That one there stopped. Oysen gets whipped round again. Into backside now. Alex Pereira really looking to maybe take back mount potentially. No, the answer. Not what he wants to see. I think for Razor Riley, he's got to get a sub off. I said, I don't know. He is not even either attempting or just not even confident enough to go for a sub. So you know from Ankalaev that you can bring that submission bar down on Pereira quite nicely, but I don't know. He looks shocked right now, does Riley. He's fighting in a way which he can't believe how good Oysen is looking with Pereira. Crawls over into top mount and he gets the posture up. Goodness me, drags him back into place, rains down the strikes here, big shots, and Razor Riley not out yet, but he is so close. The American being given a sign of reprieve as Oysen allows him to get back to his feet. Swing and a miss on the head kick there. There's now Ankalaev working down the center. Spin kick upstairs, nothing. Left hand. Flying knee. Again, good blocking. Riley trusting in his block, but he's got to move away from the cage. Drops him. Wow. That's a good counter shot. The first sign of life here from the champion. That's huge. And that makes Oysen maybe remember this is not going to be a one-sided affair. Just takes one mistake to be flash KO'd. Oysen has to know that. Oh my God. Uppercut into the, I think the double drop and against the cage here. This could be it. Oysen looking to go for an armbar hit. 31 seconds left of round number 2. Arm here is going to get extended. The answer is looking likely to be a yes. Hand fighting here continuing. Gets the arm. And that one locked, but this one going into round 3. I mean, for Riley, the fact that he survived is great, but for Oysen right now, I think the only real threat to Oysen losing this fight is probably the fact that he takes one pull elbow. Just like we nearly saw in that last sequence. There's that teep kicking right off the bat there for Ankalaev. Throws him down. Up kick saves him there. Swing and a miss on the right hand. 1-2. Riley just can't even get him range correctly. It's completely flustered. Overhand comes in, shoots the takedown. That one that is denied. Takedown defense has been phenomenal from Oysen. Oh, he gets that reversal though, does Ankalaev. And into side control he goes. If there was ever a time for Riley to start getting denies, it has to be now. And he does. Gets the first one. Crawls over into top mount here. Now, of course, in mounts, rains down a couple of big strikes here. And Top Gun, Oysen, was nearly in a little bit of trouble there. Or drags him in. Goes for an arm triangle. And look at this. Can Pereira escape this one? Razor Riley. It was a huge gamble. I've never seen Razor Riley get a single deny in an arm triangle. I don't know why he tried for an arm triangle. It didn't look comfortable. And that has allowed Pereira to get back onto the feet where he prospers. That was that stint there, that kind of 15 seconds that we just saw for Razor Riley was the best 15 seconds of his fight. And it's a big uppercut here. And this could be the end for the champion. How much more can he take on the feet from Alex Poetan Pereira? Takedown lands. Needed that. Needed that desperately. Goes over into full guard. Hammer fist there. Being worked in. Crosses over to the right-hand side. Couple more jabs here. In the grounded position. Hammer fist again. Goes over into half guard. Takes the back. Tell you what though, Oyston's stamina is cooked here. Oh, Jesus Christ, flying knee. So for Riley, it's not a great position to be in, but there's also a doorway now to win this fight. If he can outlast the volume of Pereira, he can win this fight. Pereira can gas himself out. Oyston kind of needs the victory here as quick as possible. He cannot continue to throw like he's doing and not get even in a worse position. This could be a case where if Oyston doesn't do something quickly, he goes into round 5 with maybe 20% stamina. It's a crazy flip of fortune. I listen, Oyston with Pereira is absolutely leading the card on points. He is. He's leading this fight on points. But Razor Riley getting a finish here in the next 2 rounds with how Oyston is currently, you know, striking and trying to go for big hits and trying to go for the knockout and trying to go for 6-7 punch combinations. Seriously, it wouldn't surprise me if Riley gets a knockout. Riley's got to be patient, pick his moments, and really prioritize defense. He can't take too many big hits, can Riley? But if he outlasts Oyston, this would be a clinic. It would. Immediate takedown was not the right decision. Not in my mind. Body shot there. Rotating around to this right side. Razor Riley, of course, just waiting for his opportunity. He's got it. He's got to stop this. The takedown right now is not what he needs to do. The takedown is not what he should be doing. He should be waiting for Pereira to do a strike, waiting for that stamina to go down, and then either working some strikes or working the body shots. The thing that Riley can't negate is that Riley is not a striker anymore, clearly, because he is making some real poor decisions with how many strikes he's throwing in sequence. He's always throwing one too many. That's any advice that Riley's caller can give him. That's why I would say throw one less strike than what your brain is telling you. Deep kick, body shot, and now you can see Pereira using his reach. There's a takedown there, comes in and lands. At this point, they're kind of at the same level of stamina, aren't they? Maybe you can still say that. Again, he's transitioning and he's just being too quick. And Pereira wants it right back on the feet. He's trying to go deny straight into a transition. Oyston has got that absolutely covered. And right now, Riley, his brain is not telling him to defend the body. I think 4 or 5 times in this round, it's that side kick into the body kick has worked the charm, and Riley is now whiffing every single takedown. He's panicking. Riley has seen his stamina and is panicking out the ass, and he is not defending a single body shot. What Pereira is doing is what Riley needed to do at the start of the round. I don't think Riley has landed a single body strike in this round. Yep. Again, more and more. And there's the head kick. Jesus Christ. Maybe that brief moment of rescuing his title tonight has slipped through his fingers. Because this has been a round of opportunity for Riley, and he's just not been able to find. Again, why go for the take? What? Dude, your stamina is cooked. Why don't you just go and punch for his block? Oh, God. Oh, God. There's so many mistakes. In my opinion. Maybe not in your opinion, but... It's got to be body shots. Has to be body shots. Pereira's going to go for it. Yep, there you go. The teep into the side kick. I'm telling you, the way that Oyston has targeted the body in round 4 has been nothing short of phenomenal. These two are absolutely cooked with stamina. And again, another one. Finally, Riley is waking up to that. When the teep kick comes, the body kick follows. These two are gassed to fuck right now. Still 3 title fights to go after this one tonight. It's going to be a late one if you're in the UK. So a lot of decisions tonight, a lot of long fights tonight. So 2 title fights tonight. And they're both going into championship rounds. Round 5 up and underway in this light heavyweight contest. For Razor Riley, he's given Oysen the toughest fight so far in terms of finish time. Riley needs a finish. Riley needs a knockout or a submission. It's that simple. Flying knee there is blocked up. That's going to gas Oysen even more. Clinch work here as he gets the reversal and takes him down. Look at that. Extends his arms. Does the contender. Like, seriously? What are we doing? That's what he says. Razor Riley continuing to be stalked by Alex Pereira. Teep kicks and body shot. Shoots the takedown and lands again. Takedown after takedown landing, but it means absolutely nothing if Riley can't do anything with them. Denies that one. Over now into side saddle. And I think at this point now, Pereira does just have marginally more stamina than Razor Riley. Takes back mount. I have no idea what Riley's thinking of here. Because even if he gets back flat, what are you going to do? Rear naked choke? Hang on a minute. Gets the deny. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Okay. Razor Riley got 1. He's still... There's a lot of work to do here. There's a lot of work to do. He can win this fight. He still needs another submission. Oysen here is in defense mode. He has got to make sure he doesn't panic here. And he may have panicked the armbars in. This could be it. Oysen may have squandered this. No, Razor Riley can't get the deny. If you're Oysen, you just get up and you've got to run away. You've got to run. Riley looking for a takedown. Teep kick there. His defender always tries to go for the front kick. Pereira is completely out of energy here. And Ankalaev can't... Oh, goddamn! Wow! Round 5, 133. And I'm sorry, Tormentor. That was... knockout. He leaned into it. Oh, God, he leaned into it. Wow. Round 5, 133. And if there was one way to win a title when you're nervous with 2 minutes to go, that's the way to do it. For Razor Riley, I just think it's the first 3 rounds. He'll look back at that and he'll go, damn. It gets typical Razor Riley. Takes too long to warm up. Rounds 4 and 5, he looked like he was on it. But I'll tell you what, we've seen tonight very dominant in the first couple of rounds. But he is your new light heavyweight champion of the world. And he does get probably one of the most spectacular knockouts that you'll see. Alex Pereira-esque. And Oysen, with his undefeated record, has gold around his waist for the first time. What a fitting way to end his journey in the light heavyweight division. And for Razor Riley, he will be annoyed at himself. He will be annoyed at himself. Because that fight was in his palm, in the palm of his hand. I think it's the way that Riley approached round 4 was really, really, really strange. I think, yeah, I think he needed to do what Oysen did to him in round 4. He just didn't do enough body damage in round 4. I think if he fixed that, if he corrected that, then he could have won the fight. But hey, it doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, it's hindsight. But definitely positives to take for Riley. The fact that he hung in there was great. But yeah, it needs to start quicker. It needs to just be attentive to the situation, I think is all I can say. Thank you during that fight as well to B Johnson 023 for the follow as well. Thank you very much. Oysen actually has 0 ground game knowledge. I don't know about that. He looked decent at points. He was decent at points. He got some good denies in. Go back and watch the fight if you didn't see it. He was actually at one point in the early rounds denying, dominating, and doing all of the above on the ground. It was in the rounds 4 and 5 he turned into a smoldering heap of poop. But Maybe put that down to stamina. Up next then, Chaz 2601 against Matt D 23. Chaz tonight 11 wins, 3 losses as the champion. Matt D finally getting his chance at the belt. 5 wins, 5 losses, and his form, it is faultless. 5 wins in a row. He came into this division 0-5. He has firmly found his way here. Tonight he had his perfect form against one of the most scary knockout artists of this division. A title win, a title defense. Chaz, of course, a multi-time welterweight champion, and he's put wrestlers in their place consistently. Who can forget that incredibly dominant victory against Ross C as of recent? Tonight, Matt going to need to try and take lessons from that Ross C fight that he saw Chaz have and find a way to navigate this dangerous boxing of Jack Della Maddalena. That's what I think it's going to be tonight. Champion Chaz 11-3 against, of course, number 8 in the division, Matt D 5-5. But like I said, a 5-fight win streak for him. We're there, we're set, and we're ready to go with this one. Our third to final last fight of the evening. Jack Della Maddalena is hovered over by Chaz. Matt D, of course, will have to find an answer, and there's some great answers in that. It's going to be Nate Diaz. All right, okay. Nate Diaz, he's got good jiu-jitsu background, so I can see the thinking process behind it. Absolutely. But here we go then. Welterweight strap on the line. One of the most notorious knockout sensations in the league's history. In Chaz 2601 in the black and gold with JDM. Tonight, of course, the challenger, Matt D 23. One of the best wrestlers, maybe the best wrestler in the welterweight division right now, in the white and black with Nate Diaz. Tonight for JDM, for the champ Chaz, it's going to be about getting tight and working the strikes of JDM nice and quickly. Of course, Matt will know that, you know, with Diaz, he is going to get cut open quicker. He is going to take damage quicker. It's about when he can get Chaz down to the ground. That's when I think this fight kind of unlocks. Chaz, of course, has rarely taken losses in this division, but in the lightweight division in particular, he struggled against wrestlers. So tonight, no doubt, the archetype, the DNA of Matt D 23 in the white trunks going to give Chaz maybe some trouble. Big question mark is, how does Chaz deal with that? How does Chaz's takedown defense fare? All the above questions set to be answered. Right now, though, in fairness to Matt D, he is kind of engaging in the boxing a little bit here, trying to test himself against one of the best to do it at 170. Clinch there is attempted, overhand comes in, uppercut there was just glancing by. Oh, there's that right hand though, like a baseball bat. It's the same strike he got Ross with. It's that kind of little shimmy to the right and then boom, the overhand. The first sign of that championship caliber head movement and footwork. And this is where people really struggle against Chaz, when he starts to get in his groove, starts to get in rhythm, and he can't, usually the opponent can't find a way to separate themselves. Matt again, another takedown shot, another deny. It's the same thing that happened to Ross. He got stunned, he got a little bit scared, and he started shooting takedowns, and Chaz read all of them. Big knee to the midsection again. Left hand comes forward. He can't create any separation. The way that Chaz is completely exchange after exchange, just right in your face. It's Showtime-esque. This reminds me of peak Showtime. It does. Matt looked kind of up for it in the first kind of minute and a half, 2 minutes. It's as soon as that stun happened, Matt has kind of turtled into his own shell here. 1-2 down the center, overhand comes in. Left hand being worked, body shot. Big straight down the center, that's going to be the end of the round. Well, I think to start with, I liked Matt D. To end with, I liked Chaz. I think Chaz absolutely takes that one. I think you can split that round into two halves. Just the confidence of Matt D disappeared after that stun. And it's going to keep disappearing with every single bit of takedown defense there. Chaz has, I think, evolved into such a defense-heavy fighter. I love it. I love fighters that will openly say, not the best wrestler, but I'll tell you, it's going to be a hell of a job to get me to the ground. Matt D tonight has to show us that he's got more than just a simple takedown to find a way to ground his opponents. He has to find a different, sneaky, creative way to get the champion down here. And there it is. That's what he wanted. This now is the most interesting position of the fight, because Matt D can hold Chaz here if he wants to for the entire 3.5 minutes. Works the body shots here. Continuing to send JDM into a bit of a panicked frenzy. Goes over into back sitting. Now over into backside. Takes the rear naked choke position. Now into full mounts. Matt D kind of going through the motions here. Posture up is there. Rains down some big strikes here. Chaz in a similar position to where he was in the lightweight division. On the ground now, being absolutely controlled. Goes for an arm triangle here. And it only takes one takedown with people like Matt D. And look at that. JDM losing 70% of his submission bar. Chaz will be looking at this and saying, not again. One-way dominance on the feet. But Matt D and his wrestling, the ultimate equalizer. He knows one submission now is going to be all it's going to take. Rolls over into top mount. The durability of Diaz may be the reason why he selected him here tonight. And an arm triangle could be in. And this could be Chaz here, about to go to sleep. This one being denied. Goes over to the round side. That one's denied. Chaz panicking there a bit too much. And that one's all over. Matt D has managed to get this one done tonight. Wow, oh wow. I tell you, not many have survived the dominance on the feet, and for Chaz, those old demons again come back and face him. Against wrestlers, his record is never, ever able to go positive. Maybe Chaz will look at that tonight and blame himself for not being able to get the finish in a quicker time, but for Matt D, he picked Diaz for his durability, he picked Diaz for his survival ability, and he picked Diaz to kind of lock in that submission and get it done. Tonight, your new welterweight champion of the world. 6 wins in a row. 6 wins clean. And Matt D, 23, is now the new king of the welterweight division. He has beaten JDM. He has beaten Chaz 2601, who, like we said, is one of the nastiest knockout artists in that division. A sore one. A sore one if you are Chaz tonight, but what can you say? You know, I feel like he could have finished him earlier. I feel like maybe there was a little bit of tentativeness about that. I think the takedown defense, the fact that Chaz's takedown defense was so good, and still it only takes one. It just that's what great fighters do. They seize their opportunity. It takes one opportunity, and Matt D has you on the ground, has you in top mount, and your arms being absolutely torqued into infinity. It's yeah, it's world class. And like I said, for Matt D, someone that has continuously improved his wrestling, he'll be absolutely buzzing with that one tonight. I'm very close to giving that performance. Mr. Break Your Jaw though was good. I'm gonna give it submission. We haven't got a submission of the night yet. Wasn't the most extravagant, but it's the the purpose of that submission, the purpose of the comeback ability, suffering so much of a brutal domination on the feet. I mean, you gotta give something for it. So yeah, I'm gonna go submission. Up next then, our co-main event of the evening: Jack 9 against Harris Campbell. Jack 9, 12 wins, 12 losses, hunting for Hall of Fame status, hunting for a successful title defense. Harris Campbell, of course, a perfect 3-0. The big question is, though, with Harris Campbell is, what are you going to do when it comes to Jack 9's incredible starts? Jack 9 with the Tomaselli gene inside him can end fights in a round. Does that happen tonight? Or does Harris Campbell have an answer to this incredible and aggressive champion? Well, you're over and up to it. Jack Campbell looking to go 4-0 and take the belt home with him here tonight. Dustin the Diamond Poirier against Alexander Volkanovski for this title fight. Of course, in the end, not too bad. Only about 10 minutes late. So I appreciate these two for being cool about it. Here we go, though. Jack 9 with Volkanovski, the bold man, against Harris Campbell with Dustin Poirier. Height will be a factor, no doubt, but power is absolutely in Volk's, I think, arsenal here. These two are both strikers on their day. Absolutely, it will be a striker's delight tonight for this featherweight strap. Harris Campbell, one of the fastest rising featherweight names to get to the top of the division. That's a big start by Jack 9. Wow. Talked about Jack 9 and his aggressive starts. Welcome to the champion's domain. He loves round one. We've also said it so often in previous Jack 9 fights. To beat Jack 9, you've got to survive round one. Jack 9's chances of victory often decrease rapidly when the fight goes longer. Round 2, round 3, round 4. It's just a downward curve of possibility. Round 1 is always the one that he likes to turn up in the most. And it's already a second stun here. Harris Campbell just cannot find his bearings at the minute against the champion. Big shots continuing to land, and Jack 9 is just getting that slight increase in tempo here. Harris Campbell can't match it. Rhythm and control completely in the champ's hands. And does Jack 9 feel a pressure to get this done in one due to his recent record? Gets the takedown attempt off, but not to be. It's the thing. Jack 9 does not have a great record against wrestlers, just like Chaz 2601 in the last fight. I think if you are Poirier, get this down to the floor as quick as possible, because right now you are getting pieced to fuck on the feet. This is the most amateur Harris Campbell has looked in all of his fights so far. He has been absolutely scored in this round here by Jack. Right hand again comes forward. Some sort of, overhand there from Volkanovski. Minute and 50 remaining of round one. Harris Campbell is praying for the bell here at this point. Overhand again. Jesus, the way that Jack keeps getting the overhand off. It's so sneaky. Minute and 30 left hit. Left hand, right hand again. Doubling up on those hooks as Poirier, I think, just trying to create some sort of separation, just to create some sort of pause in play. And this one here tonight, Jack 9, the round one sensation, continues that record. When the fight starts, Jack 9 goes burr. And when Jack 9 can get you in a position of a vulnerability, I think we'll call it, his record in round one speaks for itself. One of the fastest, I think, knockout artists in history in the league. I think he's got to be up there with some of the, he's got to be up there with maybe the top 5, if not the top 3 most round one victories. He's got another one there tonight and gets it done in brilliant, dominant fashion. Takes the O away from Harris Campbell. From Harris Campbell, the invincibility is over. 3-1 for the former contender, and for Jack 9, a first successful title defense since he's come back into this division. He has been incredible. He said he had unfinished business here. Sweet heavens, he is living up to that promise. So it's a round one knockout tonight. 354 in the first round, and yeah, his Volk, disgusting. You want a textbook tutorial on how to use Volkanovski? watch that fight over and over again. Jack 9, a phenomenal showcase there tonight. With that, though, we go over to our main event of the evening and look at that. You want to talk about timing, fellas? We are on there for a phenomenal one, because Mark the Shark, a cult icon, finally has his opportunity once again to say, hey, I'm here and I'm going to win one of the big belts. We're going to ping that because people have asked me in DMs, no joke, to ping the Discord or ping them. I'm not going to ping 7 separate people, though, so don't care. I'm going to ping the Discord, tell them that the main event is live. People want to watch the Shark fight. That's just the way it is. Tonight, it's going to feel like hostile territory for JRilla. It really is. JRilla comes in. He hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't done anything to deserve being the villain in this one. But there is such a support for Mark the Shark tonight that it just feels like now is the time. We've seen him against guys maybe like, you know, like Winter and Weber, when you think, oh, okay, he's got a chance, but he doesn't really have a chance. Tonight, a lot of people are thinking this is the moment where Mark the Shark maybe seals his Hall of Fame status, seals a Bantamweight title, and finally puts himself on the list with the elites. Today, it is for the vacant Bantamweight strap. It is Ireland against America. It is Dublin against New York City. Mark the Shark comes in 18 wins, 17 losses, 3 wins in his last 5 on a 2-fight win streak. JRilla 4 wins, 2 losses, 3 fights in his last 5. Coming off of a win last time out. And again, this division is a division filled of people struggling for form. Benjamin, Matty, Webbo, Kieran Crow, before tonight. Leviathan, all coming off of losses. Nathan and Kate unable to fight tonight. Vibraco TTV waiting in the wings for the winner of this one. It just feels like this is the ideal opportunity for both JRilla and MarkJeff to secure their first ever strap in this elite division. 2 world-class boxers from different continents. Only one of them can walk away with gold around the waist. We are there, we are set, and we are ready to go for this main event here this evening. I just need a stream link. I've not been given anything. I'll imagine that Mark the Shark is live for us. We will go and check, but excited to say the least for this one tonight. There we go. Mark the Shark is ready, and you can see there in his stream title, 6-time lucky? Question mark? Could it be? Could it finally be the Shark's time? Will JRilla be swimming in deep waters, or will the Shark be harpooned once again? Sugar Sean O'Malley for JRilla in the pink. Piotr Jan for MarkJeff in the red. He has been here since the start. He has never held the elite gold. Tonight we find out if that changes. Here we go. Final fight of the night. New York, Dublin, New York, the USA, Ireland, the USA. Striker against pressure boxer. Trash talker against the silent worker. Who gets this one done tonight? Fan favorite and cult hero tonight, Mark the Shark in the red trunks with Jan. JRilla representing the North Americans in the pink. And this one will be all about boxing. These two do not go to the ground. They do not live that life of wrestling. Maybe JRilla betrays that notion tonight and goes to wrestle Mark. Mark, of course, has had a very tricky history against wrestlers. But if this goes the way I expect it to, which is just all-out stand-up attack and assault, we could be on for an all-time classic. Certainly could. Teep kick that to create that distance. That's what JRilla is going to want to do here with Sugar Sean O'Malley tonight. Just continue to create that separation, continue to create that gap, that distance, and show people, hey, you know, this is how you use a taller, lengthier fighter against someone that is a little bit more scrappy and brawleristic, like a Piotr Jan. If you're Mark, of course, you want to stay as tight as possible and really work that pressure boxing. Immediate damage here, though, coming up. JRilla is continuing to put the beat down on Mark the Shark here. Sends that teep kick towards him. Front kick there was just being worked in. The right hand goes up again. Works off that jab, and you can see here that head kick goes forward. JRilla starting off the fight in a very, very calculated and I think shrewd way. And that there is going to give Mark the Shark fans a little bit of a heartache here, because so far, we've got to be honest, we've got to keep it completely neutral. Mark has not adapted to this fight whatsoever. He has taken so much damage and so much cut damage. It's not been the cleanest start. And I thought tonight he would come in with Cody Garbrandt. I think still in this fight tonight, I'm amazed he didn't take Cody Garbrandt. I think against Sugar Sean O'Malley, I think Sugar Sean's have one of the worst records against Garbrandt's. Mark continuing to be tagged up and bagged up here. JRilla says he's the incoming boogeyman of this bantamweight division. Says he will rule this division in bantamweight and no one will outbox him, no one will outstrike him. Says confidence from these top players, from these top fighters, that often creates the best storylines, the best drama. And right now, he's living up to his promise. We can't tell lies. He is so far outstriking Mark. Works off the jab hit. Ducks underneath. Uppercut there, comes forward. Then Mark feeling like he's the recipient of one of the worst curses in UFC 5 history. Said he's had so many opportunities, so many title fights, and I'm sure he'll have more title fights even after this tonight, regardless of what happens. But oh my goodness me, JRilla nearly sending Mark the Shark into a deep, deep sleep. Right now, it is not JRilla that is swimming with sharks. It is Mark the Shark who is on the verge of being harpooned, dissected, and served up as steaks. I tell you, he is really struggling it. Round 2. Here we go. JRilla talking a little bit of trash as well. You didn't see that.
I can't let you get close.
The side of your eyes there. He said, no, nice striking. So he's not even respectful of Mark striking here tonight. Is that going to fire up the Shark yet? The left and right handers coming in. Mark trying to find a way to just crack through that block and also try and minimize the distance of that height that Sugar Sean O'Malley is creating. Look at him. He's a crimson mask of blood right now is Mark. Goes off the 1-2, swing and a miss there on the head kick. Still marauding forward. Big strike there, busts him open even further. JRilla is looking. You know what JRilla's fighting like here? JRilla is fighting almost like a prime fucking Floyd Mayweather at the minute. He is looking fresh out the locker room, out the showers, not taking a fucking scratch. Distance, defense, and counter strikes. One of the cleanest performances that JRilla has had, categorically, over both of his stints in the octagon. Oh, and clips in there with a 2-piece, and Mark the Shark here is down, and Mark the Shark here could be in trouble. How much more can he take? He has been absolutely outclassed here. Wow. Shoves him backwards. And I think he even wants to duck the stoppage at insult to injury. He's going for it. Look, he's pushing him backwards and walking backwards. JRilla playing the heel role tonight. He wants to be the ultimate bad guy. The ultimate shithouse. He wants that doctor's stoppage. Head kick there comes up. Mark there closing down the distance. Uppercut there swings forward again. Continues to try and find some sort of comeback here. It would be one of the greatest comebacks in the league's history should Mark win this one. Clips him again. JRilla looking for the finish though. Faking with the left, going in with the right. Head kick there comes off nicely for Mark. But is it too little too late? The damage that Mark the Shark has suffered. Right hand. And this one looking like it could be over. Points and laughs at him. And it's knee on belly. And this one is not all over. He wants this one to keep going. JRilla wanting to prove a point here, extends the arm. And that's going to take the block down even more of whatever of it is left. Big shots coming in. And JRilla departs from the carcass of Mark the Shark. Shoves him back again. He wants that doctor's stoppage and he's going to get it. He's an absolute troll. And he will gather boos. He will be the most hated champion in this division. And there goes the trash talk. JRilla had to listen about how he was going to be the underdog in this fight, how he didn't have anything going coming into this fight. And tonight he is, again, respectfully, love Mark. I want to see him win. Has put an absolute beat down on Mark the Shark tonight. It was not close. And that's the difficult part for Mark to kind of maybe stomach, is that, again, gets to the plate, steps up to bat, and every time now when he fights for that belt, it seemingly collapses on the biggest and most important fight for JRilla. A performance of the night. It has to be a performance of the night. The way that he executed that game plan with Sugar Sean O'Malley was wonderful. Did it with a little bit of kind of character and charisma, with how he was taunting and almost kind of wanting to take on that villain role. And tonight now, he is the man with the target on his back. Viper Arco TTV is next for him. It's a round 2, 437 win for JRilla, who gets his first ever bantamweight strap over the line. Congratulations to him. And again, for Sugar Sean O'Malley, a performance bonus for him as well. And you got to feel for Mark the Shark. Like I said, everyone wants to see Mark win, but it just feels like there's got to be something in there that every single time Mark fights, but Mark leading up to the title fights is incredible. Mark in a title fight just seemingly freezes. He just kind of, that looked like a Mark the Shark that hasn't played the game for about 3 months. That's how rough around the edges Mark looked tonight, but what are you going to do? Anyway, listen, a recap of our title fights tonight, and new Bantamweight Champion of the World, JRilla, and still Featherweight Champion of the World, Jack 9, and new Welterweight Champion of the World, Matt D23, and new Light Heavyweight Champion of the World, Oisin, and of course, still Lightweight Champion of the World, Lee 66. Performance bonuses of the night. Performance bonus, or performance of the night goes to JRilla. Knockout of the night goes to Oisin. Submission of the night goes to Matt D23. And fight of the night going to Harold and Hago 59. So there you go. Performance bonuses locked up, and a good card. Said only Lewis Becks that kind of fucked the timing of it. But, I mean, listen. How many more is it going to take for Mark the Shark? Are we going to see him win gold before UFC 6? How far away is UFC 6? At that point, you just don't know really, you know, what the calendar for that is looking like. I'm sure, no doubts, that we're going to see this carry over into the Discord tonight. JRilla definitely making some enemies there with the performance, but there you go. There you go. JRilla is going fucking crazy on Dave. Oh, Dave is with the most robotic responses. I love him. Well, listen, you make sure you guys carry this over into the Discord, so I've got something fun to read when I'm wanting to headbutt my fucking desk with all the admin work I've got to do. Okay, fellas, thank you so much for a great card tonight. Thank you so much for all the subs and also the follows. We are back next week. Sign-ups for VFL 207 will be coming out when you're asleep tonight. Take care. Take it easy, and if you need me, I'll be on Discord. Good night.